All right, and welcome everybody. Welcome. No fancy music today because you're about to get all the fancy music you can handle coming up in just a moment. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome everybody to the Speculate 2023 fundraiser. I am very excited for this, and it is the fundraiser that we did last year, which was very successful and was necessary actually for our podcast to be able to continue to produce great content. This has been a banner year for Speculate, as we'll have a chance to talk about quite a bit today. With multiple award nominations for Val Award and, increased critical and other notice on the podcast itself. And this is one of the ways that we can establish a new floor for us to be able to build on financially as we move forward into 2024. So we're very excited about it. And yes, Raskus, Titanfall. We've got Titanfall 2 going on today, and we've got a bunch of other stuff as well. But we'll talk about the different elements of this fundraiser in just a moment. Before we get there, though, quick reminder, I'm going to focus just very quickly on channel stuff because most of what I want to do today is on the Speculate side of things. So channel-wise, welcome to the channel. If you're watching on my YouTube channel, welcome as well to all of you lovely folks. Please watch us over here. Spread the word. Feel free to comment and talk in YouTube chat, but also please come talk to us in our own chat over on Twitch as well, which is twitch.tv/Arvan Eleron. You can find us over there also, where we're going to have all of the various donation things and all that stuff going on. Also, the channel, follow the channel, check out our YouTube at that YouTube. If you're here and you're like, wait, you have a YouTube? Yes, I do. ! ArvTube. Discord is ! ArvCord. Twitter, ! ArvTweets. Blue Sky, ! ArvSky. Website, arvaneleron.com. Financially, very quick, because I want to focus on Speculate today. ! ArvShop. ! ArvTreon for the Patreon. Subbing to the channel is great. Publishing, ! Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. ! Library, 5e Adventure and Supplement from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And ! Gray Shade is my Gray Assassin universe from both Alligator Alley and, of course, from Athos Arts for the books. You can go over there and order my books and pre-order my books and do all that good stuff there. As always, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. ! Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And ! Ukraine, UKRAINE. I see your test, Paul. Good to see you. Thank you. Is the website for this, is the Ukraine as we fight back against, as the people of Ukraine fight back against the illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and we send the message that we will stand with others in that situation in the future as well. Schedule-wise, we'll talk more about what's happening on the channel next week at the end of the fundraiser, but today it is the Speculate fundraiser, and I want you to make sure that you're typing in those commands, ! Speculate and ! Donate, and we'll talk about how that all works. And I also want you to notice, please, we'll talk about this in a minute as well, the brand new logo. That's right. It is a new Speculate logo. It is a new era. Feast your eyes on the incredible logo from on the top left of your screen that you can see. That is a new logo. What's going on, Rip and the Goon? Good to see you. It's been a while, man. I hope all's well. How's the child? How's the family? How's everything doing? So yes, that is our new awesome logo, and I'm very excited about that. And now I'm going to talk about it with my friends and co-hosts because we are all here for you and ready to go and wall run, jump in mechs, and do also for a good cause. So I am now going to transition over to reveal the incredible crew. We are here and ready to go. So we should say, can we say a couple of notes here? I want Mike to be able to do this while introducing themselves about the person who produced the logo, the person who produced the overlays, because you're going to see a lot of both of those things today. So hi, Brandon and Mike and all that. Yeah, how's everybody? Brandon, you want to say hi? And then Mike, you want to say hi and tell us about the logo and overlays and stuff?
Deck in a Titan. So we'll see how well that goes, but I'm very excited for today. I'm always very excited for the Speculate fundraiser because it's like the longest period of time that we get to spend with each other. So I'm very excited for us to show you some cool new things that we have been planning for the last few months.
Yep.
And also to do a thing that is not an RPG very briefly, and then to do a thing that is an RPG that I've been looking forward to playing for quite some time. So I'm very excited for today. It's going to be fun.
Super pumped. All right, Mike. So talk to us about the joy. I know you don't like mechs much, Mike. I understand that robots are not your thing. No, you can tell us about that, but also introduce yourself, of course, although you should be known to everyone in this channel anyway. And we can talk a little bit about the logo, the overlays, and then we need to talk about the donation stuff.
Yeah, so I'm Mike Underwood. They or he pronouns for me. I am the third of the triumvirate of Speculate. I am going to be running our game of Candela Obscura this afternoon, since I had the opportunity to contribute to that game a little bit and see the game as it was kind of coming together in its final steps late this summer, and have been really enjoying the streams that Critical Role's doing on their channel. And I am very excited to tell everybody about the new logo that we have for Speculate, which is created by Shannon Reed of Artificers Workshop. Folks may recognize Shannon's work because Shannon also created the Strange Friends logo that we have used for Strange Friends streams the last year and change. And so when we were talking about commissioning a new logo for Speculate, Shannon was at the top of our list, and we were all really happy to learn that Shannon was available and has done a lot of great stuff for us in kind of zeroing in on a new logo that connects our work and our background as writers with our focus in actual play in terms of like world building and, using a D6 as opposed to a D20 because our focus is more on these independent games where frequently a D6 is used there, such as in Candela Obscura or any Forge in the Dark game, many Power by the Apocalypse games. And so we get all of these elements that have come together. And we are also then finalizing with Shannon a couple of extra like stream assets so that we'll have like sets of visuals that all go together in these new colors for our great logo.
Super, super cool. I really like this logo. Yeah.
Can I just say idly, one of the things that I adore the most about the logo is that the A in Speculate very obviously looks like a fountain pen nib.
Yep.
But it also looks like a spaceship.
Yep.
I love it.
It is pretty awesome. So that is.
We're not talking about the overlays as well.
Yeah, well, that's right. I was going to say that. So we also have to talk about overlay stuff.
So in the last few months, we have been very fortunate to have some kind of getting some advice and a lot of like production and graphic design support from Jess Meyer, aka Burst of Hope, who Brandon already knew, and I was kind of familiar with their work, and they've done fantastic work with us, setting up some overlays, which you will get to see another set of overlays that they made for us later today in our exclusive preview of an upcoming
exclusive preview
world premiere.
Oh my god! The sound of that traumatized me, but yes, I'm very excited.
Exclusive.
Oh god. Jess is really cool. I've wanted to bring Jess on to help us figure out some stuff for Speculate for quite a long time, because they've been doing really wonderful stuff for Utopia and a bunch of other actual play communities as well. In fact, tomorrow they will be doing a Pokemon thing over on Nameless Domain that I think is going to be wild.
Ooh,
so
that's
you
cool.
should definitely support that as well. But yeah, I asked Jess one time if they were willing to help us figure out some stuff, and then it blew up into all these cool stuff, including a lot of the overlays that you will see later this evening as well are stuff that Jess and Mike worked, like, finagled together, and they all look really, really cool. So yeah, I'm really glad that Jess is a part of the team in some capacity as well.
Any part of the overlays later today that look great are because of Jess, and any that are janky, it's probably because of me.
Oh god.
Oh man, and I think I have. There are a lot of overlays, y'all. So there may be, and I'm pretty sure I have every overlay, including Blake Sprash. Yes, break splash screen assets and things like that. But if not, then I'll switch it over when we have to. What I like about this too is that there's a consistency to it, kind of like a crispness to it. And, you know, there's a bit of a bittersweetness about losing some of that original logo, because that original picture is something which has been with the show since the beginning. And this started back in late 2010. You folks should know, like, we actually had our first show published, I think, in 2011. So this has been running for a long time. It's a 12-year show in different capacities, but I'm very pleased with the new sort of development and plan. And it was really funny because we had to cover a lot of bases of, like, not too spacey, but not, you know, we wanted it to have some fantasy elements, but like also have this other. So I think it came out beautifully. And I think the overlays also that Jess has produced also, like, are very crisp and clean and just, you know, chef's kiss, good stuff. All right, so let's talk about how this is going to work, folks. Let's talk a little bit about the donations, because we are playing some Titanfall right now, and we're not playing multiplayer, you know, the attacking. No, we, in the spirit of cooperation, are going together, of jolly cooperation, to quote Dark Souls. We are going forward into the darkness, and we're going to defeat everything by having an actual coherent campaign instead of Destiny 2, where I'm half confused what's going on all the time. No, we're going to be, I know, no, you just don't understand, Greg. So we're going to be doing Titanfall 2, and we're going to be handing off basically single player saves. So we're going to be starting with, I think it's Brandon is doing the first level. Once Brandon just wrecks that level, and I mean, we'll just, you know, like, wipe it out, no problems. Then we're going to move on to, at that point, we're going to move on to Mike, I believe, is doing level number 2. And, well, actually, it could be either one of us, doesn't matter. But if Mike does it, then Mike will also, you know, wipe that out. And then I will stumble through my level, and then we'll go like that. But as we're doing that, you will notice there is a donation button right above you, right there, a donation amount, which is currently sitting at 0 out of 1,000. Now, if you go back to that original screen, which I realized I can't do because I'm going to mess up my studio mode, but we talked about the fact that we have both video editing desires, and we also have, let me just fire that on up for a second. I'll actually transition it here for just a second. You'll also notice that we have here $2,000 for video editing and $1,000 for more podcast episodes, because one of the limitations we have is when we don't have enough funding, it limits how much that we're able to actually pay for Rudy Basso and others to be able to do audio editing work for us. And so we need money for more podcast episodes. And as you will see, we have a lot of stuff planned for 2024, and we want to get more stuff out to you. But we can't do it if we don't have the money to do it and make it possible. And so, with your generous support, we will be able to do that. So the first goal is 1,000. That's more podcast episodes. At 2,000, we reach the video editing stage. And you will note that every $200 of donations, we also unlock prizes and giveaways. I'll come back to that in a minute. But I do want to point out that as we're doing more vid stuff, insofar as we've had just a little bit of critical success over the last 6 months with Valaword and other notices on Webfest and so on, video editing is another big part of what we want to do, not just the audio stuff. But that, again, adds time, complexity, and cost. And so the reason for the support of the Speculate podcast and the goals that we have set today, which is 1,000 and then 2,000, that's what we like to do. But you'll be happy to know that we're not just doing that because we need help. We're also doing it because it will have a material effect on what happens during the stream. So shall we talk about how people can keep the fun going? Let's talk about that.
So I want to add one thing. So I went back and did the math, and in the last year between the 2022 fundraiser and today, we have published 43 episodes of Speculate. So we didn't get quite to an episode every single week, but that is still a lot of Speculate, especially because we have Valward as like a video series. And on the audio side, we finished Fractal Spire and then have mostly done like one-shots there. And so when we say more podcast episodes, right, 43 was us already doing episodes more consistently and being able to get stuff to Rudy in a way that made the workflow easier. And if we can build on that success this year, we may have the opportunity to set a calendar where we're able to bring you as many or more episodes and potentially at a higher quality.
Yeah. So that is going to be a big deal. And we could really use everyone's support to be able to do that. So now you may ask, well, how do you do that? Well, the way to do that is if you type in !donate, you will see that there is a link there. And there's basically two ways to support us that we want to point you to. The first is if you type in !speculate, you will see that there is a link to our Patreon, which is where we release a lot of like behind the scenes stuff, early access, things like that. And we hope to be doing more with the Patreon over time. So one way to support us is by donating and supporting the Patreon on a regular basis, and that would be lovely. The other way to support us is by making a direct donation. And if you type in !donate as Turbo Tango, otherwise known as Mike, did above, and Triffid did. Thank you, Triffid. By the way, another shout out, by the way, to Triffid, who's done an amazing amount of work in setting up prizes and usual channel mod stuff and like with scheduling for this and figuring out coordination. So thank you, Triffid, for all that, including commands, and a separate shout out to Shadowed Mage as well for helping with that. So in the chat, you'll see that there is that link to paypal.me/Mike R. Underwood, who is our esteemed third member of the Triumvirate that we just talked about. Those donations also will go directly to Speculate. It will make it possible for us to be able to do the various things that we just discussed. So the way that this works is once you have donated either to Patreon, to the Speculate Patreon, or to that donation link, we would like you to please come back here and let us know that you have donated the amount, and we'll then confirm it on our end. If you would like that donation to be anonymous, that's fine. Just private message one of the mods, which includes today Dragonspear and Prince Justin and Triffany Metz and technically Turbo Tango, but maybe don't do that because Mike's going to be busy with a mech. So maybe message one of the others, or you can private message me and I'll get to it as soon as I can. And then we will be happy to upload the donation and update the total, but not call you out if you don't want to be called out. That's fine. But that way we can continue to push things forward. So that's the reason that we're doing this in terms of overall feel, but also if you want the joy to keep coming for Titanfall. So Titanfall right now is scheduled to run until what time? Three.
I think we said 3 to 3:13.
3 to 3. Okay. Right. So yes, that's right. So right now it's scheduled to go until 3. But if you donate right now, you can increase that time from 3 to 4:30, an extra hour and a half of mech goodness. We will then have a break and highlights, and we'll be breaking something out at that time, as we'll discuss. Then at 5 o'clock, we have the Candela Obscura one-shot. We'll go from 5 to 8, and you can be donating during that time. Why? Because after that second break, after Candela Obscura from 8 to 8:30, then we will run from 8:30 until whenever, basically, until the game is finished or until donations run out. Which means until the game is finished, because donations shouldn't run out, right? So that's really the key. We want to make sure that we're doing this and saving the universe. Basically, by donating to us, you're saving the universe, is what I'm saying. That's basically what I'm saying. And Effect Life has started out strong. So first of all, the 31 months of support, Effect Life, who does Arcanus Bot and has been like amazing, has also donated via PayPal. I hear a rumor, according to Effect Life. Can we confirm if that is the case? Although I am coming from Effect Life, I'm positive that's the case, but just let me know once you see it, Mike, and then I will update the total. And also thank you, Effect Life. What do we got?
So I can do updates in Zoom chat for you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that actually makes sense. I just need to make sure. Okay, great. Awesome. So we are at 15 out of 1,000. Now, thank you, first of all, Effect Life, for doing that. Thank you very much. That's our first 15. Good start. So for every, oh God, I put this in the Discord. I think I said for every $10 donation, we add 10 minutes. Is that what I said? I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Let me go look.
Let me go look and see what it was. I honestly don't remember.
I'm just going to go look at the page so that
Thank
whatever
you,
we
Effect
said
Life.
Earlier, every $10 donation adds 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay. That's okay. Thank you. So what that means is that we are now officially up to 20 minutes. That means we are currently sitting at 320. So that means we're going now until 3:20. Thank you, Effect Life, of Stompy Mech goodness. Thank you so much for that, Effect Life. Seriously, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. And that's basically how you do it. Thank you also for demoing how we want this to work. So as the contributions go through. Now, the additional thing is, chat, every $200 of the fundraiser, we will have giveaways. And boy, do we have prizes and giveaways. We have got giveaways of physical books. We've got giveaways of ebooks. We have giveaways of even like a little bit of game stuff. We've got lots of stuff. I am giving away board games as well if we reach certain levels and things, and I will ship them to you at my cost. Although if you live in Australia, we need to have a chat about shipping because I will bankrupt myself. But in general, if you live within the continental 48 of the US or Canada, I can manage that, and otherwise we'll try to keep the shipping cost minimal for you. So you'll be able to win those things. At every $200, we'll be doing those giveaway things within chat. So that's basically it. Every $5 is 10 minutes. Every $10 is 20 minutes. Every $20 is 30 minutes. And then larger pledges are TBD, as we said. We'll figure that out as we go there. So that is the plan. That's what we're looking for. And I think that's all we need to talk about other than just getting into the game, I think. Are we ready to go, do we think?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so I'm going to move this over here. All right, get ready. Overlay number 2, everybody. Oh, yeah, look at that. Ha-ha. That's what I'm talking about. That's baller right there. Okay, good. Also, the music. I was like, okay, Brandon, the music's awesome. Can we cut this down? Brandon's like, sure. And so we did that. But this is why, because otherwise we couldn't concentrate. Like, Mike and I were both like, where do we, what mech do we jump into now? Yeah, even the menu music is great, Raskus. Yes, exactly. It's pretty badass. Okay, so first step is going to be is going to be Brandon. So, and let me actually
please, everyone, pray for me.
Yeah, I know. Seriously. Also, hold on one second, because I have to also. I just realized I was showing my own music, which is not going to help any of you. So hang on a second. Let me cut that and let me capture the window capture. You can still hear it. It's still great. Okay, hang on just a second. Let me get that going. Studio mode. Ba-ba. See, the capturing is the dramatic part, chat. Like, right now, like... Okay, there we go. Right, and then I just get that in here.
So as I said in chat, the more we play this game, the higher the chances are that the next series that I pitch for Speculate will have mechs in it. So if you want mechs, you want us to play Titanfall more.
But I mean, it's also a matter of like, what game will we play? Will we do Beam Saber? Will we do Lancer? Will we do Infinite Revolution when it comes out?
Yeah.
Armor Stir, Apocalypse Frame.
No, seriously.
Firebrands has mechs in it, doesn't it?
Yes. I think it's just mostly about the pilot part. Because old RPG lore, Firebrands, I believe, is a spin-off of a Lego-based mech RPG where you would build your mechs out of Legos. Mobile Frame Zero.
A Lego-based mech thing? Like, what? Where's the part that's not good? like every part of that.
I'm intrigued because the fact that this implies that it's a minis game, which implies that combat is taking place physically instead of theater of the mind.
Right.
So I'm like, do pieces have to fall off? Do I actually have to hit my Lego with your Lego? I'm like, I'm intrigued now.
So this is Mobile Frame Zero, which looks like you may still be able to buy the game book. I'm just going to post the link in here into chat.
Okay.
Netmore
says, oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Just going to put it out there, it's very easy to do Titanfall in Fate. Fate Core for characters and Fate Accelerated for cinematic mech fights. Ooh, I haven't played Fate in ages, so I'm actually intrigued to find an excuse to get back into Fate, but also
Could they do like a battle for the planets? Battle of the Planets. You know, the G-Force. Oh man, you're not gonna know. See, this is where
I am not aware of this.
Oh,
I feel
God.
like
I crumble into dust. Yeah.
Generational mech touchstones thing happening here.
Please tell me someone in chat knows Battle of the Planets. Please tell me in G-Force.
I have heard of it. I just don't know anything more about it.
Battle of the Planets. I've never heard this.
See, here's the thing. What's up, Burst of Hope? Bird beaks for helmets. Thank you, T-Bank. Somebody knows. Okay, now the person who needs to know about this most, and we need to start playing, but the person who needs to know about this most is Brandon, because when Brandon discovers Battle of the Planets, Brandon in particular is going to love this. I predict on multiple levels. Anyone who loves...
This is Gotcha, man!
That's what I'm saying.
Ahem. Clear's throat.
I couldn't even finish the line before... See?
Brandon's brain activated.
Thanks for that.
Right? I'm telling you, it was so good. Anyway, all right. Yes. Okay, so here we go. So Titanfall 2 is here. Now, we understand it may be a little choppy, chat. We will do the best we can to work through it and figure out the settings, and we'll get it all coordinated. But we're going to start with Brandon. Brandon is a full expert, so we will just watch and admire as these things...
This is a lie. This is a lie. We'll see how it goes. I'm glad it's the first session, because it's literally the tutorial. It's literally my boss telling me, this is how you wall run.
All right, let's do it.
I'm very excited for it to not go poorly at all. Yes.
All campaign missions will be locked. Are you sure? Jeez, it's like really... wow. All
yes, game, I'm good.
Of all the things I've seen on the battlefields of the frontier, the pilot is the true dominant force. Fast and agile. Graceful, yet devastating.
Just like us.
Perceptive. Resourceful. And relentless. A pilot sees the world differently. Sheer walls become flanking routes. Pilots fight differently. Experienced in deception and maneuver, even overwhelming odds shift in their favor. But what truly separates the pilot from all the grunts and machines of the battlefield is the bond between a pilot and a Titan. Linked to a Titan, a pilot can only be
this
stopped
game is
by
so good.
a force or an equal. The frontier has been the only home I've ever known. For years, our lands have been destroyed by the IMC, forcefully taking our resources, polluting and destroying our planets, and killing us off if we try to resist. Despite recent victories at Demeter and beyond, we have a long way to go before the IMC is defeated. Now, I serve as a rifleman in the militia, fighting to free the frontier. I'm a long way from becoming a pilot. But when that day comes, I hope I can live up to the honor.
I also hope Brandon can live up to the honor.
So do I. It really...
That's a great
I hope I don't
cutscene.
embarrass you all. It's brilliant. Also, I wasn't sure if that voiceover was Matt Mercer. It sounds very much like him, but like I was like, is it definitely him?
It is definitely Matt Mercer?
I'm gonna double check. I am pretty sure. Yeah, IMDb agrees.
Okay. Damn.
Okay. Yep.
Matthew Mercer as Jack Cooper, who is the protagonist in the campaign.
Ah, I see. So we're gonna hear him again.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Because I don't think I speak in this tutorial at all.
Hell. Ship must have power cycled the sim pod since last time. We'll have to recalibrate it.
Yes, that is
Does
a
that
light.
feel right to you, Cooper?
Oh, Brandon's got this already. Instantly looked at the lights without even a question.
Yeah,
All
this
right,
is fine.
we're good to go. Let's see how much you remember from last time. Setting the neural link. Not quite the same as a Titan link, but it's similar. To learn new skills, we need to be in the right state of mind. Ah, much better. Technically, I'm not supposed to be training you, but in you I see potential. Let's pick up the pace, enabling jump kit assist. Jump kits operate on the principle of relaxed stability. Once your jump kit calibrates to your movement style, enhanced mobility becomes second nature. Beautiful, isn't it? Inspired by my home planet of Harmony. This is where I grew up. This is what we're fighting for, Cooper. A world that's not metal and smoke.
Yeah.
Good. Now you're moving. Under here, stay low. Simple double jump. Follow the ghost.
Simple double jump, he says.
We've retaken over a quarter of frontier space since the Battle of Demeter. Militia's better organized now. More people join every day to fight the IMC. People like you. In combat, things never go as you expect. You must be ready to use any weapon you can find on the field. These are just a few of the weapons I've come across out there. Time to hit the range. Load your weapon. To get more precision, aim down the sights of your weapon.
Oh, look at the precision.
Take them all out.
Don't lie to me.
Good. Practice more if you want, then head to the gauntlet.
You know, people talk a lot about how good the kind of play and gun feel of like Destiny and Bungie games are.
Right.
I think Respawn does not get enough love for their skills in this regard.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Like, there are two different, very distinct kinds of gun feel, I think. And this is not, like, bad, even though it's, like, uniquely distinct. Like, I'm not, like, out of my depth using these compared to really liking Destiny instead.
Mm-hmm.
Practice as much as you want, then meet me at the gauntlet.
So yeah.
I think
I guess I'm just gonna settle with this for the time being.
seems pretty good. I think Starfield, actually one of the notes about that is that it did reasonably well with gunplay, and they were like, you know, look, I mean, it didn't get completely destroyed by Destiny 2 and Titanfall 2, like in terms of gunplay, you know, so
Gotta do better than that to continue.
these are the gold standard.
Follow the coast, you'll find your own path.
Let me see if I can do some more settings things. What can I drop again?
Yep, melees are all one hit. Well, they do in Destiny 2 and Halo and all that. Melee does an incredible amount of damage also, which is a difference from Starfield, where melee is garbage. Like that's one thing Starfield does not have yet. They have a whole unarmed skill tree, but they just have not figured it. They just haven't balanced it right. So they'll get there. While we're making these settings, a reminder that if you want to see more of this, because after Brandon's level, it'll be Mike's and then mine and then back to Brandon. If you want to see more of this up until Candela Obscura and then more afterwards, then donations are where we're looking at. And so if you do type in !donate, as you see above the chat there, you'll be able to support the fundraiser either through a support of the Patreon. You can do that by checking out !Speculate, or by donating directly to the PayPal link, which is linked in that donation. Any of that donations will then go towards increasing the time. Currently, we're running Titanfall 2 until 3:20, but we'd love to go all the way up until I believe it was 4:30. We'd love to be able to go all the way till that time, and we can do that with donations from you lovely folks.
Violets have to strike a balance in combat. Speed is paramount, but you must also hit your targets. Gauntlet is where we press
Hit targets, you say.
until the second meeting.
Eventually, it was hit. Targets were hit. This is very encouraging. None of these creatures move, so we should have no problem with this.
Yeah,
Remember,
static targets are useful.
when you all run. Good try.
In the dark new vision of the future, where enemies are stationary.
Why did I use the guess there?
You check it at his feet.
It's just propaganda talking about like, oh, you know, the enemy.
Right.
Something.
Oh, the enemy's quick and dynamic. No, they're not. They just stay at one place. The gunshots are quite loud. That's true. Well, we'll wait till this gauntlet's over and then we'll address that. Because if I reduce it, then I reduce all of the sound. So we'll have Brandon do that on his end as soon as. Oh, look at that. Look at that. 115. Oh, just wrecked that.
13 of 15 targets, and I don't even know where they were.
Everyone has different strengths and weaknesses, so be sure to run this a few times with different weapons.
All right, do we want to
Results
pull?
board for more tips on how to improve.
Try to pull some of the
Now that you're warmed up,
gunplay
you want a
sound
real
down.
challenge.
Let's check the audio settings.
Sound effects.
Yeah, sound effects probably
Sound
want to
effects
go down to
volume.
like maybe. That's probably fine, yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. Because the rest of it, I think,
And
volume-wise is good.
subtitles on.
Oh, yeah, that's a good call. I need to remember to do that,
I
too.
thought these were on the whole time. Cool. Let me just drop a little bit of master volume.
Lovely.
Cool.
We were giving you an immersive you are there experience, Raskus. As if you were there as the gun is being fired.
Pilots who recorded these ghosts are the best in the SRS. If you can beat them, you'll be on your way to being a real pilot. Go ahead and run the gauntlet as much as you want. When you're done, I've got something special to show you.
Good,
like-
because I'm done. So show me something special.
Right? It's like the video game arcade moment where you're like, I think I did a great job. And then you're like, yeah. And then you see the commands are all like top 10 or like a minute and a half or like 500,000 points more than you. And you're like, oh, man.
Time you learn the other half of being a pilot. The Titan. Let's go call one in.
The world record for the gauntlet, as far as I can tell, is 10.3 seconds.
Only one's allowed to do that.
What?
It's only a simulation, Rifleman.
I believe it.
But first, we're gonna
Unreal.
need a little more space. That's my partner, BT. He's a Vanguard class. Home militia technology. The first Titan chassis we designed ourselves. One we didn't have to steal from the IMC. Go ahead, Rifleman. Call on your first Titan.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Look up to the sky. There he is. All right, Rifleman. Sounds like it's about to hit the fan. I'm pulling you out.
Powering down.
Cooper, ready up.
All right.
Easy, Cole. You just left BR. He needs a minute to decompress. He'll be ready to go. Trust me. Yes, sir.
I mean, as a setup, this is actually very intriguing.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what
session in
being
there.
in a Titan
You'll
is
get
like
the hang
yet,
of it someday.
and we'll never know until
We'll
things
make a
get
pilot
worse.
out of you yet, Rifleman. Not today. No time.
Lastimosa.
Anderson,
You son of a bitch. See you down there.
we're going to see a new planet today. Maybe even die on it.
It's time to go die on a new planet.
See you down there, Rifleman. Good luck.
Don't thumbs up. Don't thumbs up.
Get
I
your
don't
ass out of the
thumbs up.
sim pod, Cooper. Meet at the dropship.
The way the Titans reach out and grab their pilots and like put them inside their chest, it will never get old to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's stay at regular. Gideon's like, do you want to go hard? Nope, I don't.
We want to finish the game today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Operation Broadsword, 9th Militia Fleet. Destination Planet Typhon. Mission, infantry support for SRS classified operation. UMC, something else that's cut off because of our overlay that I messed up.
IMC occupied frontier space.
Ah, I knew that. I was just dramatically avoiding saying it.
Batman, are you in our rifle squad?
I am not. This is Batman. I'm not Batman. I'm simply speaking in this way. In a world where mechs have to go to a planet. Press space to continue.
Aha.
In a world where donations come to speculate.
More intro things.
Respawn's like, now the intro's over. And you're like, ah. Big fan of Respawn. Both Jedi games were great.
Mm-hmm.
This game's great.
Ooh, that's actually very cool.
Oh, yeah.
That transition was really neat. Am I about to die?
You'll be fine.
No.
Mark 8 lifeboat. Medical unit activated. Occupant, militia rifleman, class 3, Jack Cooper. Stabilize. 250 milligrams of fentanyl administered. Caution. Temporary side effects. Nausea, dizziness, impaired motor coordination.
I'm pretty sure fentanyl is bad. Something called SADS fentanyl is very bad.
Are we near the drop zone?
Like, I'm either very injured or I have a kite right now.
I can't see anything!
Whoa. Okay, we're going to need to turn that down a little bit.
Yes.
Sorry.
The audio is doing a great deal to me. Wow.
Yeah, let's drop that down.
I was like...
Wasn't that loud before?
That's...
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be.
I mean, we weren't
but...
dying before.
Yeah. No, that's fine. And, you know, that's okay. People are now brought into them. Now, you're now officially immersed, Jet. You're there. You were immersed.
Oh, God. Let me see if I could drop anything else video-wise as well. Oh, yeah, this is perhaps the lowest I can be.
Backfield! Go! Go!
See, everything's fine.
I both love and hate the specters here. These.
Sorry, I love and hate what?
Specters, these robotic combat units.
Yeah.
What grenades do I have?
Feel vaguely like one of the creatures in Mass Effect that I can't remember, but they were always kind of blah.
Oh, the Geth?
No, that was a general species, but there was a particular kind, a kind of brain modified Geth, I think. No, not the husk. They had like the little brain, like the swelling on the back of their bodies.
I was about to be stepped on.
Yeah, seriously.
But you're in bad shape. Hold on. This might knock you out, but you should be okay when you wake up.
I'm already dragged.
Hostile Titans inbound. Apex predators.
Copy that, BT. Mercenaries. Stay down, Cooper. BT, let's go.
Oh.
Well,
Not great.
All right, that's our game. And
I hadn't realized before that this may be where the Apex Legends comes from.
We have 18 hours. 18 hours until the Ark is sealed and ready for delivery. Oi, Rika! Leave the corpses alone, you sick bastard. We've got a job to do, eh? We make corpses, we don't clean them up. Let's go!
I think we're just about at a chapter break.
okay.
you know, this river is really not deep enough for this current to take a body downstream as it just did.
Yeah, so that's the title card for chapter 2.
Aha. So I take it then that I should keep this checkpoint and just pass the save on to you now.
You know, the tutorial's a short chapter, so what do we feel like? Hand over now, or
Maybe finish up with Lastimosa, maybe, and then Mike can take over. I would say.
Okay, cool.
BT, transfer authorization to new pilot. Link. Bravo Tango 7274. Cooper, take my Titan. Use my helmet and my jump kit. This is the real thing. Take care of him.
No, Lastimosa.
You kind of just died before I could care about you, Lastimosa. This sucks.
Lastimosa, why did you die so fast? Hey, look, mattered to Jack Cooper, okay? And he was Australian,
Yeah.
so multiple good things.
Is anyone here not Australian besides me?
Right, that's
you know,
right.
we're from-
Jack Cooper, the only non-Australian in the entire group.
we're from the Space West / Frontier.
Space West, space apartheid. It's just so weird. Because I'm like, they're describing the conflict that they have with the IMC, and I'm like, you're talking about things that are happening in the news right now. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe we don't want to do this.
Yeah. Initiating pilot combat systems.
Personnel cloak, you say? All right.
Who
Why
among
did
us?
I make your Karen all the way over here? Anyhow.
Yeah, who among us has not had a personal cloaking system that we wish we could use?
Not viable.
Also, welcome to the folks in YouTube chat. It is good to see you all. If you are watching me over on YouTube, first of all, welcome. This is part of my Speculate fundraiser on my channel, and as part of our collective Speculate fundraiser. I'm joined by Brandon O'Brien and Michael R. Underwood, and you should not only feel free to chat in the YouTube chat, but also stop by my Twitch chat, which is at twitch.tv/Arvan Eleron, where you can find out how to get in on some of these giveaways that we're doing, how to donate and support the Speculate actual play that we run, and watch as Brandon and Mike kick ass and I struggle to keep up. and keep the Titanfall 2 play going.
Y'all took a lot of bullets. I guess I'm not supposed to be engaging in armed combat with those things.
Maybe not. Maybe they're just like, just jump out of the way. All right, so is this officially now chapter 1 or out or whatever, chapter 2? We're out of the prologue or whatever.
Yeah, if Mike is to be believed, this would be the beginning of chapter 2.
Okay.
Yeah, because the second chapter is just BT 7274.
So then let's have you destroy these creatures so you can stay alive, and then save it, and then hand that over to and we'll hand over to Mike next.
Okay, I know a handgun is not really full auto game, but you're making my life harder.
Good work, by the way. See, successfully got us off the ground. No problems.
Cool. So I can make a checkpoint here. Do you want me to just hand it over from wherever this checkpoint is actually supposed to be?
I think that probably makes sense, right? I would say. And then,
cool. So I will.
And then, Mike, when you capture, it should be in the same spot, so I shouldn't have to make many adjustments on my end, I don't think.
Okay.
So yes, exclamation point donate, folks, to be able to keep more time rolling as we do this. And don't forget, when we hit 200, we'll have our first giveaway in here as well. So we're going to transfer over. The save files are not super long. So we're going to take them via, I think it's either, we're doing it either Dropbox or Discord. I don't remember how we did. I think maybe Discord. And then we're transferring it over to our own save files and own save spots, and we're picking up from there. That is the plan.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Right, so I take it. Is there a folder for us to do the thing in?
Oh, let's see. There isn't. We can make one. We can also do it. Do you have Dropbox, Brandon, or no?
I do.
Okay. Dropbox might be another way to do that.
So while we are working on this, a reminder that there will be even more Titanfall as we get donations, and you can donate via the paypal.me link that is shown in the overlay. This is so it's in my name, but it is the Speculate PayPal, and you can support the channel by becoming a subscriber at patreon.com/speculate. And as a special bonus for subscribers and new members, we are going to have an exclusive thing for you as of 12:01 a.m. tonight going into tomorrow. So this is an especially good time to join the community of Speculate patrons.
Yep. Thanks, Triffid. Let's see.
A while back, I was looking at Titanfall models online, and I'm pretty sure there's a BT 72741. And after playing this, I may just have to go and find those again and see what they look like, and possibly put it on some kind of gift wish list, because my great love of Titanfall and this campaign is being reawakened.
Mm-hmm. It is good stuff. Okay. All right, and then when that transfer is made over, then we will take the next stage. And I think I found it. We're using, because you're using the Steam one. We're all using Steam, I think we said. So I don't know if you found that already, Mike, but no.
Well, yeah. No, I was gonna correct you. I think two of us are using origin, but it makes the same save file of the same length, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Okay. And I think it's actually found under documents. There's a Respawn Titanfall 2 profile save games, which is where I think that's going, Mike, for you.
Yep. Yeah, I have the folder up that should be the right folder.
Okay.
We will see how well our digital hot seat methodology works out.
Yes.
That'd be pretty cool, though. A jump in, jump out function where you could just like smoothly go from one to the other would be pretty slick.
Yeah, I know there's
if you could just give a save file to someone without any issue.
Yep.
Yeah, there's the folks that I follow at Remap Radio who used to do Waypoint had used as like a cloud streaming service where you could just hand over control of the machine using a command in the interface, which is really great for hot seat play.
Yeah, and there are certain games, of course, that are well suited for this, like Heroes of Might and Magic for years has had a great hot seat function, but that is a turn-based, strategy game, not a hardcore, dynamic first-person shooter a la Titanfall. And don't forget that when those donations are made, please let us know in chat that you've done that, either directly in chat or by contacting us directly to let us know that you would like this to continue. As of right now, we're going up until 3:20. You've donated. So Raskus, thank you, first of all. If assuming you donated, I will check that out. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Lovely. All right, so we're going to... I also appreciate very much the amount of the contribution. So let's see. That is... So we can now update this to... Where is it? There we go. We are now up to, if I did my math properly, 87.74. So we are now at 87.74, which means that we have had an additional... let's see. What was that? Was the money for time. Every $20 donation adds 30 minutes. So that means that we're looking at basically 60. So we're looking at, that probably adds another hour and 10. Like, does that bring us to 4:30, we think?
Yeah, I think larger than $20, we were doing TBD.
Okay. So thank you very, very much for that donation. That is awesome. And let me transition that over, and I will fix that further. Thank you very much for that. That also means that we're less than $113 away from our first giveaway of the day. So you should definitely want to be a part of that too, in addition to the donations. Okay, that looks nice now. Lovely.
Cool. So, please let me know if there are any issues with that file.
I see the file and have downloaded it, and now I'm gonna see if I can make I can make this work.
And a reminder, by the way, chat, for those of you just joining us, these donations, so this brings us to 4:30, but don't forget that if you want to see us finish the game, we will keep going tonight. After Candela Obscura is done, we will get this damn game done, but only if the donations are there to support it. So money now that is donated will go to further Titanfall after Candela Obscura. And Hillness has just donated 50 to the 2023 Speculate fundraiser. Thank you, Hillness. I forgot that donated X command. That's quite right. Thank you. Thank you, Hillness. That is amazing. Hillness, who's always been incredibly generous and is awesome in every possible way.
Also, I forgot that command was there, so that makes it easier.
Yeah, so did I. I mean, it's not like it's my channel, though, or that I should know that already.
You have a lot of commands, I've realized. I made... Because, Arcana Spot gives you the ability to download a text file of every command that you have. You have commands here that you made in the early 2010s that I'm sure you never use again because you've never played any game that would ever warrant you to make those.
Yeah, there's one that was like very important at the time, but not as much later. Like was it Klaus? Yeah.
Yeah, Klaus was the only ones I was thinking of.
That's from Trails in the Sky. Because when he laughs, he's always like, ah, ha, ha, ha. You're like, he never stops laughing. So we made this command. Oh, man. That's so great. Thank you so much for that, Hilnis.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So with the 137.74, that's an additional 60. So that means we are now up to 60. So that means that we should be now up to another hour after Candela Obscura. So that means you'll get an hour of Titanfall 2 play from us. But how much past? That's the question. Will we get to more? We're also only $63, less than $63 away from our first donation as well. And less than $900 away from our first fundraiser goal. Okay. So that is very exciting.
The save didn't load right the first time, so I'm restarting Titanfall. And then so I got rid of the other save file that I have. So now the only file that I have is the one that you just passed on.
Okay.
Which hopefully will do the trick.
What is this command from? See, this is what I mean. Have you tried putting your malfunctioning tech in a tinfoil Faraday cage? If that's not helping, when in doubt, fridge it. Or even freeze it. And hey, putting it in salt won't hurt either.
I'm wondering if that's related.
That's from Fractal Spire.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's got to be from Fractal Spire. Hey, Classic Horror. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Speculate fundraiser.
What was happening when this happened? So many weird things happened in Fractal Spy. I can't recall what triggered this interaction.
It was weird shit showing up for Cat. From Cat.
Oh right, yeah. I still like the one command I still adore the most. Do I remember what this command is? Was it exclamation point dice? No, it was not.
I'm being force fed a cutscene again.
Okay.
Right, it's dice doesn't.
The right cutscene?
No. It did not let me load where we were.
I mean, the other thing is I can try it on my end, and then see what that does. That's possible, but
yeah, because this is just gonna have me start at the beginning of the BT, or at the basically when we land.
Right. Well, we also have backup saves for a few of these levels. So, like, I have one at the start of chapter 2, and so do you, right, Mike?
That was what I think I ended up loading.
So let's. Oh, just now you mean you loaded the chapter?
I don't think it actually took the save.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, let's have you do that, and then we'll have you transfer the save over, and we'll try on mine. After you've done your level, because you still are at the spot, right? Relative speaking, we just need you to share.
We'll have like 5 minutes of rerun.
Yeah. Okay. That's all right. And chat, we will have, I know the screens are off for a minute until Mike shares their screen, and then we will put, then it will be back to the proper way. That one is from our vocalist. That's from Apollo Justice. Phoenix Wright, actually. The dog missile.
Want so badly to know how both of these things are related. But again, it's Phoenix Wright, so I get it.
There's like a dog that's called Missile, and during one of the scenes, this person is just like, they meet someone and they're like, is that your dog? Is your dog dangerous? No, my dog's not dangerous. And then, no, Missile! And then, yip. So everyone in chat thought it was hilarious. Probably was at the time. Okay. I see here we have cutscene stuff.
I am now sharing.
Okay. Yep. I don't hear sound yet. Did we, you should be able to share sound also, I think, under Zoom.
In your screen share settings, there should be a setting to add sound.
There's sound. Although there's no sharing at the moment. The video cut out. You got the sound, but not the video. There's a way to do it so that it shares. There's like a checkbox at the bottom left when you share the screen that allows you to do sound and video.
Sound.
Hey, there we go.
Correct. I'm at 50% volume.
Are we near the drop zone?
Hopefully it will not be too overwhelming.
It's okay. Probably want to cut down your video settings at some point because it's a little choppy for us when you get the chance.
Yep.
And this is stuff once we fix it once, we won't have to fix it again, chat. So.
Oh God, that is a resolution.
Yeah, like
I'm so jealous of
3840 by 21. Wow, that is impressive.
Let's see. Let's do. I'm gonna cut that down a little bit and go full screen, so it should still do that. And apply. How is this?
It is better. Your sound is too high, though. You'll have to bring down the volume a bit. And that should be good. And yes, that is better. There we go. There we go. And interestingly, when it zooms in, it also smooths out. So you don't need to keep worrying about this every time. Like, but something to think about in the future maybe is to drop the draw distance down a bit. So when it zooms in, it's smoother.
That Titan is just as scary as
Yeah, no kidding.
Cooper, you're in bad shape. Hold on. This might knock you out, but you should be okay when you wake up.
Yeah, cutscene's very smooth.
Titans inbound. Apex predators.
Copy that, BT. Mercenaries. Stay down, Cooper. BT, let's go.
so great.
Cool. It's that stab in the back too. Can we just say that's the real? We're all like, oh, we're honorable. No, you're not. You just stabbed someone in the back.
Just gonna get my email up here so that I can track donations while I'm playing.
Cool.
We have 18 hours. 18 hours until the Ark is sealed and ready for delivery. Oi, Richter! Leave the corpses alone, you sick bastard. We've got a job to do, eh? We make corpses, we don't clean them up. Let's go!
Bad dog.
Bad dog. Dogs are just misunderstood.
They're just hungry.
Yeah. Oh, I just got what you meant, Brandon, about the bodies going down. I didn't actually see it till now. Like, I was like, oh, yeah.
There is not enough water for it to move that body. I don't know. It's just the softest human being on her.
Okay, model draw distance is normal, and that's
Okay.
the lowest that I can go.
Sounds good. What about your texture streaming budget? I don't even know what the hell that means.
Yeah, maybe bring that down to 2.
Well, wouldn't a lower budget mean
Because you have
less?
it to use, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And maybe the dynamic spot shadows should not be enabled. Again, I'm just thinking out loud.
Yep. Disable. No. Why are you restore recommended settings?
Yeah, our back will take you back to the menu.
Okay, great.
Yeah, this is all right. Better.
Hello, big friend. Please don't step on me.
BT. Transfer authorization to new pilot. Link. Bravo Tango 727.
We have to watch this person we didn't learn enough to care about die again.
Take my Titan. Use my helmet and my jump kit. This is the real thing. Take care of him.
Right, because, like, could we have had the beat where Lastimosa is, like, a family friend or something, where, like, just by saying it, we establish the intimation of a longer connection?
Right. Or, honestly, even if you extend the tutorial slightly more with Lastimosa talking about the first time that he tried to do a wall run or the first time that he tried to do this or that. Something like that.
Yeah, and it's... I think in order to get you to this point quickly,
Yeah.
there's only so much they're going to be able to do with the existing character.
Yeah.
But, yeah. A little bit more would be nice if possible. Okay.
The game knows that BT and the players are what people are here for. Yeah. But like, who cares about the human connection? What matters here?
Right.
I mean, it is a very good connection. I think, like, I've noticed especially that there is a strong community in media for what if the thing that you have the strongest relationship with is not human?
Right.
And what if it's not about making that thing human, it's about this is what a relationship looks like regardless of that connection.
Yep.
And I think that this is one of the best versions of that, and I dig it a lot.
Yep, that makes sense. Also, hi, Recon. You're new here. Welcome. Welcome to the Speculate fundraiser for 2023. Speculate is an actual play podcast that runs several tabletop-oriented campaigns, including the award-winning Valaward. And we have a number of other things planned for 2024. This is our annual fundraiser. We right now are going to be running this until 4:30. Then at 5 o'clock, we'll be running the Candela Obscura tabletop role-playing game, which is going to be awesome. And then when that's done, more Titanfall. And how much more Titanfall is going to be dependent on all of you lovely folks. When you donate, you can get more time added to the timer. As of right now, we are running, I believe it is, I said, an hour past Candela. So right now, we would be going from 8 to 9. But if you would like to see the game finished, well, then you know how to do that. Donations are up above. We're at $137.74 out of 1,000. Our goal is 1,000. Our second goal is 2,000. And we are also less than $64 away now from our first giveaway, which is of board games and books and different things that we're doing. So that's the deal with that. So welcome.
Sorry, I think I may not be sprinting the way that I want to. I had to adjust some things because left shift. Let's have this.
I mean, you know, who needs to sprint in this game, I think. Casual, dramatic walk should be enough. But backspace was already bound. Yeah, welcome in.
Martyr of the Interstellar Manufacturing Corporation.
All right, time to acquire a charged Titan battery. No question we'll be able to do that.
There appear to be some hostiles nearby.
All that matters is that thing in the mountains goes online as scheduled.
Ooh, the melee hit. The second melee hit.
Fine. We're advised to discard any weapons. Surrender immediately. Do not
Excuse me?
attempt to
Oh.
resist. Lethal force is authorized against any armed militia personnel.
We got a stutter there, but
Okay, so I pressed the ride button and did not ride.
ah,
Say lovey.
I think say that was not Lovey. That's the problem right there.
Say la mort.
Yes, say la mort. Valid points earlier about Titanfall 2. Yeah, I mean, so we're, the other element of Speculate is that we are all authors, and we all write speculative fiction, and some of us poetry as well, and we all are interested in games and game design also. And so we're interested in the way that games establish narrative, and how games do things like establish character and why we care about those characters and things like that. And these are some of these things are more subtle than others. There are some games that are, exceptionally good at creating these connections, and some that are not as good, and some that do a pretty good job. Certainly the connection between the mech and the main character in this game is very well done. So it's kind of, this is the kind of thing that we sort of get into sometimes with looking at how games create these stories.
Oh, hello.
Because, when it actually comes to establishing character in Titanfall 2, I think one of the things that I think is most interesting is we know a great deal about the conflict that is taking place, but not enough that the conflict is the thing that we care about.
Right.
I don't know where Cooper comes from. I don't know why he joined the militia. I just know that that the IMC is bad. I don't know why the IMC is bad. I just see them kicking dogs on a regular basis.
Right.
But once Jack and BT properly establish a connection, that's the thing that I care about, because I don't want that to be broken, because it's established very well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because one of the things is, your level design you used to do graphic design for fun, so you get super critical about the maps. Yes, level design and proper level design is very obviously hugely important also. Yeah, I mean, I think this is something, since I've been playing a lot of Starfield. Starfield, I think, does quite well in establishing the stakes of the conflict for the multiple sides. So it does quite well on that. What it doesn't automatically do is provide you a sense of connection with the other characters at first. That takes a while. Then, after a while, you start to get an understanding of why the characters matter. So that's interesting that Starfield sort of addresses this in a different way. Whereas this, I think, gets you and your mech connected pretty quickly, and you feel very much like you care about them.
Double jump online.
And outstanding. But so you establish that super quickly, but you don't necessarily get as much about sort of the roots of the conflict. So it's also a matter of what you choose to focus your attention on. The best games try to do all of it, but
and the nature of how that connection is made for Cooper as a character is also very interesting to me, because it's when we start the game, Cooper literally tells us, the thing that I care about the most is I want to be a pilot because pilots are cool.
Yeah.
They get Titans. Titans get to do cool shit. Pilots are really rad and have all of these amazing have this amazing sense of combat that I wish I could achieve. And then he gets his first Titan, and I'm like, okay, are you doing this because you think that this is cool? Because your boss is dead.
Yeah.
So is there another reason you're doing this? And then we learned that he's doing it because the connection that he's formed with BT is actually now more than he thought it would have been.
Totally, yeah. Mike, did you turn on subtitles? Chad asked. I think we may have forgotten to do that.
Let's see. That'll be video. Yep.
Yeah, I think it is on. Yep.
Subtitles is supposed to be on.
It's there. I don't know if I see it. Although right now, it may be because there hasn't been a lot of like...
Yeah, it could be that Barks don't have subtitles, which could be weird considering how detailed a lot of the secondary dialogue in this game is.
It's also much smoother in here, and I think the reason for that is just the draw distance. You're dealing with much less that's rendering at a time, so that's something else to think about. Oh, they're cut off at the top. Oh, my fault, my fault. I will fix that.
Ooh.
Let's see, where am I going? Can I get through here?
You were brave enough to join people who believed in protecting the freedom of the frontier.
Here we go.
And also, there we go. Sorry about that, chat. I'm used to seeing subtitles at the bottom, and I didn't... Yeah, the crop was losing the subtitles. My bad. I'm used to seeing it at the bottom, not the top.
All right.
All right, a
Now we
Titan
got a
battery. Let's go.
Take down IMC research facility on the planet Titan.
Fortunately, you just keep that battery just, in your pocket.
I think
that
it
doesn't
just
weigh you
goes
down at all.
onto his pack. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. That's like one of those science fiction establishments that I actually think is really comical in the real world. That some things will just kind of magnetize to your back for easy transport.
Yep.
When in an actual military engagement, that would actually probably make putting anything on your back much harder.
Yeah.
Because anytime you walk past like a solid metal
bud.
wall, suddenly you cannot move.
Yeah, seriously. All right. Get some
Now let's
power.
do some Titan stuff.
Power at 2/3. Data core reinitialized. Ocular system online. Adjusting focus. Are you all right, pilot?
Are you all right, pilot?
I think so. Wait, did you just call me pilot?
Yes. The late Captain Lastimosa gave you the provisional rank of acting pilot. Congratulations on your promotion. You call me BT.
Congratulations on your promotion.
My systems are rebooting, but a third battery will accelerate the process. I will remain here.
That's a nice way of my saying, go get me a battery.
There's more level to level.
You may think you're a badass, but you've only begun.
Assist you through your helmet radio when possible.
So, I like this voice.
I do too,
I'm kind of
actually.
curious who this voice is. But immediately, and this is how I know that I'm greatly biased towards this channel, a part of my brain went, I wonder what this would sound like if this was Tren instead.
If this were Tren?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god, Tren would be great with that voice too. That's correct, you because you're ex-military, so you know that you can't just strap something onto your back automatically, and it just works. Oh, it doesn't weigh you down at all. It's fine.
Sorry, BT. I'm not going anywhere.
Well, I guess that's an assumption a lot of non-military creators make about the military as well, that part of your physical training means that whenever you are given anything to carry, you will never become encumbered.
Right, yeah.
Right?
It's like, have you ever met a human before?
Seriously. Glenn Steinbaum. I'm not familiar with Glenn
I'm not
Steinbaum.
familiar with this at all.
mapping systems have been restored.
Matthew Mercer, my mapping systems have been restored.
Landed us far off course from our original destination. We are located in hostile territory. Be careful, we cannot stay here long.
Yeah, that's a good point about the conversation tree in real time, Raskus.
We will have to improvise and adapt if we wish to survive.
Glenn Steinbaum's credits on IMDb include a voiceover in an episode of Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. The character Earl Fulton in Starfield.
Haven't run into Earl yet.
And Chameleon in the Amazing Spider-Man 2 video game.
Okay.
And a lot of other things that I do not know.
Interesting. Did you not ask the question, Mike, about how long you served with Lastimosa?
I was mostly just selecting the dialogue option that was under X.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine. No, I was just curious if there's sort of like, I don't care about your relationship with you. You're my Titan, mine. Pilot, I notice you don't use terms like shrimp on the Barbie. Can you explain the difference between yourself and my previous owner?
Query. Pilot seems to lack yeehaw.
Pilot, your suit has an emergency cloaking ability. This can help you survive dangerous situations.
I like the emergence. This will help you solve dangerous situations. And Mike's like, indeed. Also, this punch to the face will do the same thing.
Uh-huh.
Dangerous. Puh, like dangerous that.
I'm a hands-on kind of pilot.
Yeah. He's a hands-on
He's
pirate.
like, you don't need to fight all the time. And Cooper's like, but I like fighting. That's why I'm here.
Pilot, violence is not always the answer.
I just don't like dying, but I do like killing.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Can I not hack you?
He's just like bullet. No, punch to face. Oh no!
No! I too can be kicked.
Oh no! The karma is real. You have been kicked to the curb.
What do you mean other people are allowed to do sniping and or kicks? All right. Oh, hello. Let's go.
I was gonna say, I'm guessing close quarters is not exactly optimal use for the rocket.
Pilot, your suit has an emergency.
Rasta says you can hack the Spectres.
Survive dangerous situations.
There we go.
Or, as ever, with Cooper, you can just shoot it.
That's the only thing you can hack is the Spectres? Okay. Oh, this looks fine.
Let's go here.
BT, is there anyone alive on this ship?
No. Scans do not detect any life signs within the MCS James McAllen, but 90% of the lifeboats have been ejected. There is still hope.
That's a subtle good line, by the way, from BT there. The idea that to be able to take a step further and say there's no sign of life, but the lifeboats have been ejected, there is still hope. That hope line is a subjective, not important for I'm a typical robot voice, right? But it suggests something about the nature of how the programming has been done for BT, that it is a connection between robot and pilot, which is a human, and not just efficiency and, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It's not stating facts dryly, it's speaking to you in the way that it anticipates you will be able to understand, which I dig a lot.
You were quite right that it's cropped. I don't know why I kept...
Also, I know that Matt Mercer doesn't need any more gassing up, but I admire that he sounds so young in this recording. Even though this game came out when?
Titanfall 2 is like
late 2010s, right?
This game is closer to 10 years old than 5, is my recollection.
there we go. That should be better. Apologies again on the subtitle issues before.
I definitely didn't die. That was a glitch.
Yeah.
Also a glitch.
Yeah. The game does have some bugs associated with sudden falls. To be clear. 2016. Yeah, 7 years old. But still, though, I mean, it's not like Mercer now at the age of 70. Like, I mean, you know. Mercer's early 40s now, right?
Yeah, I think he's...
I have to assume
43, 44 something.
as with all celebrity questions, it's a weird thing to attempt to anticipate about a man I don't know, but
yeah,
I have to assume that he's in his late 30s, early 40s.
Ah.
If he isn't older than me, I know that I've not been accomplishing a great deal in my life.
Pilot, we must establish a neural link in order to proceed.
Hello, friend.
Please embark when ready.
Let's go!
All right, mech time. That's cool.
We're going to give this moment a bit of extra gravitas.
Yep.
Since we know that Cooper has wanted this for who knows how long.
And that, by the way, is excellent storytelling that shows you can do it, right? Without a lot of extra work.
Yeah. I think a lot of the Last of Us stuff.
Established. Rifleman Jack Cooper, you are now confirmed as acting pilot of BT-7274.
Might have really more been about get to the action.
Uphold the mission. Our orders are to resume Special Operation 217. Rendezvous with Major Anderson of the SRS.
Who will later show up in Mass Effect.
Incoming enemy forces. Protocol 3. Protect the pilot. Reinitializing critical systems. Vortex shield online. The vortex shield catches incoming rounds and missiles. Release the button to launch any captured objects back at the enemy.
These enemies are so cute at this age.
This is also a very good secondary tutorial that I dig a lot.
Yes.
Like, it is still engaging narratively while still going. This is your first opportunity. You really got to be in a Titan. So let's show you what you can do now.
The longer you hold down the button, the more locks you will achieve. Neuralink complete. Primary weapon control and motion link re-established. Pilot, enemy Titanfall detected. We will have to fight our way to safety. Get ready.
Sure about this?
Yes, trust me.
Yes, trust me. It's great.
I guess trust is how this works.
Mm-hmm.
Militia Titan spotted, chassis number BT-7274. Taking fire. Not bad, pilot. Not bad.
Enemy Titan down.
All right, better than not bad.
Combat effectiveness rating has increased.
Did I level up?
I detect more IMC salvage teams on the way. Our only chance of survival is to uphold our mission of rendezvousing with Major Anderson. Until then, you and I are on our own. Marking your HUD.
Mark that HUD.
I'm going the wrong way.
Pilot, when I said combat effectiveness, I may have to reassess.
Combat effectiveness and orienteering effectiveness are two different things.
That's true, that's true.
This Titan, BT-7274, says I'm his acting pilot. Whether I'm ready or not, I have to make this work, or I'm dead. My only chance of survival is to uphold Lastimosa's original mission. That means rendezvousing with his commanding officer, Major Anderson of the Militia's Special Recon Squadron, SRS. Another 60 clicks to go. All right. Blood and
Raska says,
rust.
who called it having chemistry instead of increased combat effectiveness?
Major Anderson.
So that is a chapter break.
Okay.
I will.
So yeah, we'll try to do the save game transfer, and I am also going to switch to. Let's see. Okay,
All right, we get to come out of share screen.
Yep.
From our current
I think, and then I'll have to make one quick adjustment, which is I can now put this. Actually, you know what? I'm so sorry that I made you do that. I think it would be better if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen and just like maybe cutting all the volume or whatever, because mine is, because that way I don't have to recapture, because your windows go back to full. You don't understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I will just put the Speculate Patreon up.
That makes sense.
And then share again.
Okay.
This would be a lovely opportunity then for Mike to talk up the Speculate Patreon, so people know what they're getting when they do the thing.
Although, just before you do that, did you put the thing in either Discord or Zoom?
No, I need to get out of here. There are too many windows happening for me to be able to do everything at once.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Hello, Geralt. That is right. You will see more of Geralt before you see Titanfall, which I have right here, as you can see. I'll cut that volume down. Speaking of volume being too high. Okay.
Settings, profile, save games. So, save games modified from 45 p.m. Loaded.
Well, let's just do that, please.
So it should be in the Dropbox, and it should be the one that is newer.
Okay.
If not, then I can delete the existing one and just upload mine again.
Okay, so let me do that right now. So we'll get this off. There is the Speculate thing whilst I fiddle with Dropbox stuff.
But yeah, on our Patreon, we have a number of bonus episodes over several years that are recommendations of TTRPGs. There are extra conversations between the three of us, or sometimes just one or two of us. A while back, I did an episode that was just a rundown of a bunch of different RPGs you could use to play Star Wars, including official Star Wars games and kind of non-associated games that make great Star Wars games, something like Going Rogue or Scum and Villainy. And if you are a patron at 12:01 a.m. Sunday, aka just after midnight tonight, you will get access to the full video of TBD Speculate miniseries, which we will be screening about 20-ish minutes of in our break leading up to our Candela Obscura block at 5. So if you're gonna take a break at some point, make sure to come back by 4:30 or so that you can watch that exclusive preview.
It's really rad.
And
I can't wait to talk to you more about it as we are getting up to that break. But for now, it is still a secret, so you can still watch us do Titanfall things instead.
And I'm just looking at a couple of things. Oh, I can't also look at that because it is currently here. So a reminder that pledges at the Patreon will also count toward our monetary goals and can add additional time of Titanfall action. And the great thing about that is that becoming a subscriber, that becomes money that we can count on over the course of time. And you get not just the opportunity to enter into the raffles that we have today, but you get the ongoing bonuses of being a supporter.
Yeah, which is access to a great deal of behind-the-scenes content, which for a great deal of our Speculate series includes additional works of fiction in the world of those settings, or GM prep from Mike for the games that Mike has been running, and all sorts of other cool stuff, which will include some things for TBD miniseries very soon as well. So it's a wonderful opportunity to not only consistently be a part of supporting Speculate, but also being a part of the fundraiser today as well. But if you are not in a position to make a long-term commitment to Speculate, donating via PayPal is just as valuable as well. Any assistance to get us to the place where we can continuously make better and more consistent content would actually be very helpful for us. So it doesn't matter if it's one time or consistent. If you like the stuff that we do, please be a part of the community so we can share more of it with you.
Absolutely. So I definitely had some rust that I had to scrape off with Titanfall, but I think that now we are all, or now both of Brandon and I are warmed up, and Greg is a frequent streamer and has just been playing an FPS in Starfield. So let's hope that we've reoriented him to the game enough that he can hit the ground running. And if not, we will continue to support him and encourage him just in the same way that as I leapt to my death, y'all were very good sports.
So where did you put, I can't seem to find the link that you put for the Dropbox. Did you put it in?
Okay. I thought that I was just putting it into the Dropbox.
But which Dropbox though? What are we talking about?
Is it one
shared, like a shared? Is it a shared?
It was the one that Brandon used, but let me go here and see if I can just do. I have sent it to you as a Discord DM, or it is currently sending.
Okay.
So savegame.sav, 24.59 megs.
Okay. Oh, okay. Discord. There we go.
And a reminder, if you are donating and providing proof of donation, please don't dox yourself. We really just need the amount and whatever attribution you would like, and enough other information from PayPal to know that it's a real thing, just for record keeping.
We trust you. We don't need to know what your credit card number is. Please don't do that.
We would rather photographic evidence of your credit card number not be on the internet as much as possible for your benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that can go.
And so,
also, especially because we're using both PayPal and Patreon, all you have to do is tell us that you did the thing and confirm the amount, and we will literally just check.
Yep.
Because I think the other thing is this command existed prior for Bag of Giving, where people were making donations to communities that we wouldn't be able to check their Patreon amounts.
Yeah.
But yes, for this, we do not need to know anything more than how much money you gave us.
Okay.
Did that file?
I think so.
Okay,
yep.
great.
Yeah. The
Oh no, Triffity Mats. This is still good information to share with the public. So thank you very much for the command. We will still end up using it every once in a while, just to remind everyone.
Yeah.
And of course, a reminder that the ! donated command in chat, plus the amount that you have donated, is a good way if you are in chat in Twitch to let us know that you've done the thing. And if you are on YouTube, you can just ping Greg on YouTube. I'm sure that is a thing that you can do, or you can just come over here on Twitch and ping us, and we will verify whenever we can. But yes, Triffity Mats, it is still a very good command, because sometimes people forget that not everything needs to be everyone else's business.
Yep. And while Greg is working, I will remind folks that at 5 p.m. Eastern today, we will have a special one-shot of the upcoming Darrington Press role-playing game Candela Obscura, which is this thing right here, which is a kind of investigative mystery / pulp horror action RPG. The one-shot I'm leading will be much more in that kind of pulp action with some horror elements area, because that's more my vibe, and it's something that I think can fit in the time that we have with a little bit more flexibility, because I can kind of accordion in, accordion out things. And we will be joined by Darcy Little Badger and Valerie Valdez as the additional players, along with Greg and Brandon, who are going to be PCs as well. And so we'll do that from about 5 to about 8, and I will just kind of adjust and dance and pivot behind the scenes if there are any kind of different time considerations, or we find ourselves, blazing through the plot very quickly, or dig in on a scene and then need to skip ahead. So if you want to see us do the actual play thing and you have not gotten to do so, or you love seeing us do actual play, then the 5 to 8 block is the one to keep in mind for that, after we have had what now looks like several hours of Titan action.
Yeah. And of course, this is the part where, again, I hype up the fact that Speculate, being a podcast made up almost primarily of speculative fiction writers as players, if you want to discover what a game like Candela Obscura looks like in play when piloted by folks who write fantasy on a regular basis and would like to tinker with some of the dark fantasy and horror elements of that system and see what that kind of story looks like, I think that this Candela Obscura one-shot would be a very wonderful opportunity to see what kinds of stories and how intensely focused those kinds of stories can be through this system. So if you have seen other people play Candela, I am willing to guarantee that the experience of watching us play it will be uniquely different in a way that is worth letting other people know that they should come and watch us do the thing. Especially since Chapter 3 on Critical Role has just recently been announced. And I'm like, I really like what they are doing, but I want to see what we can do with it as well.
Yeah, and one of the nice things about the way they're doing the Candela series is they stand alone from each other, and we're getting a different GM and a different cast each chapter. So we've already seen, okay, Spencer Stark's GMing style is very different from Matt Mercer's, and each of them have been able to, with their casts, present a different kind of take or a different flavor of the broad set of what Candela can do.
All right, let's see now. I think that we will see whether this actually worked.
Okay. Shall I stop sharing my screen?
No.
Okay.
Because that way I was like, maybe no. Okay. So we've got the 60 clicks to go thing. Oh, but I probably need, well, no, I guess I don't need to share with you. No, actually, yeah. Are you folks able to watch me on Twitch rather than me resharing? Because it just struck me, if I share with you,
the audio will be desynced. Right, because your audio is going to go into OBS and then it's going to come out of Twitch later.
Right.
Or the video is going to come out later. We're going to get the audio immediately, right?
Pilot, the IMC will continue
well,
to search for
so
us.
so right now, like,
Is to rendezvous with Major Anderson.
I think the latency will be pretty low, actually. Like, for chat, it'll be good, but the latency for you will be pretty low. Let's try it out and see. Otherwise, yeah, I can share the screen with you also. The issue is that it's going to change. Actually, it might not make a difference now that I think of it, because I can, if I'm sharing with you, it's the same. So hold on a second. Let me see if I can just do that.
Yeah, like,
so
it's probably...
I have more faith in your PC than I have in mine.
It's more important that the viewers get a good experience. So if it's going to be choppy sharing with us, then yeah, I would rather just get your audio and know that I'm going to watch a little bit delayed.
Okay, so there's this. Let me see if... Okay, now, if I do share screen, full screen. Okay. So, how are we looking at sound? First of all, can you, Brandon and Mike, hear that?
I cannot hear the game.
Yes, you may have to, in your screen share settings, enable sound.
No, I did enable sound.
Is it because I am still screen sharing?
Yeah, maybe unscreen yourself. Maybe unshare yourself now.
Yep.
Aha, yes. It works.
You can now hear it?
It just works. Yeah.
Okay. So I just have to quickly recapture.
Mm-hmm.
And
while the recapturing is happening, I want to ask Mike a random question, since they were the ones that communicated with Shannon about our new logo. I would like to ask if we could make enamel pins of elements of the new logo. What do you think we should do first? The overall logo or just the A in Speculate?
I would love to get an overall like full logo enamel pin, because I think that would be very cool. We're gonna get the kind of square podcast cover version that is solidified, so we could do that as a square pin. We could probably also work with Shannon and get like a version of this logo that we see that is like tweaked a little bit into a shape that makes sense for a pin.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think a pin would be rad. I think it would make good merch.
Okay. All right. So now I think chat can see Brandon and Mike, and they can also see me, and Brandon and Mike can hear things, and so on we go. Yes, and please.
There are so many me's now.
Yeah. There was a lot going on. Okay. Right. Now you should be able to
seeing myself in Zoom.
Yes, that's right. But chat is not. So that's the biggest thing.
Yeah. The video on stream looks good to me.
Okay. Cool. All right, lovely. On we go. So where are we? Yes. Okay. I can do better than that. Okay, that's actually fine. Make your way to Major Anderson. Okay, now I actually get to know about the commands. Right. Ground control.
3-2. We're taking heavy casualties down here. Any militia forces, please assist. We've suffered heavy losses.
Aha. The good guys.
Got a friendly Vanguard class Titan. Is that BT? Good to see you, Captain. We could use some help.
You got some.
Enemy Titan down.
Well,
Enemy Titan in sight.
Everyone in this theater of war thinks that you're Elastigos. That's gonna be.
No, they meant Captain Cooper. Good to see you.
Militia Titan down.
All that work to get batteries, now they're batteries just like they're going out of style. Yeah, it's like, oh, here's another battery. And there's another battery.
I'm gonna take this opportunity for a quick bio break.
Okay.
I'm just getting distracted by your crappy shooting.
Probably true. No need for that. Oh, whoop, I hit the wrong button.
You're just getting lucky.
Getting lucky, really. Luck that. core. Oh no, don't hit the wall with the burst core.
Enemy Titan down. Enemy Titan down.
Okay. I need to get some health. Which, okay, right. Just run over it. Right, I knew that.
Vanguard Titan acquired.
It was bad.
Militia Titan down.
Really gotta get better with that vortex shield.
Ready. Enemy Titan down.
If I get that. Something about, oh no, and then you stop speaking. Ooh, what do we have here? We have Titan loadout, tone.
This Titan weapon is an advanced design and may
Okay.
give us a tactical advantage.
Alright, I like tactical advantages. Semi-auto cannon, okay.
I think somebody's in love.
A human's concept of love requires admiration, attraction, devotion, and respect. Conclusion. I am 50% in love. Pilot,
Okay.
with the tone loadout, we can lock onto
that's
enemies
great.
and target them with tracking rockets. This will be useful in direct combat.
Just making sure. Nope.
Salvo core ready.
Oh my gosh.
Enemy Titan down.
There we go. Enemy Titan is down. That's what I like to see.
Pilot, our path through this facility is blocked by a flow regulation gate. There should be a control interface nearby.
I'll work on that. Oh, I have to disembark. It's the worst part. It's where you have to get out of the mech.
Yeah.
All right, first of all, let me get rid of these guys that are shooting at me and taking pot shots. Who's shooting at me? Who's shooting at me? Who's shooting at me? Wherever you are, I'm going to eliminate you first, and then I will disembark. Oh, yes, fine.
I sure hope that got him.
Yeah, and then an eerie silence. Right.
Pilot's gonna be there somewhere. Check your angle.
There was a... I saw something else. There was a thing up here.
You've got enemies in it.
Shoot, what's the melee again?
It was F for me.
Anyone have a visual?
Okay.
Not over here. Stay alert.
Yep. That's F, all right.
Pilot to press. Don't let him escape.
such a good melee.
Firestar, huh? Oh, wait. I almost switched that over to rocket, which, although it's fine. Get out of here.
That. I sure hope the rocket.
Okay. Don't know enough about the guns to know which is better and which is worse.
I think an automatic rifle is probably hard to beat right now.
Yeah, okay. Well, pleasant. Oh, hi.
Visual lost on target.
Visual gained on target for a moment. Uh-oh. Am I out of ammo?
You might need to grab their weapon.
I guess that's what I have to do. Yep.
It looks like you traded your rocket launcher for that.
No, I don't think so. Well, oh, maybe back there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the archer. It's the rocket launcher.
Right, so let me grab that, and let me switch that, and that's the thing I'm switching out. Right. Wonderful. Okay. Hi. You're dead. The fact that he keeps like shooting up there, I'm always like, what is he looking at? What are you looking at? What?
10-0.
I'm engaging
Oh, hi.
hostile infantry.
Keep that fire contained. Target lost.
Hazardous waste pumps now filtering. Automated testing facility. Zone 1.
Contact. We are under attack.
I also use a shotgun here. Okay.
There's those controls.
Oh, charming. This seems fine.
I love that grenade.
Yeah, that grenade's pretty cool. Target definitely lost. You're right about that. Okay. It's actually a pretty good range on this shotgun.
12-14.
12-14. All right.
Going up there to do the thing? Looks like it.
I have to get used to not having my boost pack
Our path through this facility is blocked by a flow regulation gate. There should be a control
that I have in
interface
Starfield where I
nearby.
maxed it out. So like basically I'm just the
Oh.
Mandalorian, and I can't do that here. Ah, down there, yes. Anyone?
Looks good.
Maintenance override engaged. Opening flow regulation gate.
Flow regulation gate.
Toxic fumes dispersing in main chamber.
Oh, that seems bad.
Activating control room safety airlock procedures.
Oh, okay. Right, I'm safe in here. That's the
safety
point.
airlock has sealed you in the control room.
Okay.
You must find another way out.
What? I don't want to
You
have find
no
another way
choice but
out.
to split up.
No.
No splitting up.
I don't want to.
Split up. Sounds risky.
Given our dire circumstances, this is a risk worth taking.
Oh, damn it. Stop being so sensible, BT. But I don't want to split up. I don't want to. That's what emotionally matters.
I am tracking your location. Recommend you seek an exit.
You got it, BT. You do the same.
Copy that, pilot.
Oh, shoot.
This looks like a way you can go.
Hi.
We got a hostile pilot. Repeat, hostile.
Oh, no. That got too close to me, apparently.
Yep.
Oh, no. That is not sporting at all. Kraber, huh?
The
Oh, the pistol.
the ambient soundtrack we're getting is so great and tense.
Yeah, really, yeah. Auto. Ooh, Spitfire.
So I only know a lot of these weapons because of Apex Legends, and while I'm not very familiar with them, they're having watched other people play Apex Legends convinces me that there are some weapons that are actually very, very good. So if you are fond of snipers, the Kraber is actually solid.
Looks like you're in a wall run, right?
Wall run, yeah. Although I have to remember how to do that. All right.
You automatically run when you hit it, yeah.
There we go.
That guy doesn't sound stable.
Agreed. Scans indicate the source is somewhere in this facility.
Okay.
We should not waste time here.
Kane. I wonder if he'll be able to do anything. I'll be here all week.
Ooh.
I want to know about this. Oh, yeah. So
yeah.
we had a
You gotta
glitch
get to
there.
the other wall,
So
right?
yeah.
Oh, it's the glitch.
The glitch happens
Yeah.
sometimes. You know.
That jumping
The
glitch.
infamous glitch where we thought we were jumping and then we weren't.
What we have here, my IMC and militia friends, is a failure to communicate. And that's okay. That's okay. It's all good.
Oh.
I think maybe that one was just doing their job.
That guy doesn't sound stable.
I just sort of was like,
you.
there's a guy standing on a platform. That's all that matters.
We should not waste time here.
Yeah, I see. I should know this from Jedi and from not Starfield, but with all the Jedi stuff.
Yeah, they do a little bit of kind of implicit pathing for you with the wall movements.
Ooh, been spotted.
Now there is one of those snipers there if you'd like.
I
Yes, Brandon.
love snipers. Is that the crate? You're not talking about the
Yeah.
Kraber. Are you talking about the Kraber?
I believe Brandon was.
Oh. Yeah, I'm kind of partial to snipers. Ever since the Black Widow in Mass Effect, yeah. Okay.
You have to commit to your shots because, again, sniper, but it just kind of passes through people's skulls in a way that is very satisfying.
Okay, so wait a second. So that's... Oh, but that's the only... I can only rotate...
Yeah, you get... because you get pistol and then 2 slots, which is not a lot.
Man. Tempting. I'm still going to go with the sniper. I heard it also from somewhere. I mean, it's not... Yeah, alright. So what I really need to do is pistol. Speaking of which, where is my pistol?
3?
No, I don't have...
Should be 1 or 3, I thought. Okay, maybe there's only 2 slots.
Yeah, I don't... That sucks, because I don't... I really...
I wager that if they are going to have you go 1v1 with Titans, there will be another anti-Titan weapon nearby.
Yeah, so it makes sense to get the Kraber then instead. Alright.
Yeah, the Kraber and the... semi-auto.
Oh. Hey, look at Sniper McSniper face. No, you shoot like this. That's how you do it.
A whole lot of impact on that.
Yeah, and I think part of the gunplay thing we're talking about is related to the whole, like, the punch of it. Like, it feels punchy. You know, and... Oh, shoot! That's not sporting at all! Bye-bye. Alright.
This is Raccoon 3, 9th Militia Fleet.
What's up, Raccoon 3?
Facility. The IMCF's new mechanized infantry. We're trapped.
Pilot, I'm detecting friendly militia forces along your path. They may need assistance.
I mean, the friendly malicious forces that just...
It's friendly neighborhood militia.
Just reinforcing things a little, I guess.
Don't bring a sniper rifle to a knife fight. Exactly, Big Boss. Good to see you, Big Boss, and welcome everybody as we continue our Speculate fundraiser. And okay, good. Oh, that was a okay. I just wanted to show you how not to do that. So that's just an example. You definitely don't want to do that. That's a that would be a mistake. That'd be an error.
Yeah. One of the things that they don't teach you in militia training is how to swim.
Right. I always thought that was funny in the Batman and the Arkham games too, that the minute you hit the water you just like insta-die, and I'm like, Batman does not know how to swim. Like, I think that would be part of the general mix. Is this a wall run?
You might be able to wall run it, yeah.
Is it? Is that wall flat?
Yeah, it is. It's enough.
Captain, I see something moving by the pipe.
What's flat?
Eyes up. It's a
Hey, it's
friendly
me.
pilot. Captain, we got a friendly militia pilot. Hold your fire. He's SRS. Look at his helmet.
Hey guys, what's up? Sergeant Bab.
Good to see a friendly pilot, sir. Our squad is taking a beating.
Yeah?
They can use some help up ahead.
All right, I'm here to help. Do you have a Titan? Do you have a spare Titan? You know? Uh-oh, that sounds bad. You else want to be smart in there? There's a pistol.
I think that's a carbine.
Oh, what the frick?
Oh, that's
Terminator moment. Yeah.
when that started happening. I was like, oh right, that moment. Those things are tough.
Yeah, very tough. So this thing is a L star. Ooh, okay, all right. Just picking up what you're putting down. Okay, you're the good guys.
Reinforcements on your six. About time.
Ooh, hey, I think it's time for some snipering. Nope, I missed. All right, nope, not the time for it. Oh, that's bad.
Oh, they keep shooting when they go down, which is terrifying.
Stop. Stop moving, I said. I need to do this from a distance, not when they're closing in. Where are you?
You may need to get across there and flank them.
Oh, peek again. Goodbye. All right. Can I? Oh, it's still radioactive. Radioactive.
Attention, there is a deceased prowler in subjunction 3A, requesting immediate removal.
Oh, it wall ran me. That's interesting. Alternator. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Oh, hey. Good.
I honestly don't remember those things being quite so nasty in the multiplayer.
Yeah, these guys are no joke. Okay. Oh, that's great. I'm sure that I'm not going to have to go down there in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You could try hacking them. Oh, really? Well.
I feel like we've been walking for days.
Do you require rest?
No.
Good. There is no time for rest. We must uphold the mission.
What if I said yes, BT? What then? Okay.
Can you wall run and jump up to that higher one?
Wall run from where, though?
Either the thing you're up against or that middle thing.
Maybe wall run from this? Oh, God. Okay. Don't be bad. Okay. Woo. Oh, shoot. That looks exactly the same as what I was already on.
Well, yeah, maybe you just need to get around to there.
Okay.
No, I think you do need to get up a layer.
There's like a collectible too, but this seems like the logical place to go. But
yeah, I bet if you jump.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Up here. Oh no! Okay, there we go. Right. We're all fine, thanks. How are you? I did not think I could wall run on that. Mm-hmm. Hi. Visual this.
Eyes on the suspect. 20 meters out. Hostile spotted. Switch behind. Stay down. Thermite out.
Whoops, 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 that was a mistake.
Now filtering automated testing facility.
Okay.
Zone 2.
Right, there we go.
Exploding their thermite in their face.
Mhm. Right. Another one of you jerks is over here. Right.
Can you get up in that right-hand window? You can just go around.
We got... Oh, okay. You talking about the one up there? Yeah. Oh, we got a turret, I think, is what that is.
Yeah, you may have to go through that that passageway and get up around on them.
Okay.
So I got word that there's some Vanguard-class Titan and an SRS pilot taking out my IMC support. Whoever you are.
Yes.
Not bad at all, my friend. I just hope you're better than the last one I killed.
That's cute, Kane. I don't even know if my melee does anything against those the robot guys. Okay. Yeah, actually. Yeah, I wasn't feeling that particular pistol. There we go.
Engaging militia forces. Frag incoming.
Kaboom! Oh, the punch on the, like... There we go.
Exterior drainage pumps switched to
I
primary
am
system.
almost out of ammo. But not anymore. Hi. Jeez. I knocked that person's helmet directly off their head. Alright.
come in. There's a Vanguard class Titan in the facility. I think it's SRS. You think it's SRS? All Vanguards are SRS.
Ooh, okay.
If you can't handle the job, I will. Just leave it to good old Kane to clean up your mess. I am deadweight.
Okay. There's that. That's great. Wonderful. All right. Oh, lovely. What?
I think it's out of range.
Hazardous waste pumps now filtering automated testing facilities. 3.
Haha. There's a range there somewhere. You do have a lot of fire stars to throw. Yeah.
Pilot, exercise caution.
Oh, thanks, BT.
You too, BT. Where are you?
I'm following the stream of sludge. The current is strong up ahead, suggesting an
Yeah, because I
exit.
think you switched to frag grenades actually. So you still have fire stars.
Oh, did I? This is like... Okay. Right. Oh, lovely. Okay, gotta go back left.
I love how the wall running and double jumping means that you kind of have to reorient your brain how to look at
Yep.
levels.
Reminds me a little bit of the game Ghost Runner. I don't know if you've ever played
Pilot,
that, but...
our paths will intersect just up ahead.
Yeah,
Great.
that
Sounds
robot's
good.
fine.
You're doing your job.
Scans indicate
Keep up the good work.
IMC security forces. Prepare yourself, pilot.
Great. Prepare myself. It's the most useful... Yellow alert. What does that mean? Prepare myself for what? Just things. Just prepare yourself for things. Oh, that's great. That's
Be on the lookout for things you should be on the lookout for.
yeah. Be hyper aware.
It's good to see you, buddy.
It is good to see you too, pilot. The controls to deactivate the sludge flow are in the next chamber, marking your HUD.
Hi.
Love to
Oh.
sludge flow.
Okay, you're still fine.
Nothing like the flow of sludge.
What exactly are you doing?
I don't know.
Cleaning the window, I guess.
He's just like, he's like rocking it down. All right. Well, why should I take away from someone's joy? There's another guy. I saw that checkpoint game. I saw that.
Sludge down to Electric Avenue.
I'll take it higher.
Who originally sang that song?
Oh God, is this the all right.
I guess that's why they pay
Not gonna spoil it for chat, but this is the section I think it is. We're in trouble because oh my God.
All right, scrubs, enough's enough. I'm coming down.
Was any grant? Okay, cool.
Nope. No, I should have cloaked there or done something other than what I did.
Well, that's what the checkpoint's for.
Yeah, yeah.
IMC security forces. I guess that's why they pay me $3. You want something done right? You do it yourself. All right, scrubs, enough's enough. I'm coming down.
You were the one doing that to me before, and I didn't like it. All right.
Good snap fire.
Mm-hmm.
Negative, no visual, 10-0. Fire until kill confirmed. Thermite grenade, yes!
What?
Do we have visual? Visual!
Did not have visual at all.
Got visual! He's there!
Wow, that was so clever. You rolled forward and right into my bullet. That was, you do need backup. You didn't get it. Needed backup. Past tense. You
We
needed
will need to
backup.
deactivate the sludge flows in order to regroup. I have marked the controls on your HUD.
On your HUD. Okay.
Grenades, good.
Overriding
have
pump
a,
filter system. Emergency
A Titan
shutdown
duel
initiated.
soon.
Yeah. Oh god, it's the ticks. I knew it. Oh my god. This section, I'm here to tell you, chat, is brutal.
What's the issue with the
I
second
can't
example?
believe I got this level. Oh god, help me. Because of those things! Ah, I hate these things so much.
They are interfering with my targeting system.
Oh, look,
Yes,
it's
I noticed, BT. I noticed.
It's exploding.
Just shoot.
Blind firing into my pilot's combat zone would be a violation of Protocol 3.
Oh, for the love of God. I don't care about violation of Protocol 3. I want you to kill these things. These things absolutely suck.
Pump shutdown sequence at 40%.
Ah! I hate these things so much. This is all the part where the profanity comes out. It's the tick's profanity has arrived. More ticks. That's what I want, is more ticks.
Fix profanity drops. I will also check the profanity box.
Yeah. And that sound keeps going because you're like, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? You speed up this pump thing, please. Ticks at will. Oh, yeah, that's great. Ticks at will. That's what I want. Ticks at will. That's great. I'm dead.
Pump shutdown sequence
I'm not
at
dead.
50%.
Keep moving.
No, I hate this level with such a passion I cannot even explain. Not the whole level, just this part of the level.
Yeah, that arena.
Oh, they did? That's interesting. I didn't know that there was a cutscene midway through. That's promising, or more promising. Oh, great. Oh my god, I'm very dead! Very dead!
Pump shutdown sequence at 50%.
Good evasion.
Pump shutdown sequence at 80%.
Hurry it up!
Pump shutdown sequence at 90%.
Hurry up! Pump sequence at 100%. Checkpoint BT comes in.
Pump shutdown sequence complete.
Visual contact reestablished. established with pilot. Commencing supporting fire. Danger close. Sonar pulse activated.
Back across there.
Shoot, shoot, shoot. Sorry. Crazy
I am
jumping.
engaging hostile infantry.
There you go.
Hold on one sec. What? What? Sure. Salmon poke bowl and ice cream. Sure. You can get me something like a sundae or something. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a salmon poke bowl. Okay. Right. That's right. Yep.
Pilot, that was a difficult battle.
Brown
You
rice.
handled yourself well. I have noted it for the record.
Thanks, honey.
I have identified an exit on this side. This way.
Okay. Well, we did it somehow.
Protocol 2. Uphold the mission. Our orders are to resume Special Operation 217. Rendezvous with Major Anderson of the SRS.
The first time it took me, like, I can't even tell you how many times to get through that tick thing. Kane.
You were not invited to Kane's party.
All right.
And that's why you're dead. Well. Another runaway hero. With an SRS Vanguard.
Sorry, it's a long
class
chapter,
Titan.
folks.
Woo! Now we're talking. Bring it knife to a knife fight.
Let's get this party started, scrub.
Pilot, avoid any pools of thermite. They cause heavy damage.
All right.
Walk away, scrub, just walk away. It's a matter of time before I see you out of that cockpit anyway.
All right, so your ult is ready.
Yep, I see it. I just need to find where. Whoa, what happened? Oh, there we go.
Go ahead. Kate can take a few hits. I can keep going all day and all night. But you, you gotta sleep sometime.
You have human limits. I, on the other hand, am a
I do
video
not have human limits.
I'm so going to enjoy taking that Titan from you, scrub.
Need some help real soon.
Thanks for the heads up. Oh, get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way. Okay. Right. Oh. Whoopsie. Stick.
Excessive damage. Warning.
Where'd you go?
Detecting hull damage.
Maybe unnecessary
Our
overkill.
reactor is unstable. Replacement, well done, pilot. Kane's helmet radio is still intact. We should retrieve it.
Right.
Disembark.
Yeah. Disembark. No.
We need reinforcements in the tunnel. Kane, how copy? Over. Come in, Kane.
Kane won't be answering now.
Yep.
Kane, do you read? Our ground squads are down.
Oh, I read.
And now you're in their comms.
Oh, is that what's left? BT,
Yeah, BT was about to explode, but then you won the fight.
Copy. Got myself 3 captured militia. What should I do with them?
Just kill him.
Oh, how could you do that?
I'm on my way. Slow now.
We're just
The
establishing
ability
that
to
these
decrypt
folks are
enemy
very bad.
communications has a strong history in warfare. This will work to our advantage. In order to survive, we must keep moving.
I felt better, pilot. Yeah, all right, let's go. Whew. All right, Cooper's logbook. So I'll read this and then hand it over to Brandon. My neural link with BT is improving. I managed to kill Kane, a mercenary working for the IMC. Now we're back on track towards the rendezvous point in search of Major Anderson. We're still being hunted, but now that we've got Kane's helmet radio, we can at least eavesdrop on enemy communications. Into the abyss.
Major Anderson went this way. It could be a shortcut to the rendezvous point. I recommend we proceed.
I recommend I quit because I should now have a checkpoint here. Or not quit, but actually, yes, close. Quit. Right. Okay. All right. So far, so good. All right. Let's get the save point over. And while I'm switching that, we can talk a little more about the fundraiser. Well, I'm about to bring this over to Brandon.
So
many changes in the fundraiser as a result.
So as a reminder, our initial goal for today is 1,000 USD, which will let us match the rate that we had in the last year of more frequent podcast releases. Those funds help us pay for audio editing, as well as like website hosting and things like commissioning the new logo that we just showed off earlier today and the suite of material that goes with it. And every $200 that we raise today unlocks a giveaway, and we have giveaways up through $2,000. 2,000 is our kind of stretch goal, and at $2,000 we'll have the funds to be able to commission folks to do some more video editing for us, so that we can do some live shows and some other shows that are like taped and then edited with like music added and kind of edited for like precision and, you know, tightening things up, where sometimes we'll have a little bit of a slow moment at the table because we're figuring something out, but ultimately the overall story that's being told, we don't need to show all of that downtime. And a lot of groups that do actual play are using more and more video editing, and it's an area we'd like to have the flexibility to expand into. So you can donate at paypal.me/MikeRUnderwood, which is the specifically Speculate Patreon that I manage. And we also have patreon.com/speculate, where you can become a subscriber there and get a bunch of other extras, including access to the full first episode of the actual play miniseries that we are going to give a preview of here in about a couple of hours.
Okay, so that is set. So I'm going to send a link via Discord to you, Brandon. Oh, nope, not the save game itself. I want the link, please, the link. Copy Dropbox link. There we go. This is always the part where I tell the story about how when I was a kid, well, I actually wasn't a kid, but when I was much younger, I used something called Window Power before Microsoft Windows even got 3.1 got installed or anything. Because I was like, who's going to need multiple windows on a computer at the same time? Oh, man. Laugh so you don't cry. All right. Okay, the link is now to the save game is in your DM that I just sent you in Discord, Brandon. Okay.
Right, or I am just barely old enough to remember the big old floppy disks that were hard disks, or the hard disks that were floppy before we got to like the smaller floppy disks, and zip drives and all of these old physical media formats that we used to store data now are years and decades ago, and now we're just sending dozens of megabytes like it's no big deal.
Yep.
And then several many terabyte drives and all that good stuff.
Yep. It is true facts. Okay, those windows will get fixed in just a minute, Chad, as soon as the sharing begins on Brandon's end. Yes, and in the meantime, if you want to see more of this game being played after Candela Obscura, we're going to be playing right now up until 4:30, but if you want to see more of that, then we will humbly request and need more of the Patreon support as well. Speculate support, which includes both Patreon support and direct donation. We're at 137.74. At 200, we will have our first giveaway, by the way. And we will also be able to extend beyond. Right now, we are going until, I believe it is till 9 o'clock is what we have set for Titanfall 2 at the moment. But we will go further with that, the more donations that we're able to get. Right now, Brandon is going to be playing the next level in a minute, but please donate now and support us as we continue to move forward with this. And now the save, that is done. So now we've got that going on, which means we are now, I think, going to be moving on to Brandon's version of this, as Brandon is sent into the abyss, which I'm sure is fine. Actually, Brandon has got the easy part now. Continue, I think you want, right? No, you want...
Yeah, it's continue that I want. I just wanted to make sure that it did in fact, well, I guess, no.
Oh, definitely not that.
So
if my read of...
This is right. Yep, this is right, Brandon.
Right, cool. Yes.
Go
I
ahead.
managed to kill Kane.
Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Oh, if the walkthrough that I'm looking at is correct, then the next chapter after this is an especially famous one, which I will get to replay.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I think I know the one you were referring to.
I've seen all of this, but I'm trying to remember. Do you mean the one with the prefab houses? Is that the one that you're looking forward to?
I am thinking of the other famous one that does some science fiction-y stuff.
Oh, right. That happens in this and not the first one, right? Yeah.
Major Anderson went this way.
But the
It
prefab...
could be a shortcut to the rendezvous point. I recommend
Is also
we
cool.
Yeah, that level is also really good.
Right. Cool. I need to get rid of this Kraber very soon, but let us continue. More Titanfall 2. Okay, I am going with you.
Pilot control initiated.
Yeah, no, Brandon. Only some people here had to fight freaking explosive tick things without BT. You just get to hang out in your awesome robot.
What is this place?
Accessing files. Unknown.
Thanks a lot, BT.
What are we doing here, BT?
We must proceed through this facility and continue to the rendezvous point with Major Anderson. It is our only chance of survival.
Ash, this is Blisk. A copy, over.
This is Ash. Go ahead.
Gain is not responding. I think our militia pilot's trying to be a hero. He's got to be headed your way. Kill him.
Understood. Ash out.
I am cold and unfeeling.
Who's Blisk?
He is a war criminal, wanted by the militia, commonly employed by the IMC. Blisk was responsible for the death of my previous pilot, Captain Lastimosa.
Yeah, I was there when that happened. You must have thought I was asleep. I wasn't. Oh, this is the prefab houses.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Cool. This is gonna be delightful for me. Asterisk.
Smash boom, smash boom, smash boom. Like that, just each punch is just each gunshot is just smack, smack, smack. One shot. You've heard of one shot, one kill, Chad. Have you heard of one shot, 6 kills?
Whoop.
Oh, we had a glitch there? Oh.
The wall glitched me.
Yeah, yeah. The wall reached out and just punched you in the face.
It is really weird that EA would be like, you know what makes sense? We should have this company that does this kind of amazing storytelling through level design, kinetic movement. Let's have them not make single player games.
Yeah, I mean,
Call yourself a pilot? It's an embarrassment, all like.
The levels in Apex Legends are cool,
Warning, detecting hull damage.
but this is something else.
and as I recall, I mean, I don't think I ever played the first Titanfall, but Titanfall was just multiplayer, right? I think.
Yeah, the first one was all multiplayer. So, one thing that people were speculating with the kind of, oh, what's going on with Titanfall, was that maybe a Titan mode would get added to Apex Legends.
Oh,
which is probably the easiest thing for them to do, right? Take this kind of platform live service game that's already successful and then put something into it that will fold Titanfall fans back into the player base.
It'd be nice to be able to walk and chew gum since they finished Jedi Survivor's done. You think that they could focus a little bit on they're doing Apex, whatever, but how about a Titanfall 3? I mean,
Yeah, I guess
7 years ago, that's not like it's right around the corner since it came out.
Yeah, I wonder if the studio is big enough to be working on the third Jedi game, Apex Legends, and something else.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they could be if EA decided to throw some resources their way, but...
Firing salvo core.
Ah, the salvo core. Which I decided to use after Kane was already dead. It's like, I'm going to salvo core you into oblivion. Nice, there you go.
let's drink some battery juice.
It gives me such, like, seeing the little ones there, like, kind of back and forth, the brutes. This gives me such Mech Warrior, old school Mech Warrior 2 vibes from way, way back in the day of what they look like. But as you say, these ones have much more of a Pacific Rim feel because of the nature of the connection between the robot, between the mech and the Titan and the user, the pilot.
Good work, pilot. Your skills are greatly improving.
I don't believe you, BT, but I'll take you at your word.
That salvo core was expertly deployed, TIE pilot. Have a brute weapon.
Okay, cool. So I got a Scorch, this is grenade launcher. Giant termite grenades, ignite impact area, and the brute. Rocket launcher, 4 rockets at once.
Oh, vertical takeoff.
What am I using right now?
I think it's like Vanguard class because as you go through the game, you kind of switch the loadouts, right?
Pilot, this loading dock's cargo lift offers a shortcut through the facility. Check your HUD for the control panel.
Another shortcut?
Trust me.
How do I do the HUD thing?
Is it? I don't actually remember if it's M or tab.
Tab. That way. Okay, cool. Do I need to get out of you to do this?
Raise the cargo lift.
We cannot proceed through this facility without the cargo lift.
Yeah.
I marked your HUD with the location of the controls.
Why did you take cover in the direction of the frag grenade, friend?
Also, why was he yelling at himself? There's nobody with him. Take cover, everyone! Like, what? He dove on the grenade to save his non-existent friends.
I'm just going to gloss over all of the cargo whose lives are being fed to your guns for the cause of the IMC.
Clearly, the IMC is so evil that they would,
Transferring Titan to asset reassignment.
Kappa 3, I have located a security breach. Loading dock 13.
Oh, well.
Kappa 3 en route.
Now we've done it.
Pilot, I cannot free myself. Cooper.
What am I supposed to do in this instance? I don't know how to help you.
The only answer was to sacrifice yourself. Got to activate the cargo lift and keep after him, I think is what happens. Yep, pursue BT.
Okay.
4
BT-7274 emergency burst feed. Mission, regroup with Pilot Koopa. Find Major Anderson. Caution, hazardous mechanical environment. Status, unable to break free from manipulator arm. Action, initiating attempt number 35. Failed. Initiating attempt number 36. Failed.
Oh, man.
Glad to know you're very persistent, BT.
Looks like the automated security in this place has picked up a Titan. That's work for us.
Anyone have visual? Negative or visual?
No, I was trying to punch you.
I like that. And then the completely non sequitur tip. It's like slide helps you get to cover. Like thanks.
I need assistance.
Looks like the automated security in this place has picked up a Titan. That's work for us.
What?
Oh,
I forgot there's nothing behind me. I glitched backwards.
Pilot, I need assistance.
Looks like the automated security in this place has picked up a Titan. That's work for us.
Sound of those shells hitting the ground.
Lost visual.
There you go.
Okay. Ooh,
Oh,
the infamous Mozambique pistol.
Spread triple barrel pistol.
It is a shotgun pistol. I don't think anyone's ever attempted that in real life.
Shot a pistol gun shot thing.
Am I just trading the scope? Okay. So, which way am I going? Oh, I forgot that this is a thing that you can do when you have no idea which way you should be running.
If you read me, I'm being taken to this facility's substation.
Are we headed in the right direction?
Think. Cause you had to. Did you jump up there? So.
I followed all of the walls that I could and it took me here. But then I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go down or not.
Probably have to go down, I think, but... Ah.
Cool.
Success.
Good. This is very daunting.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that it does the thing where it can basically predict the ghost, movement.
Yeah, it gives you a suitable route to take, which I guess is good design if you're not, mentally equipped to just start
Right.
moving in a direction. They tell
Right.
you, okay, this is the best place to go, which is very useful.
Yeah, Raskus points out this is a very platforming heavy level. Oh, nice.
Because this is precisely, so I like this level visually.
Destroy it.
It does things that I think are cool and interesting with this whole, this is where it's making prefab houses. But I am not equipped.
I'm not paying you to be clever. Scuttle that place if you have to, eh? Let's go.
I am not equipped to know what I'm supposed to do next.
Yeah, it's one of those things that really does, like, it's when you come across this level, you start being like, oh, this is not just your standard, you know, shoot 'em up.
This facility was built to kill. I'm sure I can take advantage of that fact if I have to.
Ash, that place is not your bloody playground. I'm not paying you to be clever.
Okay, so I'm not going that way either. Okay, cool. Let's just ask the ghosts.
Yeah, well, Brandon is not experiencing the FPS that we are. This is a consequence of the share. Brandon, I think, more or less is fairly normal. Like the FPS is probably pretty normal for you, right, Brandon? I would assume.
It is. It's actually running quite well for me.
Yeah.
And I hate that it isn't for everyone else.
Yeah.
But suffice it to say, there was no other option.
So in just a minute, chat, we're going to talk a little bit about what that $200 level is going to bring. So stay tuned.
Oh, did we hit 200?
Not yet. But we're going to be, we want to incentivize it. We think we're going to swap out the 200 with the $400 level, which, never mind what that means, Brandon, but you'll see when you hear it.
No, that grenade is not supposed to roll back down. Ow. Ow. Did someone hit me? Someone hit me.
Someone definitely hit you.
Oh, you got flanked, yeah.
At least I respawn on the ground. Nope, you're too close.
Just deploy to the prefab factory. That's clearly the place where we need.
Whoa.
Yep.
Don't zombie here.
Yep. The power of zombie compels you.
That is not everybody. I am hearing people.
Ah, that subtle music just comes in.
Ow, that guy turned into juice.
Yes. This laser machine gun is We just talk for a minute about the idea of a laser machine gun. Like,
yeah.
I will shoot multiple bursts with the power of my machine gun laser.
Yeah, let's make a weapon that can incinerate a human in 2 blows and then make it semi-auto.
Yeah, we need to be a semi-automatic laser obliteration device.
What if the excessive murder weapon, but more?
Exactly. With all the drones
Wait, no,
these days.
this is a bad idea. Why am I coming over here?
Yeah, I know, T. But let's see if we can keep this, keep that right where it is in Fantasyland, right? Not reality. My goodness. Yeah, it looked like you were on target, and then you jumped a little ziggy-shazagged. By which I mean the glitch hit you. Hardcore.
No, if I'm supposed to be here, I don't know what I literally have no idea what I'm supposed to do immediately afterward. Because that goes straight into getting queued.
Can you duck when you get on there? Thanks, Raskus.
Right, so, yeah, I have... Once I get on this platform, that's gonna eat me.
Is there a wall
and then
run?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do afterwards. Let's see what
there's
the
a wall
ghost
run
has
on the
to
right.
say.
There's a wall run on the right.
Oh yeah, there is.
Yep. There you go. I like you announced your arrival with an arc grenade. It's like, hello. I'll be your challenging opponent today. Here's an arc grenade to prove it.
Why on earth would you... I was trying to punch you, my guy.
And then the
Why
smug...
didn't you just let me punch you?
And then the smug cloak is useful for escaping dangerous situations. Like, shut up. Shut up about the dangerous situation. So, chat, at the $200 level, we are going to have our first giveaway. And we're going to alternate. We're actually switching around slightly the giveaway prizes here. So at $200, you are going to receive a combination of 3 things. You will receive, first of all, a copy. And I believe, let me just double check, that it is a, physical copy of Can You Sign My Tentacle, which is the award-winning poetry collection by our very own Brandon O'Brien. It is awesome. I have it. You should have it too. So you'll get a copy of that. The winner of the giveaway at 200 will get that. They will also get a copy of the critically acclaimed ebook of Geekomancy from our very own Michael R. Underwood. So you will get that as well. And last, I will throw in a Steam game. And the Steam game that I'm going to throw in, it's not Bad Rats. I'll tell you what it is in a minute. It is actually, let's see. Well, I'll tell you in a minute. Anyway, it's going to be a Steam game and also Can You Sign My Tentacle and also Geekomancy ebook. So you can get all that once we get to 200. So we are $62.26 away. So please do that and we can get to the $200 level and get these giveaways under control. Get these moving.
Don't walk, wall run to the donation.
See what you do there. Okay, I will give away a Steam code, a Steam gift of Stellaris, the sci-fi strategy game from Paradox. A lot of good mods for Stellaris as well, if you like that sort of thing. So I'll throw in Stellaris also. So Can You Sign My Tentacle, Geekomancy, and Stellaris on Steam will be yours. Once we reach that $200 level.
Okay, where now? Do I follow the AstroTurf? Ow, yuck. This is gonna be bad.
Yeah, I think it's one of those deals you jump on it and then you have to jump off to the other one to wall run. Like that. Like that's clearly wall run-ish when it gets there.
Yeah. Or you get onto
Who's
it.
still here?
Oh, well. Someone was.
So before I answer that question, let's answer the question of what combatants did I not kill? Oh, there you are.
Man, how did he know he was going to be here this time? Yep.
There you go.
There you go. Good stuff. And hey, you can celebrate your achievement by being shot at. Oh, I don't think I knew that. I don't think I knew that arc grenades disable a shield captain's energy wall. Interesting.
I did not know that either.
That makes sense.
It's like a tip that's actually helpful. Thank you, game. Problem with the electric smoke grenades and things like that is that I guess you can't see them when they're inside it either. So like it keeps them from actively targeting you for a bit, but it's also like the idea is to make it so you can see them and they can't see you. That's the real tech.
Please go to sleep. Please go to sleep. Thank you.
Please go to sleep.
we're good. Let's flatline. Okay. Here we're going to launch. The assembly line, so go this way. Please move. Oh, so I just need to be on one of these now?
Yeah, I remember doing this level and being like having to just stare at it for a while the same way.
Fabricated structures. We are not far apart. Keep moving.
I'm gonna make it out of this, BT. Hang in there. I'm on my way.
Your confidence that we will reconnect is encouraging. This ability to stay positive is the mark of a good pilot.
Aww.
I'm grateful that this is a thing that you considered in your pilot evaluation. Go to sleep. Ticks,
oh,
ticks,
the ticks.
Do I have to get off here? I guess.
Post-tick stress disorder. It's terrible. I really cannot stand those things. They're actually, like, from a science fiction point of view, they're really awesome, kind of like what the hell weapons, but like just dealing with them in a play. And I mean, they're good within the game. They're just one of those things that, as a character in the game, I'm like, God, no.
What if a landmine knew how to find targets?
Oh God! And then you shoot it, and it blows up, or it comes to you and it blows up if you don't shoot it.
The idea of a landmine with eyes, feet, and rage does not give me a great deal of confidence.
Exactly.
I would rather not, thank you.
You just think on a resource level, like the amount of resources spent to like, all right, let's go take over that prefab house factory. Like, I don't know. You just start seeing like chairs and like bookcases pass by.
Oh, that's not an enemy combatant, that's a mannequin.
Mannequin?
Someone else is here, I'm hearing someone.
The guy who keeps yelling negative on visual.
I guess I'll just move on without you since you can't see me. Ow! I guess not.
That apparently was not... The ceiling glitched into your head in that case. It's interesting how this also, which is something that happens with Halo and Destiny as well. It focuses much less on the question of health. It's more cumulative at one time, like momentum health. You lose a bunch at once and then you're dead. So if you can get yourself out of there, and it cuts down on the whole need for like, I have health packs and I have this much health and I have 70 left or 100 left. You don't have to do any of that. It's more about, are you going to get overwhelmed by shots that eventually your shields can't, don't have time to recover from?
Yeah. It is a refreshing element to the adaptation of most shooters that they went to get that if given a moment to essentially like gain respite, you will just restore the part of your body that is not dramatically bleeding. You'll just regain health. Which is like not how the body works, but I appreciate not having to think about how the body works.
Yeah, exactly. It's an abstraction, but
because like nobody wants to play the first-person shooter where if you lose a tremendous amount of health, you just never actually be able to run fast, or breathe again because you're actually you're actually losing blood so quickly that it would not be amenable to continue.
Well, and in those very few situations where you have a game that does something like that, it's always at the stage where it's building up the drama of it. So like in Mass Effect, there's several sections where you're basically horrifically injured and you're just kind of like stumbling up this slope at slow speed. But that whole thing is essentially a cutscene. It's supposed to be this dramatic, like, oh my God, you can't even move, not as a regular state of affairs.
A thing now common enough that I just hear games journalists describe it as the struggle walk.
I hadn't heard that one. Yeah, that's good. Struggle walk,
including an appearance at the beginning of the Red War campaign in Destiny 2.
All right, yeah.
Oh.
Which, like, narratively is very fun. The idea that because you have lost your ability to attune to the light that gives you your ability to regenerate health, when you're thrown off the top of the tower, you are severely wounded and have to limp your way to the top of this cliff in order to reconnect with the light. So it's just like this 1 minute, scene of you just slowly trundling up this hill that you would have otherwise been able to race up with no issue.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because now you can die.
There's an echo of that in even the Superman stories, the Superman movies, Superman, what is it, 2, where he gives up his power, and that first moment where he basically gets the hell beat out of him in a bar, and he just has, Christopher Reeve does a great job at just like this stunned, like, what even is this? Because obviously if you're Superman, like the idea that anything could hurt you is a long time since you've ever had that kind of a memory beyond kryptonite. And so that idea of all of a sudden you don't have that immunity is you can do a lot with that, I think, symbolically and otherwise.
Yeah. I think my favorite version of it in a video game, not one that I've played, but one that I've seen a playthrough of, is Spider-Man Miles Morales, where after ejecting a large portion of his bioelectricity, Miles is now limping out of this Roxxon building, looking for his friend, who was previously his enemy, but now learned that everything that she was doing for the last 30 minutes was an error in judgment, and you're trying to save her from making the sacrifice that you're about to make, but you can't run to find her.
Oh, man.
And I'm like, all of this sucks, this is bad, please let me run to her.
I want to help.
Eyes on the suspect, 20 meters out. Lost visual.
Found visual.
They've gained visual.
Ow.
I do not have visual. Oh.
Your forehead turned into jam, I'm very sorry.
Yeah. The liquefaction of some of these is...
Wait, you just saw me? Where are you? How can you say you see me and then do that, friend? Are you okay? I'm beginning to think you just like shooting your gun.
I mean, I guess they have certain forms of body armor, but it is like just comparatively, they're so squishy compared to the robot Terminator things, and then of course the Titans themselves. So like it's just kind of like these. You're just throwing these like rag dolls around the map, and you know, you're kind of like, man, the robots, the Titans, also not like this.
Wow, do you just want to go over here? I can't get over there.
That one looks like it can be activated though. That elevator.
Elevator.
Yeah, there was a elevator back to, if you spin to the right again, there was an elevator with a green glowing panel that it looks like you could, no, it's on your level. I think you ran past, oh, go, yeah, right to the left there. Yep. No, no.
Very blind?
So that, if you take a right, and then an immediate right. Nope, immediate right before that.
Immediate.
You see it in front of you? It's there. It was right there. That right there. Aha!
What is he?
Progress. Oh, you're muted, I think, Mike.
If there's new enemies, you're probably going the right way.
Yeah, exactly. The Trail of Bodies, which is literally there to make it easy for you to remember where you've been.
No, this is just a hole. None of these objects are going to kill me when these cranes put them here, are they?
No, but this is one of those things where it starts getting very, this is the whole thing Mike was talking about with like orienting your brain, like when the thing flips and where you have to be in accordance with it and whatever.
Is this going to flip again? Please don't. Please just take me where I need to go from this point.
Yeah, I don't remember if it does.
Well, if it's going to flip...
Well, there's a wall. And there's about to be another wall. I think I'm good. I think I just need to not fall out these two faces of this building.
Right. Yeah, I think about like what becomes down if it moves one way or the other.
Oh, Tex! Bye, Tex.
I like that there's prefab books in this prefab house. I'd like to think that there are a lot of...
Yeah, they put a bookcase here, but there's no way they could put this bookcase in this moving structure. And those are actual books there.
Barely. That was a meat grinder. You okay?
I'm undamaged. However, I do not believe this is a food processing plant.
My luck, this place is going to turn itself inside out.
Or upside down, considering the circumstances.
Yep.
Things are going the right way for sure. I imagine in the future, the books that we would find on there would be such books as Gigamancy, Born to the Blade, Can You Sign My Tentacle, the new Greyshade TTRPG, which at that point would be in its 55th edition, and
the complete Grey Assassin trilogy,
which is at this point in a hardcover omnibus edition, hopefully. You have to prefab houses, you got a prefab taste, too, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, that looks like a lot of wall run.
Pilot, scans indicate the dome above is your best course of action to find an exit. I recommend getting there by any means necessary.
I think that means you're close to the end of the level.
Climb to the top of the urban assembly. Ooh, okay. I don't want to spoil anything. I'm trying to remember if
I'm gonna hate this, aren't I?
I'm trying to remember what section, or if that's going to be Mike who does that. I don't remember.
I think I know how this chapter ends.
You know what I'm talking about? I was trying to remember. Yeah. Oh, hey, check you out. You got a pilot helmet.
Pilot helmet. Okay, cool.
That's totally what you wanted, was that pilot helmet, right? That was huge.
I'm gonna be real with you. I thought that mark on my HUD was where I was supposed to be.
No, that's what I thought too.
I'm actually lost as to how to progress from this point. Am I supposed to get even higher?
Yes, top of the assembly. But I don't know exactly where to tell you to do that, though.
What the hell is even up? How
that you see that platform?
Am I supposed to get past here?
No, you see that platform over. Unless you just came from there, you see that platform over. No, behind you. The
Wait,
not that one. That was where the helmet was. But
yeah,
the one that's over there, like the house. It looks like there's a flat house, like.
Oh.
But I didn't know if you came from there or not.
Or are you supposed to go up on that orange?
Yeah, do I need to get higher from here?
Oh, you have to get on there, I bet.
Yeah.
Can you get on that blue thing?
I think you're running
Okay,
from crane
Ghost,
to crane.
can you tell me if I'm supposed to go up these blue things? If I'm supposed to go up these blue things, this is terrible. Okay.
Yep. Blue.
Think like a pilot.
I'd rather think like I'm mortal, you know.
There you go.
Oh, no. Bye.
What? With the frame choppiness, I was like, I think you made it. Well, you didn't make it.
Yep, I'm gone.
Oh man, it was close though. But you saw what to do. You were almost there.
Okay, cool. So I need to wall run from here. And not miss that platform, which I did. Yikes.
It's amazing that platform glitched out just before you reached
And then it gave me the platform. Okay, cool.
Oh, it assumed that you got there?
Ah.
Game was like, you made
That's
it.
very nice.
Yeah.
And then I will run. No, I make this jump and will run to that. Okay, cool.
That ghost thing is a really good idea.
Yeah,
it's neat.
Looks like
Okay,
you're
so
wall
there is a
running
platform.
on AstroTurf.
Resetting terrain.
Mm-hmm.
Impressive pilot. You made it.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's Ash.
What am I supposed to do now? What?
Ash was kind enough to tell you that. Just step on a moving platform.
Well done, pilot.
I did not step onto the moving platform. Cool.
I will take it from
Grand.
here as you're like, no, you won't.
Gravity, my eternal foe.
The true boss.
Resetting
Oh, this is fine.
Impressive pilot. You made it all this way alive. Unfortunately for you, there is only one way out. Step up onto the platform.
Can you imagine playing this Iron Man? Like, just, I can't even conceive. Like, no death.
I don't think I would ever have the patience. Do I remember this fight? Do I remember how this fight goes?
This fight was a tricky little fight.
Do I even remember Ash's Titan?
But it was not as bad as the Tick fight. That's all I know.
I love and hate that this whole factory is for war games.
Yeah, that's
it's not
right.
Making
isn't
housing.
It? Yeah.
It's not even like we're gonna make the houses we're gonna use to colonize these people that we're trying to conquer. No, this is practice for when we then go do conquest and colonization.
Yep, that's right. Oh man.
Loading
Spoon.
27 in dynamic simulation dome 314.
The fact that you have hundreds of settings is really bad.
See how impressive you truly are.
Would you like to play a game?
I don't like the feeling of this at all.
Suddenly we're in a game of PUBG.
Oh god.
Delivering militia test subjects.
Yep, it's a good reference.
Wait, what?
Scenario 127, load complete.
Let us begin. Deploying Spectres.
Cool, grand. Sounds like fun.
Pilot, your heart rate is accelerating. Are you in distress?
Yes, friend.
You could say that.
Your heart rate is exceeding 170 beats per minute. If possible, you should find a place to rest.
Yeah, I'll get right on it.
Initiating IMC Reaper test program.
I'll get right on it. Yeah, right? Thanks for the help. Thanks for the assist, right, Trevor?
I am grateful for all of your aid. Ow, ow, ow! That doesn't look or sound good. I'm fleeing.
Pilot to Titan video feed reestablished. Cooper, the houses contain weapon caches. I saw them being loaded on the assembly line.
Your tactics are impressive. I'm sure the IMC won't mind if I deploy a few more units.
Deploying additional.
You could stop whenever you want.
IMC cutting in. We don't have the money for that.
Wow,
Please
wow,
stand down.
I'm sorry, that requisition request has not been processed.
Or it's like BT tries to do that, but can't. So BT's just like, IMC has requested that you not do that. Like, who is this? I am not a Titan supporting Cooper.
I think we're observing enough. I think we're fine. I think you can stop. I think we've gotten all the data you need.
Yep, you got the data.
You could relax whenever you're ready. Jesus Christ, more text.
I know. You just all of a sudden just see just the orange ticks on the ground. You're like, really? Ticks. How I do not love thee.
No, thank you.
IMC really ought to thank me for helping make the Reaper more effective. Perhaps I'll have to renegotiate my contract.
Cool. You could have that conversation with them right now, and I can leave. No?
How strange. This is taking longer than expected. You should have died by now.
Oh, a compliment.
I mean, I'm trying not to. I'm specifically trying to avoid it.
Objective: destroy the militia pilot. Copy over.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I want to know, chat, that was
Awaiting orders to proceed.
Kappa 1. Let's be clear. It was Kappa 1 that was reporting. So
You are following me from somewhere? Homie.
I admire your perseverance.
Oh, yeah, give!
Kappa 1, eliminate the militia pilot.
Kappa 1.
Engage.
Opening the door. Squad, prepare for dome breach.
No, thank you. We don't need any.
Oh.
I want so badly not to hit.
Hey, have some ticks. You know what you haven't seen in a while? Ticks.
Jesus Christ.
It just got more and more black and white the whole time, and I'm like, oh no. And then all of a sudden, I was like, and ticks. But where does it start you? Oh, okay. That's not a terrible checkpoint, though, honestly.
Kappa 1, eliminate the militia pilot. You are cleared to engage.
Quick bio break myself. I shall be back in just a moment.
Yeah, I don't remember if it's like how many checkpoints there are in this sequence. I'm glad that there are some. This is the place where the game feels the most like Apex Legends to me.
Yikes!
Pilot Cooper, are you all right?
Homie?
Still breathing. You?
Still operational, but unable to escape.
Cooper, I find that you are having this conversation with BT quite too nonchalantly. For what? That way?
Cooper, I have detected an opening in the outer wall. You should get out of there while you can. Marking your HUD.
Hey.
Perseverance, but it's time to end this. Kappa 1, eliminate the militia pilot. You are cleared to engage.
Opening the door. Squad, prepare for dome breach.
Oh my god, I'm hearing footsteps behind me. You showed me the whole... Where is the whole friend? Wait, where am I going?
Do you have to get back into the dome? I do not remember this part.
Nope, all of this is locked now. Up here then? Then out here?
Seems like. Hey, that might be the end of that chapter.
Reevaluate definition of shortcut. Yes, perhaps BT, we may need to qualify that term more succinctly in the future. Cool.
Ash, tell me you killed that pilot.
I am dealing with him.
Stop getting caught up in your games.
So I guess this is a good place for us to switch.
Not when
Did
your
it give
work's
you
Point taken.
a card?
Don't worry. With the price I'm putting on his head.
I didn't see if it said it was a checkpoint yet, so I'm not sure.
Sector 4 Charlie. Detonate charges 21 through 29.
I'm just gonna look at
back.
the guide thing to see if this is actually.
This is Ash. I am sorry to report, due to your inability to contain the security breach, I have been forced to scuttle the entire complex. Some of you may consider this
Okay, no, this is still
It is.
the same chapter.
I suggest you evacuate.
Although I think you're closing in the end. This is one of those classic Metroid get out before everything blows up type of deals.
Right, and you're gonna. I think you'll get to fight Ash.
Restocking Prowler containment.
Yeah, exactly. Stop getting caught up in your games.
Am I going this way? Which way are you facing, this way? Okay, so this is runnable terrain.
So we've got about a half an hour more of Titanfall before we take our break and roll the preview clip from our upcoming mini-series while the three of us take a little bit of a break and get the overlay set up for our Candela Obscura one-shot,
I do not know
Shadows of Old Fair, which will kick off
I have broken free.
at about 5 p.m. Eastern, about an hour from now. But definitely hang out during the break because we will have that cool special preview for you.
Yep, and it'd be awesome to be able to if we could get to that first $200 level before we end this section. So let us do that if we can, chat.
This place is falling apart. I suggest we leave. You are not far from my location. Marking your HUD.
Yeah. You would think soldiers on the side of the ticks would not want to deploy the ticks. Because, like, I mean...
Yeah, it would seem way too volatile, no?
Yeah. I don't want a walking grenade that, blows up in my face as often as anything else.
193 meters and down!
For example, that. It hurt you, but it hurt them a lot more.
Nope, I'm good. Okay, so. What am I supposed to... That way?
Looks like it.
How do I...
Oh, yeah, you can do it. You have to, wall run. It looks like wall run and then... Yeah. Yep, exactly.
Okay. Nope, I missed that one.
Yeah. I saw that happen too. I'm like, yeah, this is what you do.
Those hexagon platforms look like TIE fighter wings.
They do, yeah. And also give me Mass Effect 2 vibes.
This is a highly dangerous environment. I suggest you embark, pilot.
I suggest you embark, pilot.
Homie, I'm inclined to agree, BT. We should leave here. Why did you come back here for me if you told me to leave, BT?
Randomly dogs are just like out there like...
Pilot, I detect an exit beyond this dome. Check your HUD.
Recommend we get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
Bloody outlaw.
Bizarre. Escaping a test facility.
Come on, you bastard.
Trying to Kobayashi Maru this thing.
Bye-bye. I've been whatted?
You just don't know what to give up, do you?
Homie.
Just about to tell you. I was just about to mention the battery.
You're committing colonialism.
Warning. Warning. Our reactor is unstable. Replacement battery required.
Woo!
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I chip your paint?
Battery required. Flight core ready.
That machine work.
Well, didn't make it out of that fight. Let's try that again.
That was close. I was like, I think you're almost there.
This is a highly dangerous environment. I suggest you embark, pilot.
Let's do this.
Pilot, I detect an exit beyond this dome.
Yeah.
Check your...
I suggest you just get the hell out.
Yeah, I don't remember. This might be one of those levels where you're not meant to fight everybody.
I think you actually might have seen it. Just then, through the... Like, out the way that you're facing now. Well... yeah, there it is. I saw something that seemed broken.
Excessive damage. Warning.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Detecting hull damage.
I just want to find some batteries and leave for the...
This is definitely the right way to go. Hey, battery.
I just want to get some
Yay!
Not enough juice.
Another battery to your right there. It's funny, you just smash into it like Kool-Aid Man, that battery. Another one. Nice.
It's Ash.
Lisk has put a high price on your head, pilot. Dead or alive, that makes you worth something to me.
So much so I had to reveal myself there for an epic moment. The thing that always gets me about that is I'm like, I'm happy to 1v1 you, but then they're like, but first have 5 other like ads. And you're like, no. I thought you were epically like battling me.
I cannot feel your fear, but I know you are afraid. Very disappointing, perfect.
Detecting hull damage.
Yeah, I see it too. I'm not making it out in this one. See, I'm trying my very best.
Moves, pilot. They are quite unoriginal. Your errors will be your undoing, pilot.
Wow, what the... Good gravy. Steel just melted there.
I do hope you had no last requests for that time in long past.
Well,
Wow.
let's try that again one more time.
You were doing it. It seemed like you were hanging in there okay, and then all of a sudden she was just like, now lose all health.
Excessive damage. Warning. Warning. Flight core ready.
Of course, so soon, pilot. You scare too easily.
I do!
Interesting. I hadn't seen that message before.
All units fire at will. This pilot must learn his place.
Excessive damage.
Perfect. Your mistakes will be your undoing.
Warning. Detecting hull damage.
Still the detecting hull damage. Whoa.
Very disappointing. I expected so much more of you.
Battery required.
I do hope you had no last requests for that time in long past.
Excessive damage. Warning. Warning.
Your errors will be your undoing, pilot.
Yep. I like the idea that the warning is provided just in case you were unclear about that already. Oh, thanks. I wasn't sure if I was in trouble. The cracked window and flashing red lights everywhere were not clue to me.
Let us begin.
Excessive damage. Warning. Warning.
It's a little hard for me to see, but in that flight core, do you take off and then you're firing back down? Is that what that's doing?
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Death from above type of thing?
Flight core ready.
Of course, so soon, pilot. You scare too easily. Perfect.
Flight core offline.
Oh. The untimely reload.
Your mistakes will be your undoing. I do hope you had no last requests for that time in long past.
Detecting hull.
Your persistence is honorable, but your demise is inevitable. Very disappointing. I expected so much more of you.
Come on.
You should not have done that, pilot.
Flight core offline.
Allow me to end your suffering, pilot.
I
Oh!
was trying to melee there. Oh my god.
Oh, it's right there. Oh,
Melee is C,
man.
right?
I think melee is F. Yeah. That was so close. Oh man. I thought you had it.
Your mistakes will be your undoing. A course of soon, pilot. You scare too easily.
Flight core offline.
Very disappointing. I expected so much more of you. Perfect.
Warning. Our reactor is unstable. Replacement battery required. Warning.
Nope.
It's just like, warning. I have no warning. No existence. Warning. Warning.
Let us take our time beginning, maybe. Let's maybe not begin quite so soon.
Yeah, I mean, you basically broke this down to just you and her, I think, at this point. Well, I guess there are a few of these little ones, but...
Flight core ready. Flight core activated.
Perfect.
Flight core offline.
Yeah, exactly. This is where I'd be like, just run around and get batteries as much as possible and then re-engage.
Very disappointing. I expected so much more of you. Your errors will be your undoing. I do hope you had no last requests, for that time is long past. Your persistence is honorable, but your demise is inevitable.
Warning. Detecting hull damage.
You may surrender at any time. However, I will still have to kill you.
Nice.
Oh, Greg, take a look at that Zoom chat.
Your errors will be your undoing.
Oh, cool. All right, we have a $24 anonymous donation. Thank you, thank you. So that brings us that much closer.
Battery essential.
That brings us to 161.74, if I did that properly. Thank you, to the anonymous donor. All of a sudden, I was like, why is it on? Then I was like, I saw Brandon looking sad. I was like, oh, that's why.
Excessive damage. Warning. Warning.
So thank you to the donor. So we are only less than $40 away, folks, from our $200 giveaway goal. So let's see if we can hit that.
Your mistakes will be your undoing.
This is so much damage already.
Warning. Detecting hull damage.
Very disappointing. I expect
Flight core activated. Flight core offline.
Maybe.
Excessive damage. Warning.
Yeah, they definitely are not. They are definitely stingy on the batteries in this around here.
Detecting hull damage.
Well.
Oh man, you're getting there.
Am I?
You almost had it once. One of these times, you literally were within a sliver of health of destroying that.
Your mistakes will be your undoing.
The sword-wielding mech is pretty baller too, I have to say. It's also a good point too. You could switch loadouts, right?
Very disappointing. I expected so much more.
I could.
I mean, I don't know if the other loadouts might be
But
more.
this checkpoint starts at the beginning of this fight, so
Okay.
It would be hard to do without getting a bunch of damage.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Excessive damage. Warning. Warning.
Of course, so soon, pilot. You scare too easily.
Light core offline.
Solid core.
Perfect.
Had to work on that core. Strengthen those abs.
Your persistence is honorable, but your demise is inevitable.
Fighting planks.
Oh man, when it hits that candy cane thing where you're just like, yeah. I don't know, like, I'm guessing that meleeing up close and personal with Ash is probably not going to work out well, but at the same time...
Still no.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I can think to do is to stay at a pretty, I guess, since melee doesn't work out very well here, stay as healthy a distance as you can get, but that's obviously sort of like what we've been trying to do anyway. Wow. Well, that did do a lot of damage to her.
And I still didn't get to that core in time.
That did do a lot of damage, though. If that was the flame core thing you just hit her with, that was...
It was.
That was a lot.
Let us begin.
That feel when BT's warnings are getting overridden by the sound of her just being like, "Your mistakes will be your warning." You're like,
Of course, so soon, pilot. You scare too easily. Perfect. You should not have done that, pilot.
oh, she's pissed off.
Good. We're one.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Now get the hell out of here. Now blow this joint so we can all go home.
Yep.
Pilot, the security lockdown has been disengaged. I recommend we leave through the tunnel.
I am with you, BT. Let's bounce.
Persistence paid off.
Yep.
We should take no further shortcuts.
And that flame core. I have concluded we should take no further shortcuts. Nice work. Nice work. That is what I'm talking about.
Finally free! Our journey through the IMC dynamic testing facility was supposed to be a shortcut through some difficult terrain, but it wasn't a very good one. No more shortcuts. We've arrived at the rendezvous coordinates for Major Anderson. All we have to do is find him and get some answers. What happens after that is anybody's guess.
Outstanding.
Okay, I'm free now. Oh my god.
Good work,
Yeah,
Brandon.
that was a rough one, Brandon.
I forgot that Ash was so annoying with those teleports. But the game was literally trying to tell me, please use Scorch. Scorch is good.
Yeah.
So
well, the first time you used it, and I'm like, wow, that's a lot of health, off one. So that was good. Okay, so chat, what we're doing now is we're about 8 minutes away from taking our break. So this is a good opportunity while Brandon's sending things over to Mike for after Candela Obscura, which is when we will pick this up. Let's tell you a little bit about what we're going to be doing over the next few minutes. So we're going to talk a little bit about this fundraiser now and about what we're doing for it. And then 4:30 to 5, we will be taking a break, but you do not have to take a break, chat, because we have got a video. We have got a preview video, actually, of a mini campaign coming up, and you're about to find out what exactly it is. So we're going to do that starting at 4:30. Then at 5 o'clock, we will be back here with Candela Obscura. We will be playing with myself, with Brandon, with Valerie Valdez, and Darcy Little Badger. Very excited to have this incredible crew playing Candela Obscura with Mike as your GM. So we're going to be doing that. That'll be from 5 to 8. Then we will have another break from 8 to 8:30. And then at 8:30, we will start from 8:30 and we'll go from 8:30 to, now at the moment, it's just 8:30 until, I think we got another 20. So I think it's 8:30 until like 9:10, I believe, is what we've got right now. But chat, now is the time for you to jump on board if you want to see more of these levels, like the super famous level that Mike was talking about, which Mike is going to get to play next, or the stuff afterwards. And I actually haven't even seen myself what happens after the level that Mike was talking about. So if you want to finish the game, and I think you should, then we'll need more of these donations. Plus we can reach these fundraiser, the giveaway totals of 200, 400. Now at 200, you will be getting a copy of, I shouldn't say you, if you win the giveaway, the winner of the giveaway will be getting a physical copy of Can You Sign My Tentacle from Brandon O'Brien, who just epically defeated Ash in Holy Mech Combat. You will be getting a e-copy of Geekomancy, the critically acclaimed book by one Michael R. Underwood, and you will be getting a copy of the game Stellaris, a Steam code of Stellaris from yours truly, that will be sent to you. That will be the winner of the giveaway that we do at $200, but we need another $39 roughly, $38.26 I think, to hit that level. So please jump on board to support us with that, and all that kind of good stuff. Any other notes we want to make about what is coming up for this?
Well, Brandon, when you've got the file squared away, I think it's only fitting that you give us a little bit of introduction to this mini-series, if you like. But if you're still working, I suppose I could provide a little bit of a preview by sharing the cast for this series. So for this series, which has not yet been fully revealed, and I'm vamping for Brandon.
I'm back. I briefly froze. I'm sorry.
Brandon, would you like to give folks watching a little bit of introduction to this series that we're going to see a clip from?
Yes. This is something I've been very excitedly waiting for folks to be able to see and hear. Our latest Speculate miniseries in conjunction with our good friends at Queen's Court Games. We're running a miniseries of Apocalypse Keys called The Pitman Sculpture. What you're about to see is the first 20 to 25 minutes of the group of this team from Division, as they are now being assigned the job of retrieving a rare work of art that seems to have some very peculiar occult effects attached to it, revealing some very dark and interesting things about the people around them. The crew, of course, being Yoy and Mike of our strange friends, alongside Aaron and I am forgetting. Oh my god!
Aubrey.
Ash has catalyzed my brain. But yes, Aaron and Aubrey from Queen's Court Games. Very lovely crew. We've already recorded quite a bit, and we're very excited for you to see where this campaign comes, where this campaign goes in the future. But what you're seeing is a snippet of what will be soon publicly available at some point, very, very much in the future. So if that's gonna happen like now, if I'm not mistaken,
Just about.
About 3 minutes.
So the public release of the Pittman sculpture is going to be in a little while, but if you are a Speculate patron at any level, there is a scheduled post that will go live at 12:01 a.m. tonight going into tomorrow that will give you the link to watch the entire first episode, all 2 hours and 53 minutes of it. So if you like what you watch and you're already a patron of us, a subscriber there, then you know that you have some awesome stuff waiting for you, either late tonight if you are a night owl or you're in another time zone where that's not too late for you, or that you have some Sunday viewing ahead of you to watch and enjoy at your leisure. So that's a extra immediate incentive to existing patrons and to any new patrons that join today as part of the fundraiser.
And of course, one of the things that I'm particularly excited about, because I think that the things that we're doing are cool, and I like it when people give us feedback. Since you are here in chat and will be seeing the thing, I'd definitely love to hear what you all think about what you've seen of the Pittman sculpture when you finally get to see it.
Is going to be good stuff. Okay, so last 2 minutes, we'll start promptly at 4:30, and then we will be back again, as we say, live with all of you at 5 o'clock for Candela Obscura, but we will be running the video until then. So let me make sure I have that ready to go.
While that's happening, we should probably come back to our three talking heads screen. So I'm just going to stop sharing now.
Okay. Right.
I'm going to vamp because we're having to readjust the thing.
Okay. Yeah, just a second. Why do we have...
And as a reminder, the overlay that you're going to see in the Pittman sculpture is provided by Jess, aka Burst of Hope, who has also made the lovely overlays that we're using today in the marathon. So a shout out again to Jess for their amazing work in providing some graphical elements and working with us on designing the overlays that we're using today and putting together a great kind of overlay visual package that we use in the Pittman sculpture.
Okay, I'm just about ready. I see what I did. Right. Okay.
And just so I don't forget to share the thing, because I do want to support Jess and all of the other cool stuff that they do on other people's channels. Over on Nameless Domain at 6 p.m. EST tomorrow, they will be in a very interesting Pokemon Gym tournament. I think this is the semi-finals versus Akinomi Art. Nameless Domain's Pokemon tourney is actually a whole lot of fun, but also Nameless Domain just does really cool work in general, so please give them all of your love, because they're also raising money for charity as well. So if you would like to support not only more very interesting creators, and especially marginalized creators in AP, definitely check out the stuff that Nameless Domain does. If I'm not mistaken, they're raising funds for Black Trans UK and the Trans People of Color Project. So please give them your love and root for whatever wild Pokemon shenanigans take place. And that's happening tomorrow evening, so yeah. Lots
stuff.
of things. This entire weekend has been full of just supporting cool people making cool things. Last night we got to see Negocios Infernales get to its final stretch goal. Hopefully we will get to 1,000 at the end of tonight, and then tomorrow you get to support all kinds of other cool people as well. So yes, please give all of your love everywhere.
To all of the things. Okay, so that now should take care of that. And that means that I think we are ready to go for the break/video. So we will be back to you folks in about a half hour. But in the meantime, it is our great pleasure to introduce to you the one and only Billy Shears, Sgt. Pepper's. It is our great pleasure to introduce to you the premiere, I guess we can say it that way, the premiere of this preview video for the Pittman sculpture, and then we will be back with at 5 o'clock with Candela Obscura. Please, please, please do donate. It really does help us. We really do need the support. So please do donate. Thank you for those of you who have done so far. And we will be back to you folks in about 28 minutes. Bye for now.
Enjoy.
Our session begins with two things that happen in the middle of the night while none of you notice. One is that two men meet in a diner with a briefcase that seems to be vibrating, but no one seems to notice. They sit down, they have a slice of pie each, and they speak to each other very nervously about the fact that they don't know why they have this, or rather why they decided to get their hands on this. But now that they've already bit the bullet, they're hoping that they can be able to at least fetch a nice price for whatever is in this briefcase. One of them then, very idly, gets up, goes to the bathroom, like normal people do, is quite messily incapable of not making a terrible scene in the bathroom, but at least washes his hands on the way back out. And then comes back out to witness everyone in the diner, except for the man that he came in with, all standing stock still with their mouths agape, as if they are in shock by something that no one can make out, well off into the distance from wherever they are. He walks past a couple who seem to be sharing a slice of cheese. One of them then, very idly, gets up, goes to the bathroom, like normal people do, is quite messily incapable of not making a terrible scene in the bathroom, but at least washes his hands on the way back out. And then comes back out to witness everyone in the diner, except for the man that he came in with, all standing stock still with their mouths agape, as if they are in shock by something that no one can make out, well off into the distance from wherever they are. He walks past a couple who seemed to be sharing a slice of cheesecake before this happened, and hears them muttering something, but can't really make out what. And when he gets back to his friend, said friend is like, I don't know what happened. I didn't even open the briefcase. I think we should get out of here before it gets worse. And the camera just briefly focuses on the table as they're both standing away from it, as the briefcase seems to be vibrating a great deal more viciously than it was before. Just before one of them grabs it by the handle, takes it off the table, and there is a sharp cut to black. We then fade in on a poorly lit, very small room in a very small building, where a single fax machine that is not only off, but not plugged into a phone line and not plugged into a power outlet, turns on and prints one sheet of paper very, very slowly. That sheet of paper falls out of the fax machine and starts drifting slowly to the floor And then a draft of wind that comes from no open window or door slides that sheet of paper all the way up to a desk further up in that room, where it rests perfectly in the center of the table, and then lights itself on fire. At that precise moment, when it lights itself on fire, you all receive a text message at maybe 2 a.m. in the morning. You all arrive at the post office. Tempo, you arrive just about last, like just a couple minutes after everybody else does. And as you arrive, you are the only 4 people here.
I was probably one of the first to arrive. You know, I don't think that the division is that far away from the post office, and I kind of found a spot, like an empty counter or whatever, and I've sort of posted up, just sort of like laying on it, waiting for everyone else to show up, because I've done this song and dance before.
As the second person who is has an automobile at their disposal and who is not waylaid by a burning building, I suppose I'm the next one in the room. Seeing Ciara, the first thing that happens is I walk over with a different notebook and pause a couple feet from you, flipping through the pages until I find the right one, and then hold it up next to your face, looking back and forth before nodding. I think you would actually know this, having spent time with me, that the notebook is full of either drawings or portraits or pictures of people, and that I have just compared the face that I see in front of me to the face that is in the notebook that has your name on it.
You'll get like kind of an acknowledgement nod and kind of like a peace sign or whatever, just like, I'm here, you're here, the world's in danger again, it's Tuesday.
It's also worth noting that before entering, Jane would have pulled the hood up all the way and is wearing a white Volto mask. That, aside from when you found me, that's the bond that Ciara and Jane share. You have not seen my face since. At any time we are together, there's always the mask involved.
As the third person to arrive for a given quantity and definition of person, you hear the tap, 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 tap of someone in cloth shoes first walking, and then sprinting after a brief pause, and then you hear someone go, Ciara, Jane! And there's a blurry leap, and Ciara is crushed in a hug from a 5-foot-tall person who looks at first like a 12-year-old child, but is actually a young adult.
That's
because they're just very small.
Fair. And it's just like the kind of like noise that you make when you hit in the chest real hard, and you're just like, I see you too. And you'll feel it, Ciara, is the normal, like, have you ever touched somebody who like obviously has a fever? It's like Ciara's always running about that hot. You know, and never seems to be any cooler than that.
Ciara, it is 2:45 in the morning, and you are warm. I am so pleased to have hugged you on this day and at this time. Hello, John, and also Jane. And then Hamaliel stands there very proudly and T-poses and waits for you to hold up the notebook to identify them.
Absolutely. And I think Hamaliel is actually one of the first ones in the notebook, so it doesn't take long to find that page. There's like table of contents, mom, dad, and then nods. I would add that for most actions, and I'm sorry that I didn't describe this, John keeps their hands in the pockets of their hoodie and is using their telekinetic powers to manipulate a second set of gloves So you see like two disembodied hands that are holding up the thing, or like holding up the pamphlet of faces, while his actual hands are just tucked into the hoodie.
After doing the T pose of identification, Hamilil goes, "The Hugs would like to come for you as well. May I hug you?"
There's one. It ends up being a multi-limbed experience because Jane's hands come up in the absolutely not gloved posture, but the telekinetic gloved hands will do their best to effectuate a hug. So it feels more just like being patted down by two disembodied Mickey Mouse hands.
Hamilil has accepted this as this is how Jane hugs, so that's fine. And then after that, they bounce up to, I guess, a mailbox and hop onto the mailbox and sit on top of it and just kind of swing their legs.
Also, I have a start of session move, but now feels like a pretty good time to do it.
Oh ho, what is this move?
The move is called My Hands Around Your Heart. Yours is a power that was never meant for you alone to bear. At the start of each session, choose another PC to be your heart and share the burdens of your power with. Say why you hope they will save you from what the darkness demands. And I think I'll choose Hamilil as just sort of how they will save me is by reminding me of the things that reminding me that not everything is horrible and world-ending. But there's still, like, some light out there, even if this light is from an eldritch being.
Hamilil will gladly accept this burden.
And then there's things that it does later on if, like, those ever come up.
Tempo, you finally arrive.
So I kind of float down from flying and alight upon the sidewalk at the front and nod in turn to each of the three with great like deliberate particularity, as if this is a ritual.
Have we met you before? Is this the first time we're meeting?
So with my bond selections, I know Sierra at least in some way, like we have history, but that might be the only connection. So maybe there was a mission we were on previously, not being on the same team, if that's cool with you, Aubrey.
Yeah, that's more than cool with me.
Okay. So yeah, like you already mentioned like asking Tempo to be roommates, so it seems likely that y'all would already have known that I was going to be added to the team.
Also, I like to think I asked you to be roommates because I asked Ciara and John to be roommates because my roommate died suddenly, and Ciara refused because my building is very flammable. John refused because absolutely not hands. So obviously, you're going to be asked to live with me now.
Well, it's not even the fact that your building is very flammable. It's Division probably won't let me.
That's why Ciara has to stay in the dorms. They had to build a specifically fireproof place to keep her.
The room is very fireproof.
Yeah.
They sleep under a fireman's blanket.
You don't see a reaction because there's a mask there, but there's a sudden peak of attention as Tempo enters the room because we were told you would be showing up, but Jane just assumed it was a terrible joke or a mistake and could not comprehend why that would be the case. We've established that this crew, the three of us, are not the A-team, and the idea that they would, in John's mind, waste someone like Tempo on this subdivision of division just doesn't process. So when you enter, the very first thing that happens is the disembodied hands grab the phone and then Google Tempo's name to find an appropriate picture so that he can hold it up. And then it's just like a beat and son of a bitch.
Hamalil looks over to John and says, "That's not a nice thing to say," and waves at Tempo regardless, and goes, "Hi."
Kira sits up slightly, kind of do the thing where you sit like back on your arms, like looking over and just being like, "Yeah, that's your echo, John. That son of a bitch. Yeah."
I didn't think they were serious about it.
I didn't either.
Do you think this is like corporate counseling? Did we is this like this isn't like an emergency, this is a meeting. This is like a division intervention, is that a thing?
Yeah, probably. I mean,
What are you whispering about?
I don't think it's even a whisper. I think it's actually like loud enough that everyone in the room can hear, but John has no boundaries, right?
It's more of just like, my interventions are stop burning things.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back from our break right at the top of the hour, as promised. And we are ready to switch over. So I hope you folks enjoyed the Pittman sculpture preview that you just saw. My apologies for the video problem in the middle of it. That is what happens when you're trying to arrange 65 things at once in the background. But we got it back running again, and it looks awesome. And I'm very excited to see the Pittman sculpture as it plays out, as it will be playing out on Speculate, which is the reason that we're all here for this fundraiser. And it is my great pleasure now to bring us over to the crew that is going to be, including myself as a part of that crew, that is going to be going through this Indiana Jones-ish, horror-ish, Cthulhu-ish, thingy-ish stuff with the characters that are here. And so I am going to transition us now. You can see yet another slick overlay from Jess. It is all that. And we are here and ready to go. And so I'm going to hand things over to our esteemed, I believe they call it Lightkeeper in this game, which is Mike Underwood. Before I do that, though, quick reminder, we're at 161.74 out of 1,000. We really want to get to that goal. This would be a perfect time to get us to that goal so that you can see more of Mike, Brandon, and myself attempt to get through stompy mech robots after this adventure is over. And so you can support the Speculate podcast so we can do more of this awesomeness with this amazing crew of people. And so with no further ado, I will hand things over to Mike to let everyone else introduce themselves and move on. Mike, over to you.
Hello, everyone. I am very, very excited tonight to be running a game of Candela Obscura, a Illuminated Worlds RPG by Darrington Press, which is a company within the Critical Role family of companies. I was invited to do some consulting work and a little bit of writing on Candela Obscura this summer, which was a great experience. And I had to not tell anybody that it happened until very, very recently. And so it's great that the reviews for the game have started to come in and folks are allowed to talk about it. And I got kind of special dispensation from Darrington Press to go ahead and use like the full book material for the one shot that we're doing today. There had previously been a quick start guide that you can still get on the Darrington Press website. Candela Obscura is a game of investigative horror, and there have been 2 3-episode chapters of Candela Obscura on the Critical Role channel. And something that they've already shown is that there's a great breadth of what you can do with Candela. And so tonight I'm going to add a little bit of our own approach to another way that you can do Candela Obscura. But we will not be able to do that without the assistance of our lovely guests who are going to join us today and round out our circle of investigators. And that is Valerie Valdez and Darcy Littlebadger. And so starting with Valerie, I'm going to invite both of them to briefly let anybody who is new here or might need a reminder know who you are and where they might find you on the internet after this thing. And then I will give a little bit more of intro on the world of Candela. So Valerie.
Hello, friends. I am Valerie Valdez, she, her pronouns. I am the author of the Chilling Effect trilogy and the space fantasy novel Where Peace is Lost. I also had the pleasure of authoring the most recent Magic the Gathering story for The Last Caverns of Islam, which just started pre-release yesterday, I believe. And you can find me on the internet at valerievaldez.com. I stream on Twitch most weeknights at The Kids Are Asleep.
All right. And hi, Darcy. Thanks for joining us.
Hello. Sorry, I was looking for my unmute button. I have it in Zoom. Yeah, it's great to be here. I'm also a writer. My next book is actually dropping April 16th, which I just learned. I knew it was going to be spring 2024, but now we have a date. And yeah, you can find me on Twitch, author Littlebadger, where I do mostly sci-fi gaming and also co-writing, kind of writing sprint type things. And like Instagram Dr. Littlebadger. And if you hear snoring during the game, it's because this little gremlin is on my lap. So I swear it's not me. She's been sleeping and she sometimes snores.
So you have there is a mascot for our circle of investigators today.
What an honor.
Hello, tiny friend. Okay, so Candela Obscura is set in a world very much like our own, but it has its own history with some parallels to events and histories in our world. The events of Candela Obscura take place in a city called New Fair, which is a part of the nation of Hale, which kind of is probably most closely paralleled to kind of Victorian through 1920s England. But there's some, there's a bunch of different cultural influences, and we're going to play this setting as being pretty multicultural and not like closing off any opportunities here. The nation of Hale was under attack in a war that ended just a couple of years ago. So many of the people of Old Fair have kind of scars, literal, mental, and or metaphysical from that war. Part of the big thing that let the nation of Hale win is the popularization and advancements in electricity. And in this world, magic has always been around, but for the most part, it has been kept secret. And so the supernatural, whether that is monsters, ghosts, magic, secret histories, even the existence of like an otherly world dimension that is separated by something that is known as the flare. All of that stuff is kept hidden, in no small part due to the efforts of Candela Obscura, which is an ancient secret society that investigates supernatural phenomena, tries to contain them, and tries to protect humanity from the depredations of the supernatural. This is a setting where like supernatural stuff is just like universally dangerous, and you cannot mess with it without it leaving a really nasty mark on you. And so the people of Candela are dancing a little bit of they're dancing on a thin wire to try to understand enough to protect humanity without kind of succumbing to this otherworldly force known as bleed, which can kind of warp the mind and body. So Candela Obscura is a game with lead designers Spencer Stark and Rowan Hall, and there's a bunch of folks at Darrington that worked on it. I made a little mark there, and then the full game is coming out on this Tuesday, November the 14th, and you can get it from the Darrington Press website. I got this copy because I was a contributor, but I will absolutely be ordering a copy of the deluxe hardcover design with cover design by the legendary John Harper. So that's some stuff about Candela Obscura. I worked with the players to make their characters ahead of time, but we'll take a little bit of time in the first few minutes here to talk some about how these characters know each other, and then I'm going to throw them directly into a scene. Everybody here has played a Forged in the Dark role-playing game, and that style is kind of the closest touchstone for Candela, because Candela is an illuminated world system, and there's a lot of parallels. So for my players, a lot of this is going to be pretty familiar, but I will try to guide you through the specific differences. Candela and Illuminated Worlds is a bit more streamlined because this game is designed for shorter campaigns. So we have 4 investigators, and we've talked a little bit about some relationships, but I think what makes sense now is to have everybody just give us a brief introduction to your investigator, their name, pronouns, what role and specialization they're using, and then, maybe just couple 3 sentences about who they are, what their vibe is, maybe a little bit about their look. And if that is okay, I will ask Greg or Brandon to start.
I'll start then. Hello everyone. I'm playing Ollie Fry. Pronouns any. Ollie is in the face role as the journalist specialty. And Ollie joined Candela because they saw what goes bump in the night and wants people to go back to sleep as if it never happened, because that shit is really scary and messes with your brain when you think about it all the time. So while I am personally very deeply motivated by knowing the truth and being able to share the truth, there comes a point in your life where you just realize there are some truths that your job is to ensure people never have to deal with ever again. That they could know it, and then their job is to never have to deal with it again. So I want to do that for other people, as much as possible.
Okay, so I guess I'm up next. So I am playing Dr. Douglas Wilden, who is a professor. This is the scholar role. Professor's the specialty. I teach at Briar Bark College, which I believe is in Briar Green in New Fair. I am a tenured professor. And before chat starts looking at me and being like, have I hit this on the nose? Maybe it's possible that Douglas Wilden is an amalgam of my own name and my father's, who is also a college professor. Maybe, or just maybe it happens to be that I just accidentally happened upon this particular thing. Dr. Wilden...
Maybe you accidentally hit D instead of S on your keyboard.
It could be. I mean, listen, sometimes you just slip and you just create a character that is. However, I'd like to point out to everybody that Dr. Wilden is considerably older than me. Okay, I want that to be very clear. Considerably older than me. I actually imagine it as being somewhere in like mid-60s. Dr. Wilden is the classic Amherst College style professor. If you can imagine a lot of tweed jackets, this is in look. If you can imagine tweed jackets and elbow patches and the sort of what do they call it? The deer hunter cap in all seasons, including the summer for no reason at all, right? That sort of thing. But the reason that I came to Candela is because actually of some stories that I worked with Ollie, because Ollie, as the journalist, is someone that often spoke to me as an expert in the field of the unknown and the supernatural and the uncertain. A lot of my research is on the liminal spaces in between where we are and where the dead are. And so I had a chance to get a lot of this information from Ollie. And right about the time that Ollie decided there's some things that people should not know because of this, I came to a similar conclusion, in part because of the loss of a couple of students whom I had urged to go and seek out the truth, because I had, this belief about what academia could do. And when they didn't survive and they didn't come back, I realized that there were limits to that approach, and that if I was going to actually teach students that I thought I had cared about for 3 decades, that I had better do what I could to actually keep them and their families alive. And so I turned my knowledge and attention to the battling of these supernatural forces while still maintaining the professoriate at the university. When I start actually speaking in the voice, it'll be much older than the voice that I'm using now. I will say that Dr. Wilden comes across very much as sort of a little bit of a blowhard, someone who speaks a lot using academic jargon and stuff like that. But much of that, especially lately, has been a cover. In any kind of combat situation, I'd ask you to think about Dorian Gray from the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen and give you that as a touchstone, because he's actually not bad when it comes to those situations. Last point, I think I probably know both Valerie's character and Darcy's character, and I think it's conceivable that one or the other of them might have been a student of mine in the distant past, but that's up to them whether they want that to be the case. If not, totally fine. Regardless, I think I would have known them by reputation, if nothing else. That's me.
Okay. Yeah, Darcy, if you want to tell us a little bit about your
All
character.
right. So my character is Jody Lamora, which is a name I did not randomly generate. I might have, the surname anyway. I like the name Jody. And she's started out as a mountain climber, cave explorer type individual who would lead little expeditions for people who weren't as experienced as her. And along the way, she encountered some very odd petroglyphs that turned out to be supernatural, and that kind of introduced her to this world of supernatural things, and also made her interested in helping people explore these difficult to access spaces that might nevertheless contain dangerous or interesting supernatural anything, artifacts, petroglyphs, organisms, monster, whatever the case may be. Her main focus is getting people there safely and getting them back safely. And so that's one way she probably knows a lot of people. just by being a guide in wild environments.
Okay, great. And last but not least, Valerie, go ahead.
Hello, so I am going to be playing Flora Tavira. She is weird in many ways, and her specialization is the occultist. She's actually a stenographer, a typist. This is around when, in our world, the typewriters would have become more commonly used, and so she's part of that kind of movement. Her vibe is a sort of frazzled, disheveled secretary, more or less. Think kind of like the suffragettes, but also maybe a little Mary Poppins in there. And for Flora, she's actually always been able to see things that aren't there. She sees things like kind of lingering traces of very strong emotions, auras, spectral detritus, but also monsters that are not visible to other people. And so mostly what she does see is auras. That's kind of the most common thing that she sees. And she, growing up in a very logical, reasonable family who doesn't believe in the supernatural, she has always learned to hide and suppress this. And it was only when she ran into some Candela Obscura agents who were chasing after a monster, she did so because her brother was actually harmed by this monster. So she went kind of trying to find it, met with the agents. They cross-referenced more or less and realized what she was capable of. And that started her on the path towards working with them on a more regular basis. But definitely her skill set is more observation, reconnaissance. Definitely she is not skilled in anything more than the most basic of self-defense. She's good at running away though and hiding while other people are doing the ghost punching.
Okay, great. So that is a little bit about our circle. A lot of times when you do a campaign of Candela, you might have the circle be fully formed. I think in this case, we're going to say that this circle is newly formed and that there are some existing relationships, but they're not necessarily kind of old hands at all working together, if that works for everybody. I think if you want to have a stronger individual relationship with someone, go ahead and pitch it. I think that works just fine. And we are going to open in a somewhat peculiar neighborhood within the city of New Fair, a place called South Soffit. And Old Fair is a place that people talk about. This is kind of an equivalent to like an ancient Greece, ancient Rome. There are ruins that remain of Old Fair. And one of the most famous that the people of New Fair might see on a given day is a huge arch. A broad archway that kind of depicts the skeleton of the remains of an old building or set of buildings, or perhaps some kind of like overpass. And the architecture here is stable enough that on the top of this great arch is a rich gated neighborhood known as the Eaves. But beneath that is South Soffit. And in South Soffit, there's a little bit of an inversion where the richest live on the ground level where it's stable. And then there are 3 or 4 more layers, depending on how you count, of scaffolding and rickety bridges and exposed electrical wires, as people have found space that they can try to make a living in. And for many of them, this is the only place that they can go. And so South Soffit is interestingly juxtaposed right next to a rich neighborhood. But as you go up kind of into this kind of contained roof of this great archway, you have the accumulation of smoke and smog. You have ever more dangerous kind of alleyways and pathways to travel around, but people live there. There are businesses, and people kind of come up and down within South Soffit freely, but getting up into the eaves, for that you need papers. And we're going to join our circle on not the lowest level, but the first of the elevated levels of South Soffit. Ollie, you have heard rumors through contacts and some reporting in local papers of 3 mysterious deaths in the last fortnight, all of South Soffit residents, and all trace back to the Margin Pub and what you know to be the secret library of the pub's proprietor, Kaylee Zhang. And so not only is there a story here, but there's clearly something bigger happening. And which hat it is that you are wearing more or less in chasing that down, I leave to you. But this is clearly Candela Obscura business. And so you have the others with you. This first layer is pretty decently put together. You know, the kind of steel and wood bridges tend to have like guardrails with them that are, you know, they're made of rope. So it's not nothing. And there are messengers coming and going. And the Margin Pub has a surprisingly affordable wine selection. And then the owner, many people know, has a secret library of banned books. And this library has kind of a tenuous legitimacy due to the relationship with Candela as an organization. Candela provides a little bit of kind of public cover in exchange for access to the library and a little bit of influence over how the library is used. So in this kind of first layer where things are dangerous but not necessarily too perilous, what do these investigators look like as they stand on what is effectively a street corner across the way from the Margin Pub?
So I just came from work, from my quote-unquote day job at the Daily Register, which is the local newspaper. And that's more or less going to be my cover anyway, which is like why I didn't, like, I'm probably not gonna make a lot of noise about the fact that I'm an agent of Candela Obscura, because that might make people feel like a bad thing is happening, that the rumors that they heard are true, and maybe they should be worried about their neighbors. And I'd like for that not to be the case. I'm wearing a newsboy cap, a tan shirt, khaki trousers with suspenders, brown loafers, trying to look like I'm trying to obviously draw the kind of attention someone draws when they want to be considered inconspicuous by people who have no idea what's going on, but specifically draw the attention of someone who's like, this person is here to ask me a question. I kind of want people to know that I'm a journalist in this moment.
Okay, and do you think the other 3 are with you all in a pack? Are you going out ahead?
I think I'm the kind of person that just kind of rushes into rooms and starts asking people questions, to be perfectly honest. So I think that we all got to this level together, and then no one noticed that I started picking up speed ahead of them and started walking towards the Margin Pub with the deliberate intention of, if this goes badly, at least I'll get in a bar fight by myself.
So which of the 3 of you is the first to realize that Ollie has just gone off on their own?
I'm going to say as the most observational person, otherwise it is probably me. And this is the flicker of an emerald aura. It just crosses the street. She's like, Ollie, hey, Ollie's, we should go.
Go where exactly?
The pub? Aren't we going to the pub? I thought we were going.
Well, I thought we were going to the pub, and you passed 3 of them already.
No, but this is the.
I'm a little out of breath, by the way, and it's just like, I thought this was. Why do you have to go down by going upstairs? It's not physically logical to go down and up.
You need help with this, Doug? I could carry you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just a little extra work that can be done. Did you say carry me?
Oh yeah, on my back. That's an actual offer, by the way.
But I appreciate it, but that wouldn't be dignified for either one of us, I don't think.
All right, I'm just gonna be. I'll be over there with all.
So right, and then it's like you're just sort of making your way across. Oh right, yes, across to the pub. Why is Ollie in such a all-fired hurry? And I start, to the extent I can, hurrying across in my shiny dark brown shoes. Click,
Yeah,
click,
and
click.
so the kind of painted wooden sign that hangs above the door of the pub is a opened hardcover book, which is kind of indecipherable text to indicate, yes, this is a book. It has text in it. But then in large block letters along kind of the outer margins of both sides, it says the, and then on the other side, margin, and then at the bottom, pub.
Margins.
And we see Ollie pass underneath the sign, and someone is like a little wobbly coming out of the pub. Then the door almost swings its way into you, Ollie, but you're fine.
Mm-hmm. Like as the door is still open, I just kind of slide behind this guy through the open door into the pub. And I go straight to the bar and I go, I'll take a ginger ale. It's kind of too early in the day, I imagine.
Yeah, and so kind of our attention turns with Ollie's order to the bartender and proprietress, who is a short, no nonsense woman. In the movie of Candela Obscura that this is, or the Prestige TV miniseries, Kaylee's look is that of someone from East Asia. She has a thick ponytail, reading glasses, and like solidly muscled arms, because one of the things that you must have as a bartender is the ability to do this, cleaning glasses, for approximately 12 hours a day. And so between that and lifting big boxes of books, she has guns. Ollie, do you think you know Kaylee directly?
I don't think so.
All right. And so she looks up and says, sure thing, hon. What brings you up? Brings you up this level today?
Well, firstly, I'm thirsty.
It's a good reason.
But second, I heard some really fascinating things about this space. To be fair, not all of them seem to be 100% good news, but I heard that 3 people met some kind of sour ends coming out of here.
We got a great wide wine selection, really the jewel of South Soffit. Now, if you are a connoisseur, I can certainly take you to our private selection off in the side room, if you have any inquiries that you'd like to make about what we have available, maybe as something for your second drink, or we also do some catering.
I imagine we've arrived at this point. By the way, is it crowded in the pub?
Yeah, it's kind of getting into late afternoon, and so most of the first shift people have gotten off of work, but this is the type of neighborhood where people are actively working all of the shifts, so it's maybe not as busy as it might be down in like a university district.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we come up alongside, and I guess probably maybe just in time to hear the secret, or whatever the other collection. Catering. That sounds promising, but we were hoping to have some drinks here. Have you've spoken, Ollie, already to this fine person? I'll have let's see. And I kind of, my eyes narrow.
I start gesturing wildly to Douglas.
What?
And I go, yes, I'd love to see more of your secret selection. Perhaps we can come into your private cellar and see them for ourselves?
Private cellar, very good.
Certainly. Hey Vic, can you watch the bar? And then she kind of comes out from the side of the bar, pushes a thing up so that she can walk through instead of having to duck under, and then pulls back a curtain, revealing a door, pulls out some keys, opens the door, kind of checks the almost like sight lines, and then kind of steps back and waves you in. There's actually a second velvet curtain inside the door. And she says, watch your step. The stairs come quickly.
I think I'm going to comment to Flora how amusing it'd be if this is actually wine.
Could go for a glass, I guess.
Right.
What time is it? It's like just it's even like the out. Yeah, like it's so dreadfully early for wine. But I guess this is the kind of place where people would treat themselves poorly in the middle of the afternoon, perhaps.
Poorly. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, and I kind of like pat him on the shoulder and look through. I sort of peer through the velvet curtain. I'm not going to go first. I'll let other people go first if they want. But I just sort of like peer through. Do I see like stairs, like precipitous, like ridiculous angle? Like
I think it's like short slice stairs that do a 180 switchback almost immediately.
Oh.
And the kind of the ceiling is fairly low, but there is it's not like a smooth railing, but there's like pipe and then an angle and then a pipe and then an angle, and that's all like bolted into the walls. So you do have a handrail that you can follow down. And so we can follow the four of you and Kaylee. As you go down, there are some wine racks. But when you get to the bottom, it opens up into a really nicely appointed room with several layers of thick rugs, a couple of nice sitting chairs, and 2 walls of wine and 2 walls of fairly interesting looking books, lots of varied sizes and formats and colors and languages on the spines.
Oh, I beeline for that. Like, my head in its practiced way of many years is already tilting to read the spine this way, right? So you can actually see. Fascinating. Oh, need to be careful. It's humid down here,
So the door above closes, and then there are quick but surprisingly nimble and not noisy steps following you down.
Oh.
Discretion is very much appreciated in this establishment because, well, if you know to ask, you probably know that if the periphery were to come around and know that I had this special selection, then we'd all be poorer for it.
Fair, but then it should stand similarly to reason that when 3 people die or nearly die leaving your establishment, people are going to ask questions anyway. And they're going to do it kicking down doors.
That's a fair point. And you are asking on behalf of...
Candela Obscura has a pin or a symbol of some kind, surely. I take it out of my pocket very briefly and then slip it right back in.
I see. Well, I suppose it's better that you're here than the periphery or the ascendancy. Yeah. Take a seat. I'll actually open a bottle of wine. And I can't tell you a lot, but I can tell you that all three of these people that died, 2 or 3 days before they passed, or people noticed that they passed, they checked out a particular book from here.
Which book?
So amusingly, Professor, the book that you've sat down to read is not that book, but when our attention returns to the shelf, the book that has kind of fallen because of spacing and, kind of the bend of the shelf that has fallen there, you can see in gold lettering along the spine, The Dreamer Awakens. And Kaylee walks over, pulls the book out, and sets it down on a table with her hand on the cover as if to keep someone from opening it.
Kaylee, is this a new acquisition? Or is this the first time people have died reading it?
I've had this for, I don't know, I probably picked it up in the war. You know, some things, stock became a little bit more inconsistent, but also freely available in that time, as you might be able to imagine. But no one has looked at it. I haven't even read it until 2-3 weeks ago.
Oh, I see.
So I couldn't tell you why people got interested, but I have bills to pay, and when people make requests and I can fulfill them, I didn't know any of this was going to happen. I can only imagine that somebody is somebody wants this book, and I didn't know that it was that valuable.
Counterpoint. At the moment when you had 3 statistics, you should have let someone know.
Well, I don't have a lot of help. You know, I've got Vic upstairs, and I've got a girl in the back that does the dishes, but it's mostly me. And my previous attempts to reach out to Candela for maintenance of our professional relationship have been difficult. The last person wanted me to leave a message under a seashell out at Seasway, and then to await a message to be delivered by pigeon to the highest level of South Soffit. So I hope you'll excuse me if I wasn't able to get around to it.
That sounds like Relis. Don't worry, he's no longer with us. Instead, he went over to that public college.
I wouldn't beat yourself up about this. It sounds like they knew what they were getting into.
Oh, I couldn't tell you. You know, you're welcome to take a look at the book, but I don't know that it's a good idea for anybody. I will say that 4 people have checked it out, and the last one I haven't. Normally comes in around this time. I don't know. It's Guthrie Dance. Used to be a professor over at Briarbark, and I was kind of turned to scribing work here. But if he comes in, then maybe you can get more information out of him than out of a corpse, of course.
Do I know this Guthrie Dance, Mike?
I would imagine that you'd probably at least heard of Guthrie's dismissal. Guthrie collected accounts from the recent war that connected to Old Faerun history, and asserted at a symposium that the forces that brought down the old empire are returning, as there have been sightings of familiar figures and folkloric creatures during the war, which of course all of the reputable scholars associate with this emerging phenomenon that people talk about as shell shock. Whether you know Guthrie more, I leave up to you.
As people are talking, I'm going to be examining the book without touching it.
Sure.
I would like to potentially either, and this is, as GM, you can recommend either focus or sense. I'm not sure which would be more appropriate, but
yeah.
I am attempting to sort of get a psychic residue type vibe off of it to see if there's anything, or if there's anything sort of metaphysical about the book itself.
Sure thing. Yeah, so if you want metaphysical information, sense is going to be the more appropriate action. If you were opening the book and trying to like quickly glean its contents or kind of vibe, then you might use focus. But I'm going to ask that you go ahead and roll sense here, because there is going to be something for you to learn. I will tip my hat here. I will tip my hand. In a lot of Forge in the Dark games, the player says, I'm rolling this action, In Candela, generally the GM informs the player of the action to use. I'm happy to kind of go in the middle where, Valerie made a couple of suggestions and I can give some guidance. Because you have a 2 in sense, you're going to be rolling 2 6-sided dice. You want at least 1 6. If you get multiple 6s, that's a critical success. A 4 or a 5 is your highest roll, is a mixed success where you get what you want, but there's a consequence. And if your highest roll is no higher than 3, that is just a miss, and there will be a consequence. In Blades in the Dark and other games, you can spend stress. In this game, we have drives, and the action sense is in the intuition drive. And you can spend 1 point of intuition to gain +1 die on a roll. Additionally, someone who is assisting you can say, this is how I'm going to help. They can spend 1 drive from that same category as the action, and then grant the person who's acting +1d.
Would this be an appropriate time for me to use my specialty skill, Extend Your Senses?
Okay, so when you roll sense to understand more about a phenomenon you've encountered, also add a number of dice equal to your current intuition resistance to the roll. Because this is a one-shot, let's say yes, because more things being connected allows everything to kind of be more resonant and stronger. So go ahead and add.
And I presume I'll be able to use this skill again later. This is not a one and done, so yeah.
So the resistance that's listed underneath the drive category, it doesn't work the same as other resistances in Force in the Dark games. When you spend a resistance, you can re-roll up to your action rating in dice. So if you were to say roll 2 dice and you got 1 and a 3, you go, okay, I'm going to spend my intuition resistance and just re-roll those dice. You don't get to re-roll any dice that come from drives or from assists, however. But you don't have to spend that for the re-roll until you've done your first roll.
Yeah.
Mike, you want to mention the thing we talked about regarding possible additions because of the fundraiser?
Because we are into an actual play game, what I will say is that during this session, every donation of $20 or more will give a free +1 to a roll for a character, and that die that is given will be gilded. And if you use the gilded die or one of the gilded dice in your roll as your result, even if it's not the highest, you will get 1 drive point back from that action category. So that's the way you get drive back during a session.
Yeah. And so since we've not spent any drive yet, then this is not necessary yet, but
right.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to spend one of your drives to go up to 3 dice here, with 3 dice, your chances of getting at least 1 4 are something in the category of 87%.
Yeah. So I'm going to get 1 extra from Extend Your Senses. So I am at 3d6, but I think 46 for a book perusal, maybe we could find information out in other ways. So let's see how this roll goes for me.
All right. So just in roll 20, you'll do /roll 3d6. Okay,
that
so
is
that's
a 5, a 1, and a 1.
Yeah, so you could use your intuition resistance here and re-roll 2 of those dice, or just take the 5.
I'll just take the 5. It's gonna. We'll see what the drawback is gonna be to this.
Okay, so what does it look like, or what does it feel like when you extend your senses in this way?
So for her, I think that she it's sort of like if you're looking at a magic eye picture where you have to just slightly unfocus to be able to see the things that aren't normally visible in our spectrum. And so she is concentrating on the book, and she is slipping into that sort of alternate form of vision. When she was younger, it was more natural and it happened more frequently. Now she has learned to control it better, and so it's something that she can summon at will. And she is giving her careful regard to the book to see whether there are any sort of spectral flashes of strange colors, the sense of strong emotions coming off of it, and lingering remnants of something from whoever has touched it before, or whatever magical something might be coming off of it.
Okay, yes. So on a 5, you will get what you want, but there will be a consequence. And what you will immediately be able to sense is that Kaylee should not have her hand on this book because it bears the residue of bleed. And you can see the bleed kind of staining her hand like it is ink, even though she is only touching the outside of the book. And that ink, you can actually see kind of so if you were to like kind of pour some ink on somebody, it would kind of trace a path like a river down their limb following gravity. This is that in reverse, but it's happening very slowly, going up her hand. And not just that, the kind of the aura of the book itself is making the air in this room kind of metaphysically damp in a way that because you've opened yourself up, you are going to be the first person out beyond Kaylee to receive this information. So I'll tell you one thing more, and then I'm going to ask you to take a mark, which is kind of like harm. Something that you can tell just from the quality and the color of this aura is that it is connected in some way to dreaming and what people kind of in occultism circles talk about the dreaming world. But that proximity alone to the bleed is going to mean that you're going to have to take one mark to bleed on Flora. But here's the upside. Valerie, tell us what Let Them In does.
All right, so Let Them In is a weird skill. Whenever you take one or more bleed marks, you also gain additional information about the phenomenon that harmed you. Ask the GM a question about the source of the bleed. So I am marking one bleed on my sheet here. And so let's see, what question do I want to ask you about the source of the bleed? Hey, I have an interesting question that it may be too much, so you tell me.
Okay.
Is the source within the book itself, or is the book a conduit for something else that is existing elsewhere?
That's a very good question, and so I will give you the answer. What you can tell from the kind of the bleed signature of this book is that within it is some incantation or some ritual that creates effectively a spiritual beacon that draws a creature to come and collect.
Oh, all right then.
And
so the thing that I do now with this information is I gently remove Kaylee's hand from the book and I say, I think you should not touch that. And do we have, does Candela Obscura have policies and procedures for containment of contaminated items such as this?
So you do in fact have, every member of Candela Obscura has access to specific tools that the organization provides. The most appropriate one here would be a bleed containment vial. Now, what exactly that looks like and how big of a vial it is, this can be determined in the moment. But what I'll say for everyone's knowledge is that during an assignment, you can have up to 3 items of gear, but you don't have to pick what they are until you use each one of them, right? So Flora, in this moment, you could say, well, I draw out my bleed containment vial, and you check the box there, and you would still have 2 more choices of gear that you could make over the course of the assignment. So what does your bleed containment vial or bleed containment device look like?
Let's see. I think that for her, because I'm trying to think of like, it shouldn't be something that literally splashes, and that seems like kind of an inappropriate thing to use for a book. So I will say that it is a it's a like a lead lined container.
Mm-hmm.
It is about the size of a book. It is something that, because she is a stenographer, she is used to having to keep kind of writing materials in it, and that is her cover, basically, kind of like, the kind of like secretarial boxes that would have, ink and pens and stuff like that in them, and notebooks. But it is actually her containment vessel, and so it is lead lined because that is magically inert and helps contain things. And so she gingerly retrieves the book and quickly slips it inside. She is wearing gloves, by the way, because while they are not impermeable, they are at least a barrier.
Yeah, and I think the part of that bleed mark that you're taking might be that you reached out to Kaylee and that you're briefly handling the book, and we can abstract that a little bit. But now you do have that book, at least temporarily contained, and Kaylee has gone a bit pale, as kind of looking at her hand in a way that she hadn't been before, because her attention had been on all of you. She is kind of fascinated, and you might think horrified, by what appear to be like a new set of veins in black that are tracing up her arm. And so, this never...
Go wash it with salt water as soon as you can. It won't fix it, but it will keep it from spreading.
What are you going to do with this?
We're going to take care of it.
Yeah, so salt water, you said. Guthrie should probably be up there by now. He's a regular, 50s-ish, a bit too skinny, light brown skin, wavy hair. You can ask Vic if you don't see him right off. I'll be back up. Don't take that out of the building until we've talked again.
When you're way up, I found these two others. Would you mind if I took there's this one, and there's also this one, and can I just take this with me? These don't have to be contained. It's fine. Both of these.
I'll put that on Candela's tab. You're welcome to take those. And it's
right.
like not even looking at you.
All right.
And goes up the stairs ahead of you, kind of pulling her, like she's unrolled the sleeve and has pulled it up to hide what is showing on her arm, leaving you alone in the library.
Well, I suppose that corruption's contained, except we don't know anyone else that may have been affected by it who's still corrupting others. It's not a good sign.
There's something in the book. It's an incantation, some sort of summoning ritual. We have to figure out what it's attracting and how, but perhaps Ollie can pull that information out of Guthrie upstairs.
Guthrie's a good fellow, Should never have been let go. The dean is a buffoon. Doesn't surprise me he didn't understand it. But Guthrie probably was right. He was right even before I knew more about all this business than I do now. But still, he's stubborn. A few of us can be on occasion. Not me. Of course, flexibility is my middle name, but for someone like Guthrie, he might be sort of determined to hold on to his beliefs, if you understand.
Well, I hope he took more precautions than the other three.
If I know Guthrie, he probably did. He's already lost the most important thing anyone can, a tenure-track position. After that, he'd be more careful about where he walks.
I guess we'll find out.
Just to be sure, what are ex-Professor Dance's beliefs?
I attended a lecture of his at the college. He said that the surge of odd things that are being experienced by people in Old Fair are not normally explainable. It has nothing to do with this shell-shock nonsense. It has to do with creatures from the beyond. In other words, he's right. But you can't tell any of those people that. They're scared of their own shadows. So they went back to their comfortable offices, and from their desks they very bravely wrote him a message in which they told him that his research productivity had not been adequate to the task, and they let him go. If only we had such a thing as a union.
Right. So from there, shall we wipe back up to the bar itself?
Yeah.
Okay. So the bar has gotten a bit more crowded. Kaylee is still in the back. It would seem Vic is a little bit overwhelmed by patrons, but you can see someone who certainly looks a lot like Guthrie at the bar, kind of looking drowsy, staring at a like a ceramic mug of slightly steaming, probably closer to lukewarm coffee, and kind of does this and seems to be already wired or maybe scared.
No, it's Freddy Krueger, isn't it? Wait, that's not in character. No. It's out of character.
I immediately sit down beside.
I think my character, who is, I should say, is dressed in very practical pants and a long sleeve shirt, very not really conspicuous, would pull up a chair and kind of sit, not right up to the table, but alongside the table. She's just watching their back. What is that? Watch their six or something.
Yeah, and so Ollie, you're sitting down next to Guthrie.
I am.
I'm sorry, neighbor. I'm not really in the mood for conversation.
I understand that concern. By the way, Ollie Fry, I write for the Register. I'm gonna start talking, as is my wont, and I'm gonna hope that I settle on a thing that will make you feel more comfortable about talking. Among those things, I've heard some peculiar goings on across the eaves and beyond that you may know some things about. I've heard that you are quite a well-read scholar, someone with the fortitude to sense some of the stranger things about the world among us. And I get the impression
I'll pause you there. Guthrie is kind of shut down enough that it's going to take a sway roll to get him to like be any kind of participant in this conversation.
Well, yeah, definitely. This was all just the most annoying sway roll ever.
I'd like to assist with this actually, because I have a specialty called verbose, which means that when you make a speech or you hold a conversation to assist an ally, the die you give them is gilded. And so it seems to me that this is a perfect situation to sort of talk Guthrie up a little bit and also give an assistance to... So I'm not going to RP the whole thing. I would just say, Guthrie, as I sort of sit down on one of the other chairs. It's all right, old man. You got nothing to worry about. This is someone you can trust. He's a journalist. He speaks the truth. And you spoke the truth as well. I remember your lecture very well. That it was both in our world and not of our world was really extraordinary. The way that you were able to trace through the metaphysical and contextual context of this anti-disestablishment and Colatrix is about, you're right, and that sort of thing. And then it becomes very much like the gibberish on the sign outside, but in oral form, right?
Okay.
But it's right down Guthrie's language, just to be clear, as I'm giving this assist.
So, Greg, for Douglas, go ahead and spend one of your cunning.
Okay.
Because sway is a cunning action. But instead of a +1d normal, that will be a +1d for Ollie that is gilded.
So I have a question. Under the specialty, the verbose doesn't say use a die. Does that mean you always use one? Like when you're using a specialty?
Assist, as I understand, assist is a keyword.
Oh, I
and
see.
When you assist,
that's fine. I'll still do it.
You spend a drive to give someone a bonus.
Okay, so I'll be down to 1 out of 2 drive then under cunning, you said?
And then for Ollie, looks like you have 2 in sway. So you would get +1. The way we're going to do gilded dice is that the first die is always your gilded die. When you have the roll and it goes, die, die, die.
So, my journalist specialty special ability is open book.
Yes.
You can get people to open up with you very quickly. When you attempt to connect with others by sharing something deeply personal, add a number of dice equal to your current cunning resistance to a sway roll. On a success, they will reciprocate.
Yep. And how many cunning resistances do you have right now?
2.
Okay. So what's the something personal that you share? I cut you off a little bit, but here I think we'll expand this conversation.
Yeah, so I started rambling, and then Doug started rambling, and then I cut Doug off, and I reach into my the pocket of my trousers, and I pull out a drawing that a friend of mine had made of the two of us when we were very, very young. It's very ornate, beautiful pencil drawing. Almost the quality of a daguerreotype is how good this guy's drawing was. I just rest it down on the table right in front of Guthrie, and I go, I've seen what the dark can do. It's taken someone very close from me, and I know what it's like to see what you've seen and not know how to explain it to anyone, not know how to justify it.
Okay, great. So you've got 2 from Sway, 1 gilded from the professor, and then you're going to get +2. So that it looks like is going to be a 5-die roll.
5d6. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Get in this convo. Do not.
It's just such a good ability too. Open book is golden.
Yeah, I really like the abilities here. Okay, so
it's a good thing we
that's
had the
2, 1, 1, 2, and 5. Woo. But your gilded die was the 2.
The gilded die is the 2. Well, I don't need it right now, so yeah. I'll take the 5.
Okay. So on a 5 and on a success, they will reciprocate. So I'll elide this. Like, there's more conversation than just what I'm giving you, and so if you have questions about any of the other details, we can kind of pull back to that. But Guthrie reveals that he looked into the book because a kind of a fellow scholar fallen on hard times by the name of Yvette had confided in him, 4 or 5 days ago, that she'd borrowed this book from Kaylee and had uncannily vivid and terrifying dreams, to the point that when she woke up, the kind of clawed scratch kind of across her face that happened just before she woke up had shredded her nightgown and her blankets. And Yvette was then found dead the next night after she confided in this to Guthrie, and that is why he went to Kaylee, asked about the book, and investigated it himself. He very quickly found that it was beyond his kind of the depth of his knowledge, and suspected that there was more going on, but didn't have anyone he thought he could go to that would believe what has been happening. And so he's very kind of relieved to have your assistance here. But even as he's doing this, you can tell that he is some level of sleep deprived. And the consequence I'm going to manifest here is that, this is kind of an England equivalent. And so a lot of the beer is served room temperature. The coffee was slightly steaming. And what the more perceptive of you would notice is that a draft comes in, even though there are no windows open. Nearby mugs go frosty, and the steam vanishes from Guthrie's Guthrie's coffee mug, And I would say, Flora, you at least are getting like incoming danger, bad vibes. For anyone else, for Jody, perhaps, maybe that takes another manifestation, hairs on the back of your neck as a kind of a skilled kind of physical operator and adventurer. You might have
sorry, can she feel this breeze? It doesn't seem to come from anywhere.
Absolutely. It is
probably note that's very strange.
Yeah. And so you experience that kind of as Guthrie is reading you all in on what has happened, while the kind of wall of noise around you kind of gives you a little bit of privacy, strangely, because it's all too loud for anybody to be able to pick out.
Well, I think at this point I'd stand up and kind of look around, mainly looking for an open window, anything that would explain why this physical, because like this physical sensation, as an explorer, I know that everything has a cause, and if I can't find any natural cause for this, then that's a bit concerning.
Yeah, and so you look around trying to find the source of this wind. You do notice that a side door is now swinging closed, but you couldn't immediately pick out who came or went as a result. But then I'm going to invite you to make a roll. This is probably going to be a survey if you're looking for more information about that, which I would invite you to do so.
Good. Survey dice 2. So that's a 2d6.
2d6. Yep.
D6. All right, let's go see if we get it. Oh, forgot roll.
Yeah, so you should be able to do great. Okay, so on a 5, you will see a fairly short person with pale light skin, kind of shaved head, or you can see kind of the edges of shaved hair under like a newsboy cap, and like the most distinct thing about this person is like wingtip eyeliner, but the way things are arranged, when you kind of stepped a little bit to try to look around, you've ended up on the opposite side of the bar from where this person is coming in, and you notice as this person kind of quite deftly, for how large it is, pulls the bleed containment kind of box out of Flora's coat or bag or whatever it is, and then bolts off. Like as soon as it's in their hand, this person is off like a shot. But you've seen them in time that you can give chase.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna do that while probably shouting, "That's not yours."
Where are you going?
All right. So yeah, that's Jody out the door like a shot. The three of you notice that. You immediately can realize, Flora, that that kind of bundle is no longer with you, but you did not notice with any of your senses that this was coming, either because your attention was elsewhere, or maybe this person is just that good.
Let's say I was really focused on Guthrie because I was trying to get a read on him, so yeah.
Sure. So this is going to move pretty quickly, so I think we're going to go outside immediately to Jody, and then the 3 others in the circle will be able to follow shortly after. So Jody, you realize very quickly, coming out the door and following this person, that they know this neighborhood extremely well, and that they are small enough that it's going to be easy for them to go through places that you cannot follow. So I'm curious, how is it that you want to pursue them here?
That's a problem. And her main thing is that she needs to catch them quickly, or they're definitely going to give her the slip.
Yep.
Because, if you don't know the terrain, there's only so much you can do. So her main goal right now is just to sprint with as much speed that she can hopefully catch up with them before they're too far gone.
Sure thing.
Okay, no, I'm not talking to you.
So this is definitely going to be a move roll. You have 2 in move, and it is gilded. And you have 6 drive in nerve. So if you wanted to spend a couple of that in that to get bonus dice, you absolutely can. The maximum die pool in Candela Obscura is 6 dice. So you can't get to having more than 6 dice for a roll, but you can spend as many drive on a roll as you would want to with that cap in mind.
And so with the gilded dice, just to reiterate, that gives you back a drive if it's successful.
So the gilded die is always going to be the first one in the set that we look at. If you use that die as your result, you can get 1 back in the drive that corresponds to the action. So in this case, nerve. But if that gilded die is not the highest, you're doing a little bit of a sacrifice to get that drive back.
Right.
So you might say, oh, well, I'll take the 4 because it's gilded and I'll get a drive back, even though I have a 6 over there.
All right. In that case, since I got 2 dice, I think I'm going to spend 2 drive. Why not?
Okay.
So 46.
Don't forget, chat, in all these rolls, donations will actually help the players get another D. $20 donation to Speculate would get another D to...
Yep, plus 1 die that is
Jody,
also
in this case
gilded.
Help us catch this sneaky individual.
Look, they've stolen a book. All right, we want the. You don't steal books.
There is no greater sin in Speculate.
Oh, first one's a 6. That's
wow.
That's the gilded one. Dang.
When you get more than 1 6, that's a critical.
Oh God!
And
you just teleport to their side,
right? Because that's 2 6s. In my mind, when you get a critical, you're using both of those dice. So you're immediately going to get 1 of those nerve back. So you spent 2 and you're going to get 1 back. This person is very fast, but it's not 15 seconds before you've caught up to them. Tell us a little bit about what that looks like. What is the quick escape route that you managed to head them off before they were able to utilize?
So I'm going to say that probably, how crowded is it outside of this bar? Like, are there people milling around?
There are people milling around. It is, you're a good 40 something feet up off the ground here.
Yeah.
And it's not as dangerous to move around as it is a couple of levels up.
Right.
But, you're going over, you're using girders that have sheet metal bolted to them to turn into a walkway. It's all very ramshackle.
I'm going to say that in order to kind of cut some time off by not running through the people, she immediately jumps up on one of these girders and pulls herself up and just sprints down it and then leaps up onto the pursuer, not with the goal of hurting this person, but more with landing on top of them and kind of rolling to stop them.
And so because you got a crit, not only do you kind of hurl yourself on top of this person and isolate them where they're no longer moving, you do so and you have 1 hand directly on the box containing the book itself. So you've not only stopped and caught this person, but you have direct, immediate control over the box as well.
I think for the time being, Jody is going to prioritize keeping that box in her possession because also she doesn't know if this person can stab her or something. So it's probably more dangerous to grapple with them. So she, once they collide and she has her hand on the box, she's actually going to shift so that she's got both of her hands on the box and is holding it close. And she does say why would you do that?
Leave me be. It's just a job. I got to make a living. I live in this shithole. What's your business?
My business is this book.
This is a real life example, by the way. Imagine the dog is Jody. So this is what's happening right now. My business is
is this book.
you really ought to let me have this, because if I don't come back with it, some really nasty people are going to come after you. And I hear that doesn't go really well for them, and it's not going to go well for me. So we're all going to be losers.
Oh, that's all right. I'll take my chances.
And I think by now the others, you may not have like fully caught up, but you can see that Jody has already kind of run this person down.
Is that Jody up there? Baz, do you see? Is that Jody?
Nice. Well done.
And you catch up, and this person introduces themselves as Joe, just J-O, and says, okay, here's the deal. If I don't come back with that, it's going to be a big problem for me. If it's important for you, then maybe you can make that problem go away for me. And it seems like maybe you want to do that anyway.
No.
Excuse you?
To be perfectly sure, 15 seconds ago you were content with choosing which one of us should suffer, and you chose us. Why should we capitulate to your desire to not suffer?
We're already suffering.
And this is all said like with like a knee on their chest or something, right?
Yeah,
like because they're being held down. And they're trying to like muster some grit and dignity while being like thoroughly subdued. And it's kind of like lean a little bit of the way up, like they're doing a crunch and trying to look at Ollie. Because if Madeleine Rost gets her hands on you, you know what a body looks like when it gets burned for kindling? You're going to wish you looked like that.
Cool. You first?
No. As soon as I get out from under this superhero over here,
Odie.
I'm gonna disappear, and none of y'all are gonna see me ever again.
You seem to be very confident in that. We can trust you in that, if you're absolutely sure. You seem to be confident that the person you were working for is a menace that should not be trusted, and yet similarly confident that you can get away unscathed from performing a crime in her service. We, however, have work to do. You want to get away with this, you can do one of two things for us. You can tell us why this Madeleine Rost needed this book so badly, or you can come join us on an adventure where we meet things with claws.
It'll be exciting.
I will take door number 1, please. Thank you.
Grand.
But first, I would say probably for at least Jody, that name, Madeleine Rost, rings a bell. How many years ago was it that you were on an expedition with Madeleine to a frost-covered site, and half of your party got killed because of her negligence? Was that 5 years ago or 6?
Oh, 5 years ago. Never a good time.
And how did you and Madeleine leave terms at the end of that expedition?
If it was her negligence that directly caused the deaths of her party, I would say it was not good terms. I would not leave her to die in the mountain, but I was very frosty towards her on the way down, and will no longer work with Madeleine or her associates.
And so, that Madeleine is kind of her reputation is like lady adventurer, right? She's an heiress. She married early, and her spouse died of what some people say are mysterious circumstances, but honestly was probably just heart failure. And then has just applied a bunch of money and her interest into various oddities around Hale and beyond.
I think at that point I'd be like, oh yeah, Madeleine. I think you might be right about her. Not someone you want to get involved with, but it seems like we don't have much of a choice now, do we?
You've got more of a choice than I do. This is only the fourth job I've done for her. She tells me to go and get things. She pays really well. I can afford medicine for the kids that I'm taking care of and for myself. Whether Joe is lying about that part, a little bit iffy, but you know, they spin a good yarn. But we'll then continue and say, here's the deal. If you forget that I was ever a part of any of this, I'll tell you where you need to go to follow the path to get down to the scary place where she is trying to get into some weird old building. And you can deal with it, and I can stop stealing from people or stop stealing from interesting people. I will steal from very boring people.
Or you could stop stealing from people.
Let's stop stealing.
Yeah, but then how am I eating?
Stop stealing from people.
The people on the block.
I have 10 fast fingers and a fast mouth, and that's about it.
A fast
You
mouth.
You can keep one of those 11.
I calculate the math. That means you lose all your fingers, you realize, unless you choose. So you're in big trouble.
So yeah, this person is going to give you pretty detailed directions. The downside is that they're basically telling you about a hidden passageway that is going to lead down deeper into Old Farron ruins.
Is there in Candela some context for, you know, the equivalent of an insight check? Do we feel like it's trustworthy, or
yeah.
Because otherwise I was going to say, actually, why don't you bring us to this place and then you can leave after you've brought us to the ambush site of your gang or wherever you're bringing us to.
So the action read is going to be the one to spot lies, gather motive, and interpret body language.
I am definitely doing a read.
Can I, in doing that, because you have to do a read. Oh, I guess a drive just increases the D, so you could just do it without having to spend anything to do it on that one.
So if you have 0 in an action, you roll 2 dice and take the lower.
Okay.
But Professor, if you wanted to assist in someone's read, you would just spend a drive from cunning. If several of you are all going in on a read, then multiple people can assist one character in this game instead of basically you do it your own, one assist or a group action.
So who has a good read, I guess is the question.
I already have 2 dots in read.
I also have 2 dots in read, so I'm happy to help because I haven't spent any drive yet. So
yeah. So what is Flora attending to and helping kind of get a read on this thief?
She is going to try to use her altered sense just to kind of get a read on the aura while Ollie presumably is listening to whatever this person is saying, reading micro expressions, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Okay, great. So you can spend 1 from cunning to give +1d over to Ollie. Ollie, did you want to spend any cutting for your own bonuses?
I'm spending 1.
Okay. So that means you're going to make a read roll at 4d6. All right.
Ooh.
There's a 6. So Joe has been pretty straightforward and honest with you, except the thing about like medicine for people that they're looking after. And you doubt that they will give up thieving.
Question. Do we have like a safe house that Joe can be ensconced in along with Guthrie for the nonce?
Absolutely. So every chapter of Candela operates out of chapter houses. So there are chapter houses throughout the city, and any given chapter house might support 1 to 3 chapters. And then the chapters in the city are kind of organized under a hierarchy of light keepers. Light keepers are kind of the fixers, mastermind types who are all retired from field work due to basically accumulating scars and being worn down enough that they're at greater risk for actual death when they're out in the field. So you could definitely take Joe to a chapter house and have somebody there kind of keep an eye on them / keep them from getting away, and or kind of keep an eye on Guthrie if y'all would like to do that.
I'll let Ollie finish with them first, and then we'll.
Okay. Yeah, and so Ollie, you've gotten that read of Joe and kind of where they are and aren't bullshitting you.
I hear all of this, and for a very long beat, like an upsettingly, emotionally disturbingly long beat, I just stare at Joe blankly.
You trying to bore a hole through my head with your eyeballs? What are we doing here?
I'm trying to figure out which of the fingers that I'm starting with.
Hey, I've been really straightforward with you, and you've got the book, and I told you a bunch of stuff about how you can go do something incredibly dangerous, since it seems like you're really excited to be in other people's business for some reason.
Grand. You're gonna come with us for a bit. You want it to be safe, right? We have a place where you can be safe. You want to not lose any of your fingers? There's a condition under which you don't lose any fingers. Come with us. I'm just gonna gesture to Jody to bear hug Joe and bring Joe with us to the chapter house.
And so we'll kind of cut away from the scene as Joe kind of mutters under their breath, "It's still better than the fucking Periphery." Like being led off and told that they're going to be detained.
We could possibly use someone with slight moral ambiguities.
Flexibility?
Flexible morals and light fingers is something that potentially Candela Obscura. Do you have any second story skills, my friend?
Sister, we're on the second story. What do you think I got? And we'll cut away from that scene there. Because we're close to break, rather than taking a break here, I'm going to use the great tradition of serial pulp storytelling, and we're going to cut from there to about an hour in to making your way down into the ruins of Old Fair.
Is there a dotted line that goes that with like an arrow that follows us as we go?
A page turns and we see a map.
It's like in Dragon Age with like the blood, like
yeah.
But it's the ink.
It's the Indiana Jones thing I was thinking of. That just
and so we see the kind of the surface layer map of Old Fair, and we kind of zoom in on South Soffit, and then as if a transparency is peeled back, we see a layer beneath where there's kind of multi-layer ruins of Old Fair that all have kind of affectations of Greek and Roman architecture, and we see that that kind of river of ink flow down and around in kind of a 3D model, and then we push in and the kind of sepia kind of gains color and more color and more color, and we see the four of you looking down where there's kind of basically you're gonna have to climb down a sheer bit of cliff, but what you see below you is a hedge maze, but in the hedge maze is a fairly burly person stomping and kind of wandering about as if they are confused, but they don't have a person's head. Instead, they appear to have like a big wrought iron helm for like a prisoner with great bull horns and kind of what seems to be hot, steamy breath kind of flows through an ox's nose. And as you look close, you don't see where their skin ends and this iron bull's helm begins. And their head starts to turn up toward you. But we will go to commercial before we can establish whether they have seen you.
Okay.
So this is our one shot of Candela Obscura titled Dreams of Old Fair. I am delighted to be joined by Valerie Valdez, Darcy Little Badger, and my Speculate co-hosts, Brandon O'Brien and Gregory A. Wilson. I am Mike Underwood, serving as your GM, aka Lightkeeper, and this one shot is in support of our annual fundraiser marathon as we are gathering funds and raising support for what we do in Speculate, which is actual play shows, discussions about TTRPGs, storytelling, and kind of the art therein and their intersections, because all five of us are working professional authors in various forms and media. So you can support this endeavor by going to paypal.me/Mike R. Underwood and sending money to the show, or by becoming a patron at patreon.com/speculate. And for every $20 that you donate, you could give a bonus to one of these characters in our second act when we return, and you would be entered into the giveaway, which we will hold when we hit $200, which is under $40 away.
Let's make it happen, people. We can do it.
Right.
So we'll be back in how long?
Let's say about 10 minutes.
All right, sounds good. 6:30, so we'll be back by 6:40. And in the meantime, by the time we get back, it would be great if we had hit that number already. That would be really great. So please, in the meantime, take a break yourselves, and then let's come back and get ready to see if people saw us or not. I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll be right back. All right, and we are back. Welcome, everybody. We are back from break and ready to find that the people that have turned around and have seen us are our dearest friends, and they're going to help us with every possible. That's totally how that's going to happen. But we are all here in all seriousness for the Speculate fundraiser. And let me encourage everybody again, while we have a moment just before we hand things back over to Mike, to please donate to the Speculate fundraiser. We are trying to get up to 1,000 today is our goal. We're at 161.74, and this is a show that did, as Mike pointed out at the beginning, at the top of the fundraiser, we actually we did 43 shows, I believe, over the course of the last year. So we've done a lot of that, but managing audio editing and also promotion and trying to build everything is not a cheap endeavor, either in time or resources. And so we need support from folks out there to be able to continue to do it and to be able to grow, which is what we would all like to do. And moreover, we would like to be able to supplement some of what we do with some extra surprises and material and things like that. But we can only do that if we have the support of folks here. So once we get to that $200 level, we will have that giveaway, which has just been posted in chat, of Can You Sign My Tentacle, which I conveniently happen to have right here. Geekomancy, which is an ebook, so I do not conveniently have that digitally to hand, but it is Mike's book, which you can get and which I've read and is awesome. And you can get a code for the strategy game Stellaris from me on Steam. So all of that, once we reach the $200 level, we will have a giveaway, and then the winner of that giveaway will win those three things. So please do support us, and don't forget, every $20 donation means that you can add a die to one of the characters in the course of the game. I did put it to Mike, and it's up to Mike whether or not we want to do this. I did put it to Mike that if you wanted to have shenanigans added so that a complication is added for us, like whatever, I'm shameless. We'll take the hit if we have to. So please consider jumping on board if you possibly can. We just had a, let's see, $4.26 donation. Was that anonymous or not? Do you know, Mike? I asked.
The donor is welcome to identify themselves if they would like. I was not certain from the message.
Ooh, that would be lovely. And an ARC of an advanced review copy of Darcy's next book when that comes in. That is also really kind and appreciated and would be pretty awesome. So
what I will say is that if that a donation of $25 or more, if you
and we just win. No, I'm just kidding.
If you want to make things more difficult for the investigators,
that's different.
With a donation of $25 or more, and let me know that you want to cause trouble, I will take a free hard move to make all of these investigators' lives much more difficult, which is basically a major complication or major escalation kind of all at once.
That's wow. All right. Well, then let me hand things over to Mike, because I'm sure that's Mike seems all ready and raring to go now. So over to you, Mike.
It's like I could have been mean. I could have said for every $10, right? And
that's true. That's true. Every $25. So basically, once we hit 200, we're in trouble. That'll be fine, though. It's fine.
It's easier to help than to hinder in this regard. Perhaps it would be smarter business to go the other way around, but this is just how I'm rolling right now. So when we last left our investigators headed to intermission, they had learned of a series of mysterious deaths in the neighborhood of South Soffit. They went to speak to the proprietress of a banned library, which was the source of the book. They talked to the proprietress as well as the most recent person to read the book, learning about that person's friend, who was the third person to pass away. They kind of interrogated / interviewed that person, and while their attention was on this person Guthrie, the book itself, which had been contained by the occultist, just trying to remember everybody's names, Flora, that item was lifted directly from her by a thief named Joe, who shot off but was not able to escape the impressive gymnastic, athletic movement skills of one Jody Lamora explorer. And then they interrogated Joe and learned that Joe had been hired by one Madeleine Rost, a heiress and lady adventurer who has exposed herself to be quite callous and was attempting to secure the book. Joe then gave them directions deeper into Old Fair, down to kind of Greek and Roman-esque ruins beneath the city that date back hundreds and hundreds of years, over 1,000 years. They followed those directions, having deposited Joe and Guthrie in a safe house of Candela Obscura, the organization they work for, and we joined them kind of looking down over a sheer cliff face to a hedge maze that was kind of the path forward of why shrubbery like this is able to persist when there is no sunlight here. Hard to say. It's a bit weird. Also, there's a person in there who's like a minotaur in a maze, except they're just a big burly person. And instead of where their head is, there's a big wrought iron helm of a bull's face. And that person is looking around and might be on the verge of noticing our 4 adventurers. And so I will return to them and say, when you see this figure turning their direction toward you, what would you like to do?
Is there a dramatic choir and a health bar that appears above the person? Just wanted to make sure.
No, you have to get down into the boss arena because then enemies don't follow you in.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
is there a cloud wall that I push on and then it just goes through and then suddenly you hear, ah! Like,
yep.
Right.
Are we being watched by a lot of shades? Like, just
yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh, well, that's what the brazier right behind us was. That's where we summoned the specter.
Damn it. You had jolly cooperation.
Lies of P, actually very good.
Yeah. I watched some Lies of P. It's Dark Souls things are not my type of game, but I admire people who can play them. I like watching people play them. It's pretty impressive. Sorry, way off track. So they're in reality, as a professor, what I would actually do at that point is, well, that's no good then. And I would like duck left or something like
hide.
See, okay. So this is what happens. So Hilness, who is a wonderful person, has donated $43.21 to the Speculate fundraiser, which is their second donation of the day. Hilness is incredibly generous. But what this also means is that now that we've donated this much, this hard move is happening with this guy that we're looking at. So I just want to be clear. This is not a hard move when, like, you know, Ollie was interrogating my poor professor dude friend. This is the hard move now. So thank you in all seriousness, Hilness. Now we're going to get a chance to do our giveaway. That's very kind of you. But also we're screwed. But
thanks to Hilness, not only does this being see you, but is going to charge forward and slam their horned head into the wall, and it's going to cause a landslide. And I'm going to need every one of you who's up there to explain to me with what action or what approach you're taking to not fall a good 40 feet and land painfully right in front of this being.
I immediately regret my life's choices, and I'll roll for that.
Fun fact, I'm pretty sure the professor is in the same position as I, in that I have very few dice in any nerve actions. Yeah, this is gonna be wild. Would you call this a high stakes roll?
I would.
Grand. My face ability, Cool Under Pressure, gives me the ability to spend Cunning Drive regardless of the action that I'm taking in a high stakes roll.
Right.
I
will also
can
say,
take more than one drive, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. For our more physically adept members of the group, if you want your action to include protecting a member of your circle, absolutely. Let's just talk it through. It may be difficult to protect both of you, and you might be forced to choose. But back to you, Ollie. What is your approach?
Mm-hmm. So, like, the thing that I'm hoping to do essentially with the move roll is like not just maneuver my own body in response to this, but like be a part of like the wave of our bodies falling such that we will still be out of this creature's range whenever we land. So I'm gonna spend 3 drive.
Okay.
So I can add 3D to my 1D move.
Okay. And you are... Is this to protect yourself? To protect yourself and someone else?
I think I'm focusing on the old man because I'm pretty sure Professor Wilden is up the creek, as they would say when it comes to physical maneuvering in this moment.
Yeah. Back in my younger days when I was doing rowing for crew, it would have been a different story. That's
So
45 years and several
essentially
hip replacements since.
Yeah, the goal is to kind of grab Professor Wilden in a rolling tumble, essentially.
So
you hear alarming cracking, by the way, as that happens.
On a 6, you'll protect both of you. On a 4 or 5, you'll be able to protect one of you from harm.
Yeah, okay, noted. Yikes. Well.
Okay. So would you rather yourself take the harm, or are you going to leave the professor to his own devices and cover your own posterior?
I would rather in this moment protect Professor Wilden.
Oh.
Okay. Great. So I'm just going to take some notes here on...
Grand notes. When a GM takes notes, you know things are going
That's
poorly.
very kind of you, as you're like, doof, 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 like rolling down the...
Yeah. I imagine this is like jagged stone.
Oh.
So like we're still both in a lot of pain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Okay. And since this is all happening at once, I'm going to come over to Jody and Flora. What will you be doing to deal with this kind of collapse?
So is this landslide coming from above us, or?
So basically the ground underneath you is giving out because this bull creature hit the wall so hard. It's just kind of like a shelf falling.
Yeah. If there's any way to jump higher to not get caught up, Jody's going to do that. But if it's pretty much inevitable that they're going to fall down with this landslide, then she's pretty much going to do the old tactic of you protect your head and kind of curl up a little bit.
Yeah,
because once you're caught, you just have to wait it out.
Yes, you can absolutely kind of jump higher / jump back so that you're not kind of falling with everybody else. And that
I'm going to attempt that.
Yeah, that works as move as well.
All right, move. I'll spend a drive, so 3 dice.
Okay, and you have move gilded. So your first die is going to be a gilded die.
I don't know if I'll get lucky a second time. Let's find out. Roll.
We shall see.
3d6.
Okay, that's a 5, a 6, and a 1. So you can get a 6, or you can take a 5 and get one of your nerve drive back. But on a 5, there will be a consequence.
I'm just gonna do the 6 because I'm like, this game isn't gonna be too long, so I don't have to
just teleport down to the bottom. I'm beginning to see who the MVP is of this group.
Oh no.
You see it coming, and you have a fair bit of experience, and so you're able to kind of jump and scramble back even as the first kind of 5-6 feet worth of this shelf that you were all looking down on is kind of collapsing and sliding down in like a kind of instant avalanche. All right, and then we will come over to Flora.
Oh, my pitch.
Sorry, Valerie. Pause 1 second. We just we have I have a server problem we just dropped. So hold on a second. It is reconnecting. I hope soon. Twitch has been having issues like this over the last week or so. Yeah, we're not up at the moment, so hang on. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting, but I wanted them to hear what you were going to say.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, of course I can't change. Okay. Now I think it should be reconnected. All right, we should be back on. I think. Can people see and hear us, etc.? Okay. This has been a Twitch thing recently. I don't know what the deal is with this, but my apologies. Anyway, we're back. Sorry about that. You were saying, Valerie, my apologies.
No need to apologize for just fixing the stream. My pitch for this, and Mike, you can guide me, is that Flora was very fixedly observing this creature. And so I would say either a focus or a sense roll, in that she noticed that it was going to bolt before it did, and she backed up before it hit the wall, to try to avoid whatever was going to happen.
Great. That can absolutely be focus.
Okay. So for focus, I do have 1 gilded die, so I'm going to roll 2 dice, and 1 is gilded. Is that right?
Yep. The first die to roll will be your gilded die.
Okay. Here we go.
Drum rolled.
A 2 and a 5, so I'll take the 5. I think as interesting as it would be to recover a little bit of my drive there, I think maybe not taking more damage when I've already got bleed is probably a better idea.
Yes, and I think you managed to scramble back, but because your highest die was a 5, I'm going to say that you're going to take 1 mark to brain for the kind of psychic, the kind of mental strain of this kind of not quite precognition, but like enhanced responses and attentiveness. And then, now that everyone has rolled, I'm going to come back around to Ollie. Ollie, you managed to kind of protect the professor. Were you trying to come down safely or escape the landslide? I wasn't quite sure.
Come down safely.
Okay. So you are able to take the 2 of you and you roll, and there's a kind of a split second where you realize that somebody's going to take a hard landing, and you turn and roll into it and decide that that is going to be you and not your professor colleague. And so you're going to land kind of taking a hard crack to kind of your hip rolling toward your back on a chunk of rock that didn't shatter in this collapse. So you're going to go ahead and make a mark to body, and I'm going to say that the professor rolls off to one side, but you are also going to be left at the feet of this being.
Yeah, grand. I try to get up as soon as I possibly can.
Okay. So we have Ollie scrambling to her feet. We have a couple of you that are higher up there. The professor, you're on the level here. You're kind of at the edge of this hedge maze where basically it funnels in. You kind of saw it from above there, so it might not be too hard to pick through, but you do have this giant thing beside you. And in this moment, I think you may recall from either your or someone else's supernatural studies that this being is almost certainly a bullhelm, which is a person who has been possessed by a helm of this form and forced to wander. You know that they are nigh invulnerable, but nearly blind.
So I process all of that, like getting my glasses straight and everything. And I see, and I assume that Ollie is like occupying all of the attention, to like at the moment the creature's helm, such as it is focused in the direction of Ollie. Okay.
Yes, Ollie is in imminent danger, you have been flung off to the side, but have a moment to do something because you're not directly in this creature's line of charging.
You said that I was at the edge of the hedge maze, right? And where it funnels in. Is this still above another level? Like, are we like on a middle level so that like at the edge of it is a precipitous drop? Or is this the bottom of anything and there's no ledge that I'm on?
Yes. So with this avalanche, on the far side of you, there is just kind of open cliff face. So if you were to perhaps maneuver this creature to charge in a particular direction, you might get them to just run off of the side to their doom.
That was my theory. So I'm gonna try to like stumble around behind it, like pulling in all of my my boxing days at the university, when I was 40 years ago, and I kind of and then I remember that I do have since we haven't talked about gear yet, so I have a small mundane invention. And the small mundane invention specifically, which was originally given to me by a student and then was modified by several faculty, is... Sorry, go ahead.
I think we may have lost it again.
No.
Okay. It's
not according to me.
It's on a spiral loading for me. Sorry, please continue.
Is everyone... Let me just confirm, though. Can everyone else see it? Everyone in chat is good?
Okay. No.
Check 1, 2.
Me. Please proceed.
Nope, we're good. Okay. So, still working fine. Also, interestingly, the YouTube stream never went down when Twitch did, so it was a Twitch thing. Anyway, so so this mundane invention looks essentially like a bell, and it starts out flat. When I pull it out of my pocket and go like this, I pull it up and right, so it becomes this sort of bell, and then I pull out from my pocket a small. I would just like a wooden, sort of smooth wooden rod, I would say. And then I wait till I get around to the side of it, and then I go. Now, this thing is particularly noted by creatures with ties to or connected to the supernatural. In fact, what you just heard sounds 50 times as loud to any creature that actually exists in the supernatural realm.
Okay, so this is something that has been designed precisely to be more resonant for creatures of the bleed,
to attract their attention,
while just using kind of mundane physics.
That's exactly right. It's essentially a dog whistle where you're hurting bad things and not dogs.
Okay, so I could imagine that being sway as you're trying to draw its attention.
Okay.
Did you have another action in mind for doing this?
Well, I was trying to decide if focus, which I happen to have particular skills in inspecting and analyzing it. I guess the thing is, though, my thinking about using the spell is probably already would have taken the focus, so I guess I've already inspected and analyzed it. It's my knowledge that allows me to know that I need to convince this thing to come in my direction. It could be sway, but I guess I'm trying to use my specific knowledge of these creatures to attract it in my direction using the spell. So I don't know. If that's
I think focus makes sense there. So you can go ahead and roll with that. It looks like you have it gilded and have 2. Would you like to add any drive?
Yeah, this seems kind of important. So I will add. So if I can add up to 4, because you can never have more than 6 dice. You said.
Correct.
Okay. So and I've got 2 right now. I don't want to use all of them though. Let me add 2 though, because I think it's kind of really important that this thing not kill us. So I'm going to use 2, which would leave me with 2 out of 4, and the means the die is gilded. Which part is one of the dice is always gilded, or they're all gilded?
If the action is gilded, you get 1 gilded die, and so the first d6 result will be your gilded die.
Sounds good. So 46. Unless, Chad, anybody wants to donate to keep us from being run over by a bullhead Dark Souls guy. You're just saying. Anyone? Okay, that's all right. The donation was used to harm us and to begin with, so totally understandable. Okay, so all right.
Here we go.
So. Oh, ignore that. Well, actually, don't ignore that. Don't ignore that. I'm
But
keeping that. I'm
you
keeping
get
that.
3 more dice.
Yes, no, I know. I'm keeping that. I hit the wrong die too quickly, but I'm keeping that, to be clear. All right. My fault. All right. Right. Hey, that's a
Okay.
crit, isn't it? Plus a gilded?
It is. So that was a 6 on the gilded, 4, 5, and then another 6. So Greg, why don't you go ahead and paint us the picture of how it is that the professor is able to pull the bell out, draw the attention of this creature, and then, like a matador, or, the Candela Obscura equivalent, is able to lure this creature to its doom.
So also, do I go back up to 3 out of 4 on the intuition drive?
You do.
Is that okay? I was just checking. So, right. So, remembering the time that I was involved in certain kinds of American football on the campus when I was a young man, I sort of stagger around. And I remember at the same time, maybe it's because my glasses aren't quite on right and it's all a little blurry, but I remember seeing him shake a little bit. It reminds me a little bit of the resonance and the shaking of a bell. I often make connections like this that aren't helpful. And so I take out of my pocket this folded thing, and I remember that if I pulled quickly, then this bell appears, and and then I sort of look at it, and, oh, yes, and then pull out the bell, and then say, perhaps you'd like something more interesting to listen to. That's right. I called you right now. And I imagine as it's doing this roaring kind of, thing as it kind of like staggers over. And meanwhile, I'm backing up, stumbling over the remains of the landslide, the rocks and stuff towards the edge. And then I'm sort of standing at the edge of the cliff, and I ring a couple times, and I'm the one you want. Come here, you buffoon. And I wait. Buffoon is the worst thing that I can call someone in this language. So when the thing charges towards me, I imagine there's a moment where I'm like, ha ha. Oh, and then I realize that it's actually charging towards me. I'm like, and then remembering my wrestling days as a young man when I professionally wrestled and got out of these scenarios all the time, I, with another terrible cracking sound, dodge left, just as the thing comes just charging at me, gives one resonant bullhelm sounded echoing scream as it plunges downwards. And then I sort of on the ground, kind of in pain, lean over and look, and I wait until I hear the sound as it hits the ground. It's yes, well, next time you should act nicer. Ollie, how are you? Also, when you get up, can you help me? Because I think my back is permanently thrown out. If you wouldn't mind helping me, that'd be useful.
We get the Wilhelm scream of
but echoey though, the Wilhelm echoey scream in the helm.
And the
Wilhelm, if you will.
The bullhelm hits so hard that they crash through what looks like some kind of like plaza type thing. And
sorry,
fall far beyond that. And when you look over the side down at that, you see electrical light coming up from the chamber below, as if someone has like a spotlight or something. It's distinctly electrical light. And that's what you get on a crit.
So there's yeah.
I absolutely need to focus.
So because you have a veteran explorer in the group and you're no longer under immediate threat, you can all get down even from this kind of landslid cliff, Jody is able to work with everybody and ensure that folks are safe, and we get
Jody
proper,
just night crawlers down, right, without any problem at all. Just zip like
proper
just
belay
free climbs
techniques.
down
Yeah.
without any cables, nothing.
No.
Just parkours down.
No need.
So you can get down to that level and then all the way down to that plaza, because there's now the space open. You don't have to go through the maze at all. So we can cut to the four of you looking down through this hole in the plaza to the electric light below. And it seemed like somebody wanted to do some investigation there. What does that look like?
Yeah, I want to focus. I want to know. I want to get a sense of what the presence of this light can say about how long this had been set up, and like the level of preparedness of the person or crew responsible for it.
Sure.
So I have 1 die in focus, and I'm gonna spend 1 intuition drive.
Okay. I think here you probably will get better information with survey.
Oh, that works. That works just the same. So I have 2 dice in survey. Survey is gilded, and I'm still spending the 1 drive.
Okay. And would someone like to help, since you have the opportunity for all of you to be kind of looking down there and trying to pick out details?
Can I assist with actually, 2 things. 1, can I assist with a focus? 2, does my occult researcher, which allows me to ask for an important occult detail that I would recognize from my studies, but hasn't yet been revealed, is that something which could be used in an assist action? Like, because I am also looking down to figure it out, or is that something that's, if I'm looking, just for me, then I wouldn't be an assist-based thing?
So I would say that if you take the brain mark, I will give you some information separate from the results of this roll, if you like. You could then also assist if you wanted, but I think because you're taking a mark to do this, it's worth more than just an assist.
I think I'm going to take a mark here. The electric light is intriguing me, so I'm going to do that, and I'm also going to assist using focus.
So that's
because
just
it'll be gilded.
Intuition.
And does that mean that also that makes it gilded, or does
no?
Ollie, okay.
So Ollie, you've got +1D from the professor's assistance. Did anybody else want to get in on the survey?
I potentially, and I don't know if this would be a separate role, but I would potentially be looking for kind of like spectral residue of who has passed here and whether they had, any very high emotions that they were experiencing, or if they were in possession of particularly bleeding objects, then she would potentially be able to perceive one of those 2 things.
That's probably best to be its own role.
Okay.
So we can have a round of gathering information here. So Ollie, it looks like you're getting 1 assist so far.
Cool. So that means I'm rolling 4D, and one of those dice is gilded.
Okay. Let's see what the dice say this time.
1, 4, 5, 6. So I got a 6, but it's not my gilded die. So yeah. What does that give me on a survey?
If you're going to take the 6, then it'll certainly give you a fair bit.
Yes, I'm taking the 6.
Okay.
It's very.
I got my drive back, and I fail utterly.
Who knows? Yes. So with survey, you can tell that it is what you're seeing is one of several kind of, not a full floodlight, but about as big as you could get, carrying something down in large boxes. There are several such lights. You're just kind of getting, you're seeing the kind of the light cast by one of them, but by kind of looking around and some use of mirrors, you're able to identify that there are multiple lights happening that are kind of being utilized down there, and you're able to hear voices. They're not hushed, but they seem to be talking rather than like being necessarily like raised or angered voices. So that's what you can see and hear. I will then say, Professor, as an occult researcher, if you mark, you're going to take that brain mark, and what I will give you is that you will recognize the chant that you're going to hear little snippets of carrying up through this hole in what for them would be the ceiling. And you realize that these chants are associated with an old Farron god of knowledge named Gnosis. And Gnosis was a god of knowledge, scholarship, and kind of explicitly the knowledge of magic and alchemy. And alchemy was like the great magical technology of Old Fair, much like electricity is like the new hotness for New Fair.
And only enough to gather that that chant is something that was used. Do I know what the chant was used for?
It is
to summon Gnosis, or an avatar of Gnosis, or
it is asking for something to be opened so that knowledge may be obtained.
A book, like a nice, pleasant book. Okay. Were they? I hear these. They didn't react to the sound of Master Blaster like firing through their roof a few seconds ago.
So it did take you a little while to get all the way down to here to look through these things.
Okay.
There was doubtless the sounds of shuffling and kind of people moving around, but I don't know that you would have gotten necessarily more than that in that you had to come down here. So, there's people down there, there's multiple electric lights, that someone is using a chant or ritual appealing to Gnosis, the god of knowledge, alchemy, and libraries.
Okay. I don't hear panic or I've lost visual. That's a Titanfall 2 joke from my friend. Okay. So I would turn and relay that to everyone and just be like, and I probably would also look at Flora and I would probably ask, you actually hear or sense, I should say, anything coming from them, off of them, near them? That's chant is for Gnosis.
Given that information, then what Flora is going to attempt to see is if there is like an accumulation of energy around them that suggests that the ritual is progressing, or see if she can kind of get a sense of what stage of things this is in.
Absolutely. So,
and or whether they've attracted anything that we may
awful,
play with.
Well, with another donation of $25 or more, I can guarantee.
Touchstone scene for this, by the way, is totally 2009 Sherlock Holmes with Robert Downey Jr. in the opening sequence where they come down and they see Lord Blackwood. And the reason I mention it is not only is there a chant, but you're looking down at it from above, from the stairs above where this thing is happening. I love those movies also. But anyway, it just reminded me a lot of that vibe, Mike, right there.
Sure.
If a glass sword shows up anywhere in this scene,
I was looking for it, Watson. It's the best. Oh, man. I love that so much.
Okay.
As opposed to like, oops, we're going to summon Morpheus and he's going to be trapped for a little minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, Flora, if you want to roll sense, that will definitely be the best option here for getting that type of information.
Okay, here we go.
While Flora's doing this, chat, don't forget to enter with Speculate if you're interested in the giveaway that we're doing right now.
I decide if I want to use a drive on this one. I think I might, because I do have 4, so might as well.
We are down to about the last half hour, so there's not a lot of reason to hold back.
Okay, 3d6. Here we go.
Okay.
Got a 6, a 4, and a 5.
So a 6 on the Gilded, you can get one of those intuition back.
Sense I do not have Gilded. It's Focus that I have that's Gilded.
That's true.
So yeah.
Yep. Thank you for your honesty.
No worries.
But on a 6, you're still going to get good information. So it's less in the language and more in the kind of spiritual vibrations you're able to kind of shut out all of the other sensory information and just reach out with your sixth sense. And in that, what you feel is the fluidity and uncertainty of improvisation. This is somebody who is adjusting or trying to ad-lib some sort of version of a ritual to achieve what they want, not using the methods, and that your senses reach out. And in a longer game, I wouldn't necessarily allow something that's kind of almost ESP in this regard, but this is a one shot. But it's as if you are standing before a great kind of A-frame building with columns and a huge double door. And on that door, there are 4 great old sigils, 3 of them aglow with kind of unnatural purple green light. And that you can sense that this ritual, this person is trying to extend that glow to the 4th sigil in a way that would open the doors.
Oh, and I assume we don't want that.
That seems bad.
And so given that Herr Doctor knows this ritual, what I will say is, Doctor, if we interrupt this ritual, what's going to happen?
Do I know what might happen? Is there a set thing?
Is there blowback? Is it going to explode?
Does it blow back on those who didn't complete the ritual properly?
Or does it just fizzle out and nothing happens?
Right. Or does it affect just the people who didn't finish the ritual? Those people? Yeah. Raiders of the Lost Ark?
Flora, you know that there's a lot of energy being put into this.
Right.
And so between that and what the professor knows, you would expect that if this ritual were sufficiently disrupted, that would cause an intense localized surge and bleed that would be most likely to impact the people that were there. But if you were close enough to interfere, it could probably also be dangerous to you.
But if we don't interfere, then something worse would happen.
There's a good chance that this person will get what they want. It just might take a few minutes rather than being able to happen right away. So while this is happening, I'm going to say, Jody, that you have been able to poke around and can ID another way that you can get down without having to climb down on a rope here. So you can present that alternative to the group.
Yeah, as dramatic as it would be just to kind of dangle a rope and then slide down, I do tell the rest of the group that we should probably do this roundabout way if we want to pursue this.
Alternate pitch then to the doctor, who would know slightly better than me the mechanisms of this. It's I can feel the energy, I can see the energy, I can whatever the energy. Is there a way to modify this spell so that the energy is channeled into something else such that it does not either lead to huge bleed or the opening of the thing? And I will volunteer to be the channeler for this purpose as the resident weird.
So there are specific special abilities that would let you do this more readily. Without those, trying to do this would be extraordinarily dangerous for you, and would it can be potentially fatal and you can do it in a matter of minutes, or it could be very dangerous and it would probably take you longer than you have before they are done. If you get closer, it would become a bit easier, but also you would be within more of a blast range.
Yeah. We'll see what happens, I guess.
Okay, wait. Before Flora does this amazing sacrificial moment, so we've still got the book, right?
You do.
Hypothetically, if that book, we were to take the book, which itself is filled with energy that's flowing in the wrong direction, The funny thing about books when they're dropped from a height is they tend to open. Have you noticed that? Their pages fly in the wind, and they stay open all the way down, usually, if you start them right. I'm wondering if we can drop the book dead in the middle of this ritual, creating one of two effects. Either it is a blowback effect of no too much power, right? Or if the effect that it creates is for it to land on someone who then picks it up, and then whatever that thing has been summoning when the book is opened comes to deal with whatever this thing is. And if it's the same thing, if they're trying to summon the same thing as the thing that's being summoned by this book, then that creature is going to show up a lot earlier and is going to be a lot more pissed than if the ritual had been done properly, and will attack the people that are directly immediately there, as opposed to all of New Fair.
So what I'll say is it's viable. So the upsides are that you will be at a remove from whatever collateral damage occurs. Downside, you will not have a lot of ability to immediately or quickly respond to that opening gambit.
Right. If things go wrong, right. Yeah.
Also, you know that if you go high enough up, there's thousands of people directly above you.
So the question is, how localized would it be?
You should get closer and I guess see what happens. So, Explorer, bring us down.
All right. Gonna lead the way.
Okay. So, in the interest of time, you're able to lead the four down, and we join you kind of peeking out from behind a rock, and you can see that there's almost a dozen people. Most of them look like kind of laborers and technicians, but there is a kind of finely dressed woman in like a full white like a full white like ermine coat, like cigarillo, and like her hair is up. It's like victory curls, because we're in anachronism land, right? Like victory curls, and then like kind of swooping out hair in the back. And this is a woman of 40 something, highly refined and extremely Madeleine Rost, who spends people as quickly as she spends inherited dollars.
So
and these technicians are working on a number of various machines. You've got the lights that you'd already identified, and they are about 20 feet out from this great, massive, 30-foot tall set of double doors, upon which 3 of the 4 sigils in like a 4-panel set, 2 panels per door, 3 glow with intense purple light with bleed. And then there is like light and energy flowing both from the incantation that Madeleine is performing, and from a number of other like just imagine some like evil science kit stuff, and like there's a bellows, and then there's like a it's a more kind of science industry-ish version of like a cauldron. And so there's like some weird magic shit that is like bellowing out smoke that then is being directed and concretized and filling up this last sigil like it was a glass with wine slowly being poured into it.
Charming.
I'm guessing that most of these evil science materials are made of glass or something equally very easily fragile.
Oh, extremely shatterable.
Cool. Can my hand weapon be a handgun?
Oh yeah.
Cool, I'm going to shoot the thing.
Okay. This is a place where I will definitely say that if other folks would like to add to that, either with your own handgun or be assisting in some way, this would be a great time to do that.
I feel like if Flora saw what Ollie was doing, she would be like, "What? No!" So I'm gonna not assist and just assume that she was not paying attention to Ollie.
Sure. There's a lot of magical stuff to pay attention to.
She is overwhelmed.
So Ollie takes out the gun, right? And I would say my first reaction would be thinking that you're about to shoot Madeline. So like I'm kind of like I'm not going to stop you, but also I'm a little bit concerned. But
Yeah,
then
this is very
you swivel the gun over to, I assume, the breakable glass thing that's in your range. I'll kind of like catch on that you're trying to disrupt this machine. And I'm trying to think, I know lead is something that has been known to kind of deaden the effects of this Obscura thing.
Yep.
Is there anything that could be incorporated into one of those survival blankets? Could that
sure.
be one of my gear? Is essentially just to hold that up like in front of me and the other two who aren't shooting? Because I mean, I'd hold it up in front of Ollie too, but you need to shoot. So because like I'm anticipating a blowback of some sort.
Yeah, so if you mark your survival gear, I will let that have something of an insulation effect against kind of a magical explosion or something like that, and you can stand ready to protect the group.
All right, I'm just gonna be like, well, just whip that out and kind of throw it in front of the other two. Would probably get most of it if they're near me, because I'm more concerned about blocking them. But maybe I could do something like this. I don't know how long my arm span is. y'all have to be close.
Maybe you can unfurl it a bit and it's a bit wider, and so that you're holding it up and it kind of does like a wave thing, right?
All right, let's go over that.
This is like an Indiana Jones deal, right? So there should be a fridge nearby we can all fit into in the case of nuclear explosion.
That one's not canon.
Where's the human size vial that we can climb into?
Right? It's like a bleed containment TARDIS.
I do have some occult supplies and also a ward. I don't know if either of those would be useful. I think the ward is only a personal effect, right? And it's not a great ward because I don't have that ability. So
it is definitely personal scale.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't have the ability to ward us all, alas.
All right, Ollie, it sounds like you are being left to your own devices.
Yeah. Fun fact. I have no dice in control, so I'm shooting with base 2d6.
Fortunately, this is a high stakes roll.
Yes, I'm spending 2 drive. I have no more drives.
All right.
So that's 2?
Yeah.
2d6. Crit, please. Or not.
All right.
4 though.
So on a 4, you're going to realize as you kind of focus, exhale, line up your shot, and you realize, I'll again go to Sherlock Holmes. Your mind plays out how this will go. You fire this here, this combusts, it flows back up that beaker to blow that up. It goes over there, it splashes this way. You see a choreography of mayhem play out, and you realize that it is going to eventually blow up in such a way that the front kind of eave of this library is going to collapse down on to all of these people, and that the kind of the chain reaction effect would be extraordinarily dangerous to all of you. So you can take this shot expecting that all or almost all of the members of Madeleine's group will be deceased, but you all may be terribly injured. Or you can pick a different shot that will probably ruin the ritual, but will leave all of these people healthy enough to deal with you. What would you do?
I guess they die.
Okay. And that, in this moment, we learn a little bit about what kind of a person Ollie Fry is. So it's a good thing, Jody, that you'd already brought out this survival gear that is somewhat proof against kind of supernatural phenomena of a sort. In slow-mo, the bullet flies and everything plays out as Ollie had imagined. Such is Ollie's kind of astuteness and the precision of his imagination. And it plays out and it plays out, and this explodes. We're probably getting some kind of like bombastic but cursed version of an orchestral piece. Like the 1812 overture played by every
right, yeah, exactly.
Everything is out of tune, as if it were being played by like Apocalyptica or like a goth metal band.
Yeah, Rage Against the Machine does Tchaikovsky. I got it.
And these technicians go down. 2 of them are just literally consumed in purple fire. One of them has just a ton of glass exploded into them like shrapnel. And then the front of this library falls down, and our mind's eye camera goes to POV from Madeleine as she sees just literal tons of ancient limestone raining down and bringing her expedition to an abrupt end. But that second round of destruction, as this kind of limestone hits, Flora, you realize that magic was built into the very architecture here. This building was made with alchemy, and so this limestone might as well be like glycerin soaked TNT. And so there is a second round of explosions that would kill all of you if Jody had not brought out this this great blanket. But Jody, I am going to need you to make a roll
What a
to
great
see
blanket.
how well you are able to protect your colleagues. So what action do you think that is?
Let me have a look. All right.
I could see focus or control, but let me know if you have an argument for anything else.
Focus.
The little used skill of blanket.
Man, I'm just going for control and using all 4 of my drives because I don't want everyone to die.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right. So we're gonna go.
So what I'll say is because you have mind over matter, you can take a brain mark to use any action, and you can spend the drive that goes with that action. So you could take 1 to brain and use move.
All right.
Which you have gilded, and you have 2 in.
All right, I'll do that. I'll take 1 to brain. So I'm trying to figure out where to mark that.
It's marks over on the right hand.
Oh, I see. 1. Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Anyway, and yeah, use move, and my 4. So I guess that's 66.
It is 6 dice. That's the most you can roll.
Come on now, get at least 1 6, please.
At least 1 6, or there's going to be some substantial pain for somebody.
Oh
my goodness.
4
that is
5s.
2 3s and 4 5s.
What is going on here?
Not a 6 among them.
Critically mez. Come on, critically mez.
So here's 2 things I will say. 1, Jody, you can spend one of your nerve resistances and re-roll with 2 dice, hoping to get a 6. Or a donor at $20 or more will allow in this case, a unique reroll.
Look at this dog's
of-
face.
I got my
of
lucky
four
I got my lucky
dice
blanket
instead of
it's
3.
your blanket, but it's a St. John's University blanket. That's got to be usable for
Yes.
something. It's literally a professor's blanket being used to support the incredible blanket work.
I appreciate the fictional positioning.
The question is, so if I do like roll 2 and they're like worse than a 5, do I have to use them?
Yes, but you could spend your second resistance and then re-roll those 2 again.
Oh, you get to use them twice in a turn. That's cool.
Yeah, because the character has 2 resistances in that category.
Mm-hmm.
So you could roll 2d6 with 1 resistance and then spend your second to roll 2d6 again and hope that across those 4 you get at least 1 6.
Well, what do you say, everyone?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. We might all die, but at least we'll die trying. All right.
I believe in you.
The first reroll, spending that nerve / roll. Hey, stop wiggling.
That's the nerve resistance here. And this is going to be a 0.
Oh,
Yay!
we got it. The
So
luck
there's a
worked. The
6.
St. John's luck.
So with a 6 and the blanket, all of you are knocked a good 30 feet back, and you're all you all black out for a moment, possibly with the exception of Jody, for whom the world is just spinning and you can barely see through the like kind of purple gray dusty haze of this absolute disaster scene. But you are the first to kind of come to your senses, and you see that the door remains. The glow kind of seeping out of these sigils and pooling, reaching out, grabbing, dissolving, and consuming the bodies of the technicians, of Madeleine, the unnatural human-made materials of a group of people nearly as filled with hubris and curiosity as those that made the library in the first place, all pulled and melted and drained down into the very earth where there is no drain. There is only the hunger of something ancient. And when you look down to your colleagues, they are beaten and bloodied, but everyone is whole. The book remains, and you're just going to have a hell of a headache for several days.
Yeah, that's so is Ollie's all right? Was he knocked like, because I'd want to make sure everyone was as far away from this force as possible.
So I will let each of you decide how hard did this hit you and how are you feeling when one by one Jody comes to check on each of you. I'm going to start with Ollie since you mentioned her first.
I probably very vaguely remember anything that happened inside there. Like, my back is screwed up, my hip is screwed up. I probably took a very serious blow to the head. And I turn to Jody and I go, but nobody found out, right?
Found out? Found what?
I mean, I'm sure news will spread that a thing happened in the ruins, but nobody heard what, right?
I think aside from us, everyone here is dead, so.
Cool. I can deal with that.
Right.
What are you going to report?
That lunatics set off some dynamite in the ruins, and that's why you shouldn't be in the ruins?
I mean, checks out. I don't disagree with that.
Good. Until that time, I'm gonna go back to sleep now.
All right, good night. I'll check on the others. I think we're gonna be okay.
Flora and Dr. Wilden, how are you feeling when you wake from this this terrible shock?
I'm the last to wake up, almost certainly. I am. It's lucky that I do wake up.
Laura is experiencing a cocktail of emotions right now. She is frustrated with Ollie because what the heck? Her vision is blurred, and the auras that she's seeing are wrong. And even worse, she's experiencing a very strange sensation of hunger.
Ooh. Okay. And Herr Professor, is this more or less wild than your postdoc days?
Well, the comprehensives were difficult, but no. So I wake up in pain, but that's just a typical Tuesday for my no. I sort of wake from this hurting all over, and I kind of see, what's left, and I kind of and I kind of see that there's no trace, I assume, there's no trace of Madeline and all the rest of them. They've just been absorbed in the way that you described.
There should be remains, and there are none.
Well, we've ended this threat and fed whatever it is that was creating it. So that's unfortunate. What happens, what we'll have to do next. I've got to go grade some damned exams. And I kind of pull myself, slowly up to my feet, and I kind of nod at Jody, and then sort of look at Ollie with a mixture of sort of mingled respect and also disdain isn't the right word, but it's sort of I'm impressed. Also, what the hell were you doing? I'm that combination of things. And then last of all, I look at Flora, and I may look at Flora for an extra beat or two, because I may note Flora's sort of mixed reactions along with that, and I may be sensing a bit of this hunger. And I'd say, after my office hours, Flora, should have dinner and talk and see how you're doing, if you understand what I mean. We should... Are you all right?
I think you need a doctor.
I recover quickly. Not as quickly as I did 50 years ago, mind you, but quickly enough. And I kind of drag myself up and then out, although I do carefully brush the dust from the elbow patches on the tweed jacket.
Okay. So from there, we will kind of wipe to an epilogue montage. So if you could each give me just a short image, a short vignette of either how you're covering this up or doing paperwork or returning to your everyday life. And we will start with Flora.
Flora is not well. We see Flora. Flora lives in a boarding house with a lot of other people. She does have a private room. There's a cafeteria on the first floor where you get, 2 meals a day as part of the thing, because it's a fairly large place. and someone knocks on the door to ask how she's doing, and just through the door she says, I'm all right. I'm all right, Susie. I'll be out in a few. And we see her sitting inside of a meticulously drawn salt circle filled with sigils, candles at each corner, and her eyes are glowing an eerie purple as more purple, apparently viscous liquid is pouring from her fingertips into the floor.
Amazing. I hate it. Good job. Okay. Next. Who would like to go?
I can go next. So I am at the Daily Register, typing furiously. A very obviously polemically worded article about how Madeline Ross lost her life like a fool trying to blow up the ruins. And the assistant to the editor-in-chief is like leaning over my desk shouting, "Why do you always get the weird ones? Where the hell were you? Several nights ago, we didn't hear from you or anything, and suddenly we're learning you know something that was going down in Old Fair and didn't let anybody know, didn't even alert the authorities that people were carrying nitroglycerin in large glass canisters all the way down to the ruins. You just decided you were going to follow them down into the ruins, and I'm just typing like none of that matters to me at all. And then out of the corner of my eye, there is a photograph of my old neighborhood friend Kenneth. A photo of like two of us playing in my parents' backyard when we were very, very young. But out of the corner of my eye, that's not what I see in that photo. What I see in the photo instead is both of us in the woods at night, looking up with terror at this large, looming, shadowed thing with like luminous, piercing eyes staring at us furiously. As like one of its large hands, large talons, something, grabs Kenny off the ground and lifts him 15, 20, 25 feet in the air. And I look back at the photo, nope, it's just us still playing. And that's when I noticed that the assistant to the editor-in-chief is talking to me. He's like, yes? It's fine. I was following a hunch. You will like this story when I'm done. Just let me finish it first and then just go back to typing, and then the world just kind of disappears around me again.
Okay. And then either Dr. Wilden or Jody, what quick moment do we see for you?
It's up to you. If you want to go first, you can, Darcy, or I can.
Okay. It's like I'm always wondering with Zoom. I was like, it's hard to make eye contact to go like this.
Yeah, I know.
I'll go. So yeah, we see Jody with the only indication of this being a little scratch on, I don't know, her nose or something. One of those very cinematically placed injuries that doesn't really affect much else other than appearance. But she's rappelling down the side of a mountain, and then hiking through these forests, lots of pine, and finding a place to set up camp near a river. And upstream on the river, she sees let's assume that there's black bears that live in this country, searching for fish, and thinks how integral it is, life and death, and death and life in this world we live in.
Okay. And then we return once more to Dr. Wilden. What do we see from him?
So I think that I am in my office late at night. I am scribbling, and as you first see it, the assumption is, because I have a stack of exams next to me, so the assumption is that that's what I'm doing. And indeed, I have been sort of going through, different exams and looking down at them. But the last exam that I'm working on, because I'm tired and it's late and, my vision is blurred, and I've been, unlike what we talked about with Jody, the injuries are numerous and repeated and multiple and are in all sorts of not great places, but none of them fatal though. So I'm in a lot of pain, whatever, and I'm kind of half nodding and falling asleep. And then in the flickering lantern light, I sort of take several looks down, and I can see the words of the exam are kind of blurring together. And as I look down at it, it goes from being this mundane answer about the nature of occult history and, 1825 in Old Fair, et cetera, and the very clear message that is spelled out in red ink is, "This is not the last, and we are among you." And so I kind of, and then you blink, and that, then it's back to being its usual normal self. And I kind of sigh heavily and, well, damn it, it's too late to call on anyone. But I'm old. They'll have to see me anyway. And I get up from the office, from the desk, and I, just before turning to leave to go find my companions, turn out the light on the lantern, plunging the room into darkness.
Okay. And then the last thing we see is a dream, and it's a dream shared by all four of you. And it's the kind of dream where it's a little bit processing what you've been through in the last couple of days, but everything is jumbled up and it's out of order, and there's things that are totally unrelated that are mixed in. But for all of you, it ends the same. There's the great explosion, and when you pick yourselves up, where the library was is instead the shadowy form of a cloaked figure holding a giant book and two glowing purple eyes. And this figure closes the book, folds it into themselves, and you get the sense of a smile, as if a storm smiled at you, knowing that it would catch up. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but Gnosis will have their due. And that is going to be the end of our one-shot. I want to say thank you so much to Darcy Little Badger and Valerie Valdez for joining us today in this, and to my co-hosts Brandon O'Brien and Gregory A. Wilson for being this circle of investigators and for taking this journey to the land of New Fair and Old Fair with me. Again, this is Candela Obscura, a investigative horror role-playing game using the Illuminated Worlds system, and it is coming out this Tuesday from Darrington Press with Critical Role, and I am very excited to get to do this more. There's going to be VTT support on at least like Demiplane, I believe, and so there are some opportunities to get excited about that game. And if we get some very impressive donations, this will not be the last time we talk about Candela Obscura tonight, because offering a copy of it is somewhere down the road. But there will need to be many more donations, and we'll need to blow up a lot of mechs between now and then. But before that, I want to invite Valerie and then Darcy to remind us where we can find you on the internet before we say farewell.
friends, you can find me on the internet at ValerieValdez.com. You can find me on Twitch at The Kids Are Asleep, which is when I stream Monday through Thursday.
All right. And you can find me on Twitch at Author Little Badger, and I do writing sprints on Tuesday and gaming Thursday, Sunday. Oh my goodness. Oh, she's stretching on my face. Okay. You can find me on Instagram at Dr. Little Badger, where you'll see photos of Princess Peach there too.
Magnificent. All right. Thank you again. And thanks to everyone for watching and for your donations so far. But we are not done. After a break where we will run another little clip of some of our work at 8:30 or thereabouts, we will be back in the saddle with more Titanfall 2, which will continue as donations continue, where we will finish the game, it will finish us, and or we will run out of donations as we continue our fundraiser. And then this is also a reminder that patrons at patreon.com/speculate will get to watch all of the Pittman Sculpture episode 1 just after midnight tonight. But we will be back soon with more Titanfall.
And also, before we do that, thank you, Mike, for wonderful light keeping as well. Thanks, everyone. We'll be right back.
All right. Valerie, Darcy,
So on the window, on a lark, I had set up before the party, and I'd actually set this up a couple of days ago. And so I had set a trap on the window itself that electrifies it to a certain degree. So anybody who tried to break it would basically get zapped.
That's literally what I just said in chat. I don't know if you were looking at the chat, but that's the best. It's like, so the window's electrified. And you're like, the window's electrified. I'm like, of course it is.
Cool. So you get to flashback. Why don't you make a roll for setting the trap in that flashback?
Okay.
What action it is up to you. What action do you think you use to set a trap like this? Hunt is certainly an option here.
I was gonna say hunt, yeah, because it's something that I'd be thinking about. I'm pulling on my experience. I'm hunting for a random, really, really out there scenario.
You'll start at 2 die for sure. You'll get increased effect, which basically if you hit will not just knock this person out, but will send them flying back into the room so they are easier to secure.
Oh, I want that real bad.
I do at this moment want to pause because I know that Brandon has the assist move.
Foresight, twice per errand, you may assist a teammate without paying stress. Describe how you prepared for it. I feel like the thing that I would have prepared for as a result was, because I know that these windows, being art crafted, are a big deal to the Vorstas, because keeping up appearances is very important, and also replacing those windows is very expensive and very difficult and time consuming. Because of an argument I had with Morgan, I was tasked with personally ensuring that multiple bodyguards would be available at the foot of every window from the outdoors. But as a result, all of them are immediately available to see you in the instance that you need physical assistance.
Cool. So if you
could boost me.
Yeah, if you mark one use of Foresight, which you'll refresh before we do the next thing, then Marie, you can take a assist on that.
Perfect. All right. So, and what am I trying to hit with 3d6?
If you get a 6, you get success with no consequence. If you get more than 1 6, you get a critical and you get extra effect. If your highest is a 4 or a 5, you will succeed, but there will be a consequence. And if your highest is 3 or below, then you do not succeed and there is a consequence.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. I like that system. Okay, 3d6 incoming.
Great.
Oh no! I'm not good at my traps. I'm so sorry.
Total of 6.
So
6 is there.
Like you look up expecting that this person will get shocked and thrown back into the room, but you see that someone has ever so expertly clipped the wires. So that the trap has been sabotaged.
Okay. I pull out my bow and I totally want to hunt this person down now. Can I hunt them down?
Perhaps, but we're going to like snap zoom through and across the room as if this were leverage again, because why not, to Zelfa and Caitlin. So Zelfa, how do you notice the sniper on the 3rd floor?
I might have for the bodyguard. That might make this worse, because I think if the bodyguard's convinced it's real, and it kind of suggests it was, that 3 were kind of talking amongst themselves, I think Mark would be like, wait, if that's a real ghost, why is she here? Shouldn't you move her to safety, man?
This bodyguard looks to Mark, looks to Zelfa, looks over to Jevli, who, Zelfa, because you're paying attention, you can see the almost, like, whatever I do, hers is smaller. And Mark, you're the one nearby, so you're going to get kicked back onto your back as the bodyguard draws his blade.
Let's go.
Yes.
How close am I to the bodyguard?
You are close enough to get stabbed.
Oh my gosh. I am okay with that.
I am so
upset about all of this.
Okay, so setting the scene.
Yep.
So there is nothing physically in front of the bodyguard right now?
I mean, his sword is about to be, because he kicks and then goes for the sword.
It's sparring time, y'all.
Yep.
I immediately stand like inches in front of the bodyguard's face. And I put my hand on the pommel of his sword, but not very forcefully, obviously very seductively instead.
Oh, really?
Really?
Okay.
Because I'm like, what is like I'm just like in a holding pattern. I'm like,
she is putting her hand on his sword.
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
though.
Yes.
Listen, when
the thought that you had right there.
The literal physical sword. But yes.
Right.
Can I be like distractingly like making loud sounds of dismay?
Like you're taking a fall in football?
Yeah,
like,
that.
my knee.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Oh my god. So the most intense seduction ever.
I was gonna say insta seduction.
His cheeks flush a bit, where your play is working. It is impactful but not disarming, literally or figuratively. But it gives somebody else a moment to do something. So, Greg, do you want to try to do something here?
I mean, what I'm going to do is not going to help, lower the violence quotient here. I mean, Zelfa has slowed the guy down, but if the guy has already kicked Mark to the floor, something is very off about this, and I'm already thinking about the Oblivion Blade, so I think my sword is out, and I'm pressing my advantage on this guy. I want him down on the ground and him eliminated as a threat. I'm not trying to kill him necessarily, but I want his weapon disarmed, and I do not want Jevly Greymist getting off this train until we get answers. So that's what I'm doing.
When you approach him, he disarms you.
I don't resist.
He shouldn't be able to pull that move. You can resist. This is me going, this threat is scary, and high level threats, I just declare a consequence that you can then resist.
That's how powerful this guy is. Cool.
Well, shit. This is getting better all the time.
House Greymist is tier 5, y'all. Were you expecting that he could disarm you as you came at him? Probably not.
No, I didn't know. Wait, where's the drunk guy? Good stuff. The thing you hear, or that you were listening to, is Candela music. and music for Candela Obscura, which we are using, of course, by permission. So thank you to the lovely folks at Darrington Press for allowing that. And thank you to all of you for bearing with us during the course of the break. And as you can see, we are now back after an awesome Candela Obscura game for more shenanigans. Right now, chat, we are booked from 8:30 to 9:30. So right now we're booked for an hour, which might or might not be enough to get through a level. But if you're like, but no, I need even more time, let me tell you that there's a way to deal with that. You will see that our number right now is 234.21, and we have a lot to go to get to our goal. So please consider supporting us by contributing to the fundraiser, because every time that we get a $10 donation, we will add 20 minutes to the timer. And if we can do that on multiple occasions, then we might be able to go all the way till we actually finish the game. We'll see. But it's only up to whether or not the donations will exist. So right now, we're only going until 9:30. We will see how much longer than that we will go. Sorry, $5 donation, I beg your pardon, was 10 minutes. $10 is 20 minutes. $20 is 30 minutes. My apologies. And then larger pledges will be TBD in time added to the play clock. So thank you for those of you who have contributed so far. If you haven't already, please consider doing so. And thanks for bearing with us during what was a really fun session of Candela Obscura, separate from everything else. That was a really good time. And good job, as always, Mike, on the GMing. So over to Mike now for the next level, the famous level, the allegedly the famous level that has been foretold and spoken of.
Okay.
Don't get captured again, BT.
I will avoid all shortcuts.
Much smoother.
Great.
Well, ish. Yeah, still much better.
Overseer requests all teams working on the Ark analysis report to the lecture hall for General Marder's presentation.
So that's not normal.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, it is not.
I've played the game before, so I know this is what happens, but this is not normal in this setting.
I like how he doesn't even comment on it as well at first. Like, just like, oh. Now he did.
What just happened?
There are distortions throughout this facility, and they appear to be causing a rift in time. I advise caution until we have further information.
A rift in time? How does that happen?
Unknown. Militia SRS.
By decisively neutralizing the militia forces, we will in fact safeguard the existence. Yes, pilot, may I help you?
I'm late for my class as Candela Obscura's professor.
Reminder, identification.
I can't tell if they can see you when you're in that other time.
I think so, because they said, "Pilot, can I help you?"
Oh, yes,
Right?
that's right. That's right. That's right. Interesting.
That's probably something to do with it, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I find anything that looks broken and has multiple curves is probably
Research
related.
facilities throughout the frontier. However, this particular one is unlike any known to the militia.
How so?
The large rings within the main campus are not an IMC technology. Its design is foreign, and its function is unknown.
Also, it's scary.
Strange. I'm picking up traces of my own data signature within this area. The distortions must be affecting my scans.
So where do I go from here? Is there a ledge I'm not seeing?
Maybe the rock's right underneath. Yep.
Interesting.
Okay.
I'm detecting traces of a massive energy explosion throughout this facility. However, your helmet data does not detect the same in the other timeline.
I remember mostly the vibes of this level more than the details.
Yeah. It is very cool, though.
None of these remains match the genetic profile of Major Anderson. He may still be alive. I recommend you check the main lobby of reception. I would accompany you, but unfortunately my chassis will not fit through the door.
Recently watched a YouTube video where someone insisted on referring to the chassis, and I was like, wince, wince, wince. So when you attach it to the chassis, I'm like, ugh.
Wait, what?
What?
Excuse me?
Well,
that's not supposed to... Why is there a person in the ceiling?
BT, I found Anderson. He's, in the ceiling.
Objective complete. We have rendezvoused with Major Anderson.
I guess?
My intention was not humor.
I thought you have to explain it to him, like, you know, oh no, what happened was, but instead he's just like, it does not matter. I am incapable of carrying.
Anderson's helmet. I will analyze it. With the death of Anderson, command of Special Operation 217 now transfers to you. Congratulations on your field promotion, Pilot Cooper.
Aren't you the only one left in Special Mission 217?
Sarah Briggs of the Militia SRS.
Yeah.
Major Anderson, 2 weeks ago we intercepted IMC comms. They found something on Titan. A massive blast of energy was discharged at this location, creating time distortions. I want SRS on the ground to infiltrate the facility.
Roger that. I'll get some answers.
This wrist-mounted device we recovered during Operation Grizzly should protect you. We know the IMC have contracted Kuben Blisk and his mercenaries to protect something critical there, so watch your back. And Anderson, you know how much I love writing death reports, so don't go it alone. The SRS is a team.
Sorry.
That's,
Pilot, data Major Anderson collected appears to be incomplete. We are duty-bound to uphold and fulfill Special Operation 217. Recommend we locate Anderson's wrist-mounted device before proceeding.
I didn't see any device on Anderson.
It must be on the other half of his corpse.
Okay.
Tremendous. A breach in the security services building. I will provide access. I will remain here and scan the ring structure while you investigate the facility for intel and the missing device.
What the? What?
Oh. Amazing.
Wow.
Nice. Maybe next time you can throw me.
Noted.
Noted.
That sounds like a bad idea, guy.
I often find that using a zip line with an old removed power line is a good way to travel. It is funny, though, watching this, how many things popped over into Fallen Order. The upward zip lines, the time stuff, there's a whole bunch of things. Oh, tremendous.
Yeah.
Well.
I got exploded a little bit.
Just a bit. A little time zone issue right there. Yeah, I didn't even see what exploded here.
It's zombie robots.
Oh, well.
I don't feel like I'm supposed to be fighting all of these.
Yeah, that seems right.
Personnel breach security services. Intruder may have advanced cloaking package. Copy that. Laser measures are online.
Are they talking about you?
They are.
Tremendous. That's great. So they want you in both timelines.
Attention, security lockdown measures are being temporarily activated.
I think it's like a multi-part chapter.
Yeah, no. That's a very short chapter. But okay, so there's a time thing that gets involved. Yeah, I had heard about the time stuff.
And here we go.
Yep.
Sorry, Anderson.
Well.
Change time at will, huh?
That all non-combat personnel and research teams proceed directly to the nearest emergency shelter access.
Pilot Cooper, I have transferred some of my AI functions into your helmet in order to permit communication across time shifts.
Wow.
Spotted him heading towards wildlife research. Get the rest of the agents evacuated and set up a choke point. Additional laser meshes are online. Let's box him in. We got a hostile! Oh, thank God!
I am wondering how confusing this is or isn't going to get.
Control, we've initiated contact with the intruder, but his movement is sporadic.
Yeah. Is there a cooldown?
No, I don't think there is.
Interesting.
What the hell? It was just over there.
Will Dr.
Where am I supposed to go from here? Here we go. There we go.
Activating turrets at
Oh.
southeast corner. We have an intruder.
Nice.
Dangerous. All units in the area.
I thought Chad Cooper was a dead Chad Cooper for a second. Oh, nanotechnology. What could go wrong, chat? What could really go wrong?
Okay. Yes, I think that is what I'm looking for.
Elevator banks on level 4 to intercept. Zero on the unknown target. We're getting her off!
Yeah.
Kick down! Bloody shit,
Oh.
I was going to go behind him and flank him and then shoot everybody, but I didn't have any bullets.
Jack Cooper was dead in any timeline. I'll bring it all the way back here. What was that little nifty toss and then a remote trigger? I don't think I'd seen that.
Yeah, it was like
before.
a satchel charge or something.
Yeah. Flatline.
Let's see. So, all right. There we go.
That's a much better approach to it, I think. And you can still see where there were stuff back in the old timeline. Whoa! Punch a dog in the face multiple times. The dog is like, no, I will not be punched in the face.
The fauna in this world are wild.
Yeah, really.
I think if I was fighting for intergalactic territory on a planet with pterodactyls, I'd just give it to whoever wanted it.
Yeah, like exactly. I'd be like, you know, it's a big universe. Like, nice, nice, nice. That is a lot of punch there.
Yep. Let's gonna get some frag grenades.
I see. Yeah, I think that's it. There's the level design here is such that I would be situations where I'd be like, oh, I just time travel, and they'd be like, no, it's just a really interesting level design within the same time zone, actually.
The test must be completed.
Pilot, a fragment of Anderson's damaged log may be relevant here. Activating log playback.
Anderson log 341. The IMC found something all right.
Oh, I'm almost out of
It can
ammo.
fold space and time. They sure as hell didn't build it, but they're restoring it. Whatever they're planning, it's potentially catastrophic.
Okay, here we go.
Anderson out.
Yeah, overall, this is much smoother.
Great. Where am I going?
Yeah, the classic. Where's the bullet? Where's the bullet coming from? There's also a game called Legacy of Da Vinci or something like that, a puzzle game, which is interesting. I actually played it on the Steam Deck. And there is a mechanic of going back and forth through time using one of Da Vinci's inventions, allegedly, where there are elements of this. Not on this sort of quick time frame, though, but...
I also did not know you had a Steam Deck.
Yes, that is what is my new remote setup. I've had that for probably 7-8 months. And it works very well as a remote setup, actually. Oh, nice save. And as a reminder, chat, you are watching Mike kick ass on this, playing the...
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this all sucks. Playing Titanfall 2. We are playing together, handing off level to level. If you enjoy this and you're like, I would like to see more of this game. Right now, we're only playing until 9:30. And if you would like to see more, and you're like, how do I see more of this? That fundraiser total number will allow you to do that. When we get up to $400, we will have another giveaway. We're trying to reach $1,000 is our goal today. And we would love it if more people could jump on board and support that way, either with a direct donation or by supporting the Patreon for Speculate, which is our actual play podcast with authors and other people from across the speculative communities. So if all that sounds good to you and you're like, I want to get involved on this, type in !donate and you'll be able to get, in fact, I'll type it in, and you will be able to head over to donate either directly to that PayPal link, or you can support the Speculate Patreon, which you can get to this way. And then you'll be able to support us at our Speculate Patreon, and then just come back and make sure you let us know that you've done that so that we can make sure to add your amount to the total.
Can I go this way? Do y'all? No. Oh, hey, I'm guessing it's this.
There it is. Yeah.
Here we go.
Anderson's log 342. The fold weapons power source is called the Ark.
We remember that name, don't we?
The casing.
The Ark.
This one's empty. The Ark must be somewhere else.
It's a different Ark.
Yes.
A narrative arc, if you will. Oh, they're taking the Ark. Oh, are those ticks? I was just thinking how long it's been since we got a chance to see any of them.
Ooh. Let's see, where do we think I go from here? Back this way?
Or out the window. I don't know whether that window was breachable or not, but...
Looks like no.
Maybe not. Ah. You're like, great. Fire or turrets? Fire or turrets? Cannot even imagine the amount of level design QA work it took to figure all this out, like maintaining consistency. Thank you, Shadowed Mage. $29.58 USD. Thank you so much, Shadowed. I appreciate that. Thank you. That means we're going to have a little more time here. So let's see, $29.58. Oh God, my math. That means 54. So 63.79. If I've got that right.
Okay. Nothing there.
263.79. Thank you so much, Shadow. I really appreciate that. That means that we have added another. Let's see. It's basically, let's call that 20 and 10. So that means that we add another $20 donation.
I'm
at
back
30
here.
minutes. Yep. So we are now up to 10 o'clock. 10 p.m. Eastern. Which is good, because if you're getting into the story, the only way to know more is to pay.
Where do I go from here? All right, because that just took me on a circuit, effectively.
Sorry, I was too busy focusing on the other thing. So you couldn't get out this window?
I could. I went out this way, and it basically just led me in a loop.
Okay. What about up, above, like onto the roof?
Hey, look. It's a weapon. Play audio log.
Dr. Ehrenberg, log 11.4. Further research still leaves questions about the fold weapon and its intended purpose. I don't think we're using it right, and that may cause a problem. Marder thinks it's worth it. Well, I'm going on record. This is a bad idea.
Alright, so this is cryo storage. Oop. Maybe there's something else I'm supposed to see here. Or I'm supposed to go this way. Here we go.
Haha, of course. Classic.
Cryo. Okay.
Wow. Whoop. Woo! Nice save.
Well.
Yeah, I had forgotten how, like, wildly imaginative this section is.
Arc successfully delivered to Fold weapons. Commencing test run.
Pilot, the rings at my location contain a large amount of residual energy. This was the Ark's final...
Nope.
A recon mission within close proximity to this.
This was the Ark's final blah, blah, blah. But we'll never know what that final destination is.
Okay.
Spawned you in fire.
Pilot, the rings at my location contain a large amount of residual energy. This was the Ark's final destination. Anderson's plan indicated a recon mission within close proximity to the center of the active rings.
You want me to do what?
If we can obtain the Ark's energy signature, the militia fleet will be able to track its current location in the present day.
No. Or I guess.
Oh my goodness. Wild.
Amazing.
Oh, wild. I forgot about that. Oh, man.
Good game.
That's impressive.
This planet's moon is a test.
That's wild.
Just a test. One of our own planets is next. They're going to hit Harmony, and they moved up the timeline. I have to get this intel to Sarah.
Narrator voice. He did not get the intel to Sarah.
That was Major Anderson's final recording. Cooper, based on your recon of this facility, I may have a plan. Meet me outside.
And after this level, it's all new to me. I will not. So I'll be playing a level totally new.
Automated security personnel have now...
Really good environmental damage work on this level too. Like it really fits.
Yeah, it's as I dropped, I remembered the kind of tunnel thing.
I
was
totally.
like, oh right, I have
that.
to time it out.
I recommend you meet me at the rings in order to scan the Ark's energy signature.
Good morning.
Located the controls to extend the bridge to the rings. I marked it on your HUD.
But first, I'm killing some very naughty dogs.
It appears that whatever actions you took in the past have caused the remaining automated security systems to be quite hostile towards us in the present.
Very fair.
So you can take BT into the past also?
Seems like. Where am I supposed to get to there?
I'm guessing so.
No.
Maybe
'Cause
not.
the Titan doesn't really jump.
Yeah, it doesn't jump.
I'm guessing I have to go and extend something.
You meet me at the rings in order to scan the Ark's energy signature. Pilot, I've located the controls to extend the bridge to the rings. I've marked it on your HUD. Pilot mode engaged. It appears that whatever
Yeah, extend the bridge to the full weapon prototype.
caused the remaining automated security systems to be quite hostile towards us in the present.
Oh, great.
Sorry, did it say where that was?
This is Titanfall 2, Drew. No, it did not say that. Oh, say where it was. That place where you went in where there were a bunch of Titans, though? Could, theoretically. Oh, security. That might be it, too. Yeah, Titanfall 2 is one of the reasons it's considered one of the better single-player shooter campaigns ever is because of how imaginative it is. Like the one before this with the prefab houses, this time zone, this time travel thing, and wildly dynamic and innovative all the way along. So very, very cool stuff.
That explodes.
And the original Titanfall was only multiplayer, so Titanfall 2 single player kind of came out of nowhere a little bit. And you know, Drew, same company that did Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor, so not surprising they know what they're doing. Well, they got a new Titan loadout back there.
Yeah, but
no, respawn.
This is where I was supposed to do the thing.
Nice. Oh, I saw an achievement there. That's got to be a destroyed Titan while not in a Titan thing.
I guess maybe I need to go back to BT. Oh, here we are.
The hell with the safety protocol. Initiate the test immediately. Copy that. Do not allow the intruder to reach the Ark under any circumstances.
All right, now you just have to get back to him and then pick up that.
Yep.
Easy.
Oh, this is BT.
Yep, yep. Ion. Is that Ion? Bang, bang, bang.
Nope, I don't think so.
I don't think it is.
I think it's still tone.
Yeah, because Salvo Core.
No? I don't know. It's not there anymore.
No, you got it already. You picked it up.
Okay.
It just said F1 for the loadout. F1. It, for whatever reason, it doesn't automatically switch you to the new loadout, I don't think.
Okay.
No. Oh, is F1 not the thing?
I don't have an F1 because I'm using a weirdo keyboard.
I see. Yeah, they do it. That's right. They do Apex Legends. Yep. The Medal of Honor game, the new one, because the old school Medal of Honors were very good in the same kind of way. That would not surprise me. If that were the case.
Here we go.
Cool. Splatter rifle.
Everyone evacuate now!
Laser core ready. Excessive damage. Warning. Warning.
Brandon's going to be hearing that one in his sleep. Excessive damage. Warning. Warning. Oh, the 2020 Medal of Honor? Okay.
Warning. Detecting hull pilot. We must uphold the mission. I advise you get as close as possible to the center of the rings.
Well.
BT.
Oh wow! Look at this.
Wild. Oh man. Oh, this reminds me of sections of Dishonored.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I completely forgot about this last part. I'm wondering if I maybe never got to the end of this level because I don't remember this part.
Unstable host. You unlocked secret plans.
Cool.
Nice.
Well done, Byron.
As you do.
Scan complete. As Anderson discovered, the IMC intend to destroy the militia planet of Harmony using the full-scale version of this weapon. Pilot Cooper, our journey is far from over. We must get this data to the fleet.
Okay, buddy.
Grand.
Okay, I think that's the end of that chapter.
I think you're right. Why don't you let us know what Cooper's logbook says?
Cooper's logbook. Found Anderson, KIA. We're now responsible for finishing his mission. The IMC recently conducted a weapons test against a moon of Typhon, shattering it. It's called a fold weapon. The one we saw was just a small prototype. They're going to use a large-scale version to target militia-controlled planets, forcing us to surrender the frontier. The planet Harmony is first on that list. We have to get this intel to Militia Command. BT says an IMC interstellar beacon could do the trick. The beacon.
Because otherwise we destroy Harmony. Do you see, chat? Do you see?
Okay.
All right. So, save switch. While we're doing this, we're playing this next level, chat. We're playing so far up until 10 p.m. Eastern. But if we get more donations, we will play further. Maybe we can get to the section where Brandon again has to hear, warning, warning, severe hull damage, warning.
I would like to be free. I forgot how cool that entire sequence was.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it sucks that you don't get time powers anymore, but yeah.
I can imagine them doing it over the course of many levels would be a nightmare, though. Like, just being like...
I mean, yeah. You know. But it sucks that the only Titan with, like, a genuinely dynamic motion set is Ash, and you never get a Titan loadout that does anything like Ash does. So it would have been cool to be like, you phase out of this time period and phase into another one. But yeah.
Right.
Also, because I have a lot of feelings about Shotaro Ishinomori, as noted by how many times I talk about Kamen Rider, that sequence reminds me of my favorite episode of the anime Cyborg 009. Where the titular Cyborg 009, which has super speed related abilities, is receiving a checkup from the doctor that maintains him and his colleagues, only to realize that he's woken up from the checkup while he is still being operated on.
Oh, yeah.
And as a result of doing so, is moving so quickly that all of time has frozen around him.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
But it happens at the exact same time that a car crash takes place outside of a diner, and he's like, I want to save these people from this accident, but I can't interact with the accident because if I try to put out this fire by blowing up this fire hydrant, it will pop and then all of the water will just freeze around me. So how do I solve this problem? And it's actually a very interesting and touching episode. And very haunting. It made very haunting by the fact that a lot of it is just him going, this sucks. I am moving so quickly I literally cannot hear sound. I think I am losing my mind. Someone please help me.
Oh my goodness. Mike, is it the same link that you DM me in the thing before?
No, it's now on the Dropbox that Brandon was using.
Okay. The Dropbox that Brandon was using. I
will put the link again.
Yes, thank you.
For you.
Yeah, I was going to do Discord, but the file is now too big.
No, that's fine. I can. That's fine. I just need to make sure.
Yeah, it's just we're jumping back and forth between methods a little bit because it's tricky.
Not unlike the game itself, we are paying homage to the game.
We're having to jump back and forth between the Dropbox timeline and the Discord timeline.
That is exactly right. Okay.
It would be so very convenient and yet unnecessary for the vast majority of players anywhere else in the world to just be able to send your save file to somebody else.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so now I can take that.
But like, who would need that except for people who want to cheese their way through a Pokemon game?
Which never happens. No one ever needs.
Never, not once.
No. All right, transferring that over there. Okay, delete that just in case. Move this in here. Moving this over to here. And this. Hang on a second.
So that was the level called Effect and Cause, which is, I think, still probably pretty famous in FPS levels discussions among kind of games critics.
That last level is bonkers. Yeah. Yep. Because it's doing so much so well so quickly, like it just in a kind of like just startling way.
Yeah, because it's here is a new tool. Figure out how to use this tool. Use this tool in a few different ways. Use this tool to get a tactical advantage in combat. Use this tool for platforming. Use this tool to get through doors. Use this tool to go to a place where there are doors.
Yep. To attack the people on the other side of, to get flanking position, as Mike did multiple times there and stuff. Okay. Mine is firing back up now, which means I will do this.
Good game.
Yep.
Game is indeed good.
So I think to do something that is more Titanfall-y, we're probably looking on the kind of dramatic science fiction-y end of RPGs.
Mm-hmm.
So probably more Apocalypse Frame or Beam Saber than Armor Stir or something. I probably wouldn't get too bogged down in the loadout kind of stuff for this, even though there are several different loadouts, because for me, the kind of emotional arc of the story seems to be, this is about your relationship with your Titan, about your connection to where you're from, your place in the world, and things like that. But I don't know, how do y'all see kind of what this game is doing and what we want to do to kind of get some of that same vibe with an RPG?
Brandon should comment on that first, I think.
Sure.
In an RPG for Titanfall, because a lot of it is your relationship to mech, there is a thing. There's an RPG I remember reading because I knew I wanted to play it, but I can't remember what it was. It might have been Apocalypse Frame, in fact, where the stats are unique between pilot and mech, but there aren't a lot of interaction things.
There we go.
Like the real curious thing, like the thing that matters to me, because it strikes me as the thing that matters to Titanfall, is you have a dynamic relationship with your mech, which needs to be performed a certain way. I'm very curious, for instance, what the space opera series of Girl by Moonlight would look like if you played it like you were playing Titanfall.
Right.
It probably wouldn't match up very perfectly, but it would still give a kind. I would imagine that it gives a kind of room for imagining a personal relationship with your mech based solely on having played in A Maze of Dreams.
Sorry to interrupt just quickly. Does this work? First of all, can you both hear this? And well, you can't hear anything yet. Can you hear that?
Pilot Cooper, Anderson is dead, but we can complete his mission if we can re-establish contact with the fleet. The interstellar beacon ahead will serve our needs.
I'm finally stopped my share. I think that would probably make it work
someone
for
on
y'all.
our side is
Oh
listening
yes, that's
out
right.
There is only one way to find out. We must
This happened
uphold
before,
the
actually.
mission.
Yeah, my fault. Let me know when
We
it's
should get moving, pilot.
Ah, yes.
good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mike, you can hear too.
I can.
Okay, cool. All right, here we go.
Yep. So right now I'm getting your
Pilot, I see
your
the beacon up
OBS
ahead.
and then the game behind it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know why that happened. Sorry. Although it shouldn't be doing that, but anyway.
But I also have my like view screen situation is a bit weird for reasons I don't understand.
Okay. Well, then I will do what I'm trying to do is see. I'm running out of monitor room, which is I need a fourth monitor. Okay.
Hey, now it's just the overlay. It looks good.
Right, because I moved. Well, that's because I just moved the. Okay, you'll have to tell me if something happens on OBS that I can't see because I want to make sure that I have that other chat up there. Okay, lovely. We do that. We do this over here. We do the YouTube thing like this.
And Greg, about 5-10 minutes ago, I messaged you that we'd gotten a donation, and I don't know that it's hit the count yet.
I did. I think it did. I mentioned.
$29.58
Say again.
For $29.58.
Yes, that was Shadow Mage.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Resume. Yes. Okay. Here we are.
Scans detect minimal power functionality. It may need repairs.
Okay. This is the part where I'm like, can you repeat that, BT? What needs repairs?
Yeah.
Caution. I'm picking up multiple contacts. Hostiles confirmed. The stalkers appear to be programmed to attack the control room. Caution. I detect traces of poisonous chemicals within the fog. Pilot control initiated.
What is this fog?
Scanning. The ground fog is a toxic byproduct of the beacon power grid. I recommend you embark when operating in hazardous environments with greater than 1 ppm tungsten hexafluoride. Pilot, I'm detecting militia forces inside that beacon.
Pilot, I'm going to equip this before you tell me the rest of it.
Pilot, I found a 6 sword.
Yeah, sword block. Wow.
Control
Okay.
room. They are signaling distress. Patching in.
Oh.
Hey, you out there, pilot! Are you reading us? We can use some help over here. This is Captain Cole for the 3rd Militia Grenadiers. We're getting overrun by stalkers. Please assist.
I recommend we help eliminate these stalkers and then make direct contact with the militia riflemen.
All right. Eliminate all threats attacking the control room. All right. But I can't go in that fog, can I?
Yes, you can. When you're in the mech.
Okay.
Can't hold them off for much longer. We need your assistance.
I'm working on it.
Tactical option. Run them over. My 40-ton chassis can eliminate smaller enemies.
Tactical option. Run them over.
He's not wrong. Stepping on people is actually very rewarding.
Smack. Get out of here. Really? You're shooting me?
Threat neutralized. Well done. This victory has raised our combat efficiency rating.
Nice. That was the only reason to do it. I mean, really, was the combat
BT
efficiency rating.
7274 to militia forces. All threats have been eliminated.
Yeah.
The only thing that would make stepping on enemies more fun is if you could legitimately see your foot targeted.
Yes, yes.
Come on in.
All right.
Pilot and Tiger on the lift. McCord, bring him up. Let's go. Right away, sir.
Hello.
Pilot, recommend you disembark.
Oh.
Please do not run over our allies.
Captain, what is the status of the beacon?
The power is shut down. We've lost all control of the beacon.
Can we get stepping up people is very rewarding on the list of branding quotes?
Designation.
Wow.
Arc tool. Function. Generates power up to 5 megajoules.
Yeah, we know what it is.
5
Can you
megajoules.
repair it?
Nah, we already tried. Sensors indicate another one in the substation, but it's nearly impossible to get down there. This place just ain't built for humans.
I am not a human.
Pilot Cooper, I advise caution while navigating this facility's substation. You must recover the arc tool.
And by you mean you, right?
Good luck, sir. Hope you make it back. We've lost too many down there.
Okay.
If Demeter shut down, the IMC wouldn't have any.
Well, all right.
They have plenty of mindless stalkers.
Hi.
That's for damn sure. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Oh, sorry. I'm taking your rifle.
Out Demeter was a huge victory.
Lieutenant Perry, RC3 Peterson.
Why doesn't it feel that way? Well, the Demeter fleet was
RC1 Baker.
the IMC presence on the
Mostly just seeing if you have other weapons.
Still, every little victory counts. You have the fullest half glass I've ever seen.
Okay. All right, substation is over there, so...
Pilot, the beacon power substation is through that door
Yes, I
marked
know.
power grid.
I heard someone's been killing on Blisk's team. Giving the mercenaries.
Okay.
Good luck, pilot.
We kill because we have to.
Found Anderson... Oh, I already know this. You've already heard this before. Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much for all the help, Triffid. Sleep well.
Good night.
Alrighty. Dun, da, da, dun, da, da, dun, da, da, da.
Marvin Delta 7-3 Zulu, please report to Sector Bravo.
I love how every one of
This
these
place is
things
run
has
by
cannons
machines.
operated. It's great.
Not like there's an elevator around here. How's he gonna get through this place?
We should just seal this place off and be done with it.
Yeah, that's your answer to everything, Barry.
Grenade launcher. Alright, don't nobody panic. Nah, I'll keep this. Actually, wait. No, I'm gonna keep this.
Yeah, that Mastiff has a great kick.
I wonder how deep this facility goes.
Pilot, more stalkers are expected. Hold them off, but not too long.
Well, we'll do what we can.
Turtle up to protect their head.
The last pilot in our unit went that way a few hours ago, but he never came back. Be careful. Chance of getting out.
Pilot, I have patched into your helmet display to monitor your progress. The channel is open if you need assistance.
BT, what's up with these walls?
Scanning. Exposed power circuits. You should avoid physical contact.
Great.
Proceed forward with caution.
Got it.
I made it! Okay, that was fine.
BT, remind me what I'm doing here.
Your mission is to obtain an arc tool. Using it, we can jumpstart the power systems and get the beacon back online. Scans detected signature further within this facility's substation.
So easy to overrun those if you're not careful.
Yep.
Okay. This is the same vibe as they have a cave troll. What? What?
You have to go back down the other side.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Woo! Okay. Oh. Lovely. Softball. An adhesive grenade launcher. Really? All right. I'll bite. Oh, nope, too high. All right, I fell in love with it too much. All right, fine.
That one was just fine.
Oh my god, the slowest load of all time. Did I just see a tick pop up? I think I just saw a tick pop up. I'm in trouble. Fell in love with the softball game.
Yeah, you may need to...
Yeah. I'm gonna have to be like dynamic and like a real pilot. I know. Also,
always in motion, the pilot is. Big explosion on that.
Oh, yeah. I was just about to say, I'm like, I think I'm out of ammo. It's like, you're out of ammo. I'm like, yes, I was thinking that. Okay, you're all normal. Not a fan of this weapon at all. Put it up. Get the hell out of here. You need a better weapon than that. There should be an achievement for trying to avoid hurting these other robots. Like, mercy me or something. Ow. Who the hell's hitting me? Oh. Not a fan of this. How does it play when you aim down sights? Is it a tighter burst? It might, yeah, that's a good question. I don't know about it, whether it's tighter burst or not. We'll find out. Oh, lovely. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like you got to come in a little lower. Nice.
Okay. It's a maze down here. How deep does this thing go?
Scans reveal a maximum depth of 300 meters.
Great. How deep is this place? How deep?
What is this place?
The station's computer details this location as the power grid for an
low.
IMC.
Yep, too high, I mean. Man.
Oh.
This is, oh, this is great. Oh, thank God. Whew. For a minute, I'm like, wait, did I go the right way?
You're right.
It's a little scary. Oh, this seems fine. Especially with the door closed. Disable the turbine.
I think it will shoot you up.
Let's find out. Looks like I have to wall. Okay, I see. I have to wall run over there, or not even wall running. Probably just jump. Yeah. Maybe that wasn't as good as I thought it was.
Unless there's a maybe
no,
you
up
have to
there.
go all the way up to there.
Yeah, all right. Aha.
Bypass successful. The fan exhaust is offline.
Good.
Do not be afraid. Your jump kit can take that fall.
A little bitty BT. My jump kit can take that fall? Okay.
Foreign object detected in turbine thermal exhaust shaft. Analysis in
Just like Destiny.
Yeah.
Arvan Delta 5-1 X-ray. Turbine power cycle iteration.
Oh, I need the arc tool for that. Okay. Triffid deserves a prize. Yes, indeed. Triffid is awesome.
At 30 meters.
Yep. From the Marvin, huh? Right. Okay. Press E to take arc tool. Is the robot's like what? Oh no!
Well done.
Oh, sad face.
I'm so sorry.
Return to the control room. We are ready to jumpstart the system.
I'm so sorry. I apologize unreservedly.
What? You have lost that achievement, Arv.
That's...
Pilot, there appears to be an override switch on the central turbine.
Oh. That's so sad.
You're gonna have to take the turbine to get back over.
Yeah.
Try using the arc tool on that switch. That should enable you to
Oh.
cut across the face of the turbine.
Oh, I see. Right.
Arvan Delta 5-1 X-ray. Turbine power.
Whoopsie.
491. Complete.
Uh-huh.
Hostile force.
Sorry. Okay. Alright. I was like, let me just stabilize where I am. Alright. So now that I have this, return to the beacon control room. Okay. Down. Is that still down below? No, I just came from there.
Yeah, you need to get up.
Can I shoot this from there? Well, I'm gonna have to, aren't I? There we go.
Deploying security reinforcements.
For a minute, I thought that was gonna be my only weapon. No, it's not.
It's like portal gun.
Bye-bye.
Oh, I think you may have to hack the thing so you can move
Yeah.
forward.
Oop. Hmm. Interesting. There we go. I don't want a wall walk. Okay.
You go underneath.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do next. I wanted to check and see if there was a spot there, but... actually...
Oh, maybe you need them down.
Well, but I can't soft lock out of it, so there's... Oh, what the... Oh, wait a minute. But if I go against that wall... So if I go down... here... No, here? Okay, so I go here... No. I got to this side. I don't know that helps me though.
Is there a door on right there?
There's a door
again?
there, but I thought I just came from that door actually. The question is, how do I get? All right, well, yeah, up here. So I have to get to that door over there, which means if I go this way... just had to slide. I was making it too complicated. Oh, shoot. I'll just grenade it to death.
No Star Wars rules where if you just shoot it,
yeah.
it switches.
Oh, heat sink cooldown in Praga? Right, which means I'm going to have to do it again.
75%.
Shoot, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Maybe there. Where I'm supposed to go. Okay.
Alright, shoot him.
Ah, what the... The frick! Damn it, Terminator!
Jerks.
I was like, there's nothing standing behind me. It's
you
like
exploded it and it went behind you.
Yeah, just like
amazing.
Oh, that's and then it came crawling back. I was like, what? I didn't even think about that. That's what that was from.
Yeah,
that's
I think
funny.
so.
Oh, right. Nope. Oh, great.
Can you turn that thing on? Or
oh,
maybe it's just telling you to get
oh!
thrown.
Oh my God.
You got this, Arv.
Whoop!
Are you still being propelled forward? That was a lot.
That whole thing was being propelled. Come on, you can hit it. Am I not? Oh, do I have to? Yep.
Hey.
That was impressive, pilot. They're waiting for you back in the control room.
Let's go.
That's impressive.
Damn right, it's
There's no
impressive.
giving up today, guys. That pilot was down there and got us an arc tool. We're still in business. Welcome back, sir. Those moves are something else.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that.
You, sir, are one hell of a pilot.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That was fun. And again, very different, right? Like another different, like, air control stuff.
Pilot's back, and that looks like an arc tool to me. I think we just gotta pick it off this dirt ball.
Good work, Pilot Cooper. Now we can jumpstart the power to get the beacon functional.
Can I improve my combat efficiency rating?
Oh God.
I made it back, Cooper. Just in time to assist.
That's what matters.
Now all we need is some power.
Pilot, the power chamber relays are offline. The arc tool should be able to jumpstart them manually.
Oh.
Cooper, let's hope that arc tool was worth all the trouble.
Caution. High radiation levels detected ahead. Your suit will only protect you for a limited time inside the chamber.
Great.
I suggest you move quickly.
Of
I wouldn't
course.
stay in there too long unless you want to be burnt to a crisp.
Yes, I was able to gather the meaning,
Opening
Captain.
the hatch in 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my God. Yeah, I was gonna say, please charge faster.
Power at 100%. I recommend you exit the chamber immediately.
Kill me twice.
Great job, Cooper. The power is back. All right, we got power. Open those shutters.
Can eggs that bacon?
Diagnostic complete. Power 100%.
Alrighty.
Initiate dish targeting reset.
Uplink
Hey, I unlocked calling CQ.
60%.
Whatever that means.
70%. 80%.
Yeah.
90%.
Warning. Fault detected. Emergency shutdown.
Oh, for the love of...
What's going on? Talk to me. Not sure. Some sort of failsafe.
Captain, the uplink targeting module is offline.
Not good.
He's offline.
The IMC are on their way.
That is a reasonable assumption.
McCord, can we bypass the module?
No, sir. Not unless we want to send a message to the entire IMC fleet.
Didn't we already do that?
The module's gonna have to be repaired manually.
Pilot, this situation could use your skills.
Of course it could.
I hope you're up for another trip to hell, Cooper. You'll need to repair the beacon on site and get back here as fast as possible.
All right.
I mean, a good functioning operational security process for this mission would obviously be, can't you repair it and ask them to send the message for you?
Yeah, it does make you wonder a little bit. Like,
Controls transferred to pilot.
Be careful. We've already lost a lot of good soldiers over there.
Well, I would like not to be added to that number.
Scans indicate a fallen pilot. My memory recalls this pilot as an exceptional fighter, proven well during the Fracture operation.
It's Fracture.
What's Fracture?
Fracture was the code name of a major combat refueling operation conducted by the militia on the planet Victor. We sustained many casualties, but the fleet survived.
Damn.
Okay, I didn't realize that's what that did. Wait, hey.
I think Fracture was a Titanfall 1 mission.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
My scans detect a functioning uplink targeting module, 428 meters northeast.
Naturally.
My analysis
Is this where
indicates
the
a
thing
throw
happens?
is our only option here. I can throw you across the gap.
Throw you across the gap.
You're hot to toss me.
Are you sure about this?
There is a 68% chance of success.
Almost.
Fastball special.
What about the other 32%?
There is a 32% chance of an incomplete traversal, resulting in catastrophic trauma, massive internal bleeding, and multiple compound fractures. Dismemberment may also occur. There is also the possibility of electrocution and disintegration within the toxic...
Sorry I asked. Right. Okay. Here we go.
Wind, 3 knots, heading 274.
Oh my God.
Range, 95 meters. Projectile mass, 89 kilograms. Trust me.
That trust me thing. Wild.
Let's go.
Made it.
The thing that I will always like the most about BT's throws is the fact that raising its hand as a measurement is a human thing that it does not need to do for its calculation.
Yeah. But again, that's a lot of what it does is this human thing of like jerking a thumb over its shoulder and all that kind of stuff, right?
Copy that. Zulu 1 Kilo 1, move in. Alpha 2, get soldiers on ground.
Thunderbolt. It looks like a heavy weapon to me.
Is that a laser pointer?
It is a electricity gun, I think. Oh, there's a pilot helmet.
Also, there's only, and to be clear, there are only 6 of these that I have.
I believe that is an anti-Titan weapon.
Wonderful. I wonder if I'm going to have anti-Titans to deal with. I mean, Titans to deal with.
I find it likely.
Titans to anti.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's kind of what I was attempting to English. I don't know, Shadow Mage, if you're still lurking, this tower reminds me a little bit of the end of Talos Principle. Because of the robot presence in it as well. Oop, nope, wrong way.
You just need to get up there, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I could just take the stairs. I mean,
No, only jumping.
Again, in the Starfield, I'd just be like, boost pack, boost pack, boost pack, boost pack. Wait. No, okay. I keep seeing blue glows and thinking that there's something else. Oh. Yes. Oh, wait. I can move it all the way over this way.
This way.
Yep. Always those conveniently placed walls. Little low.
IMC dropships headed to your location.
Oh! I think I picked that up without realizing that's what I had done.
Like a gravity weapon.
You know what? I know it's anti-Titan, but what if we just... I don't... Okay. What the frick? Oh. That's my fault. Get out of my face. Give me a new weapon.
That person has a weapon.
All right. More like it. I love that.
That shield is...
I'm losing my shield.
All right. Yeah, no more with the hemlock, thanks.
I think those are your friends now.
Yeah, let's go. I unlocked Pied Piper. Here come the stalkers.
That thing right there, was that weapons to your left?
Double take. Oh, twin fire sniper rifle?
Oh, that's the one that Noel was mentioning earlier, I think.
Wow.
Double take is actually a very
no,
very good one.
Okay, get off Zoom. Alright, it's an awesome sniper rifle, but... Oh, it's my friend! Okay. I was like... Go to it, stalkers. Oh my god.
That's fun.
Wow. There's even, like, there's a delay in the bullet hit. Like...
Yep.
And then an eerie silence.
Something about sniping in a respawn game is actually just very fun. And I say this as somebody who actually does not enjoy sniper rifles in most games.
Yeah, okay, no,
There's
wait,
a good chance there'll be more ammo for that rifle when you go over the defeated enemies area.
Okay, double take. Oh, there will be? Okay. Well, then I want...
Right, because it seemed like that was the rifle they were using.
Right, so I want this one and the sniper, right, not the Thunderbolt. Okay, good. So make sure I had all my weapons properly associated. And yeah, because I'm low on ammo, but as you say. Also, quick note about how smooth the controls are for keyboard, like how quickly they can switch. Like, it's really not confusing. Oh, that looks bad.
Oh, that's one of the tiny mechs.
Guess you needed that thunderbolt after all.
Listen. All right. Oh! Sorry. I apologize for whatever I've done. Yeah.
Nice.
Woo! That was not what I was intending to do, but I'll take it. When he ran over there, I'm like, oh, right, and there's the Thunderbolt. Thanks. Yes, I get it, game. It's like, hey, you know what you might want to do there is the Thunderbolt. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, there's a zip line, too.
Yeah, I see that.
Spork.
You want to be smart?
Everything sounds so meaty in this game. It's so fun.
It really does. I like to ride.
114 pilot spotted! Weapons free!
Oh, well, that worked faster than I thought it would. A volt. Okay, well, I need more ammo, so. Nope, bad idea to look. Never look. Yeah, you know, I like the Gravity Star, but that's another Kraber, but the other one's better.
Sniper,
yeah, but the other one I have is cooler.
1214, hostile pilot, everyone tighten up! Anyone stay where he went?
How many mercs do they have, anyway?
I think this is all IMC people.
Oh, yeah, actually, I guess you're right. Alright, I'm a little lost.
On your left, bottom.
Didn't get back up.
Anyone hear that? Check sectors.
Oh, great.
Got an issue, it's a pilot.
Alpha 1-4, we are diverting forces to assist. ETA 3 minutes.
I don't know what this thing that you're in is, but it's a great fighting arena.
Yeah, it really is. I was like
Yeah.
right on the. It's just like, it's funny.
Amazing.
Star Wars does that beautifully too, with those little moments where, like, in the middle of a firefight or wherever, this other droid shows up. Oh, excuse me.
Goodness gracious me.
More crane work.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They do give you lots of checkpoints in this game, which is appreciated. Despite my rant the other day about letting people save anywhere. Okay, you're all fine. You're all fine.
Weapons? No.
Nope. I think that works, because then come down here, go over
Side
here.
over.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's fine. Okay.
So you're gonna have to move the other one. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to move that other one another 90 degrees.
Oh. Okay, right. And I was like, how? And I was like, oh. Because this is this one.
Right?
Yeah, because then you can go to the one. Yeah. Yep. Yes, indeed. Lovely. Oh. That sound is the sound of people are coming.
Yep.
Suddenly the music kicks into high gear and you're like, well. Okay. Oh. All right.
Kilo 1-4, hostile pilot sighted, headed your way. Acknowledge. Kilo 1-4, do you copy? Come in, Kilo 1-4.
I'm sorry, they've all been.
Kilo 1-4 does not exist.
Not responding. Prepare to engage the target at Beacon 4.
Oh, wait.
Copy that. In position at Beacon 4 gantry. Standing by to intercept.
Right?
Yep. Because you're headed toward Beacon 4,
Yeah.
I think.
That was a little.
Stay alert. I heard movement. Enemy pilot, fall back. Deploy the stalkers.
The circus.
Those little jerks.
Yeah, this time though. Okay.
This is a reminder to everyone in chat that we are almost at the top of the hour. That would be 10 p.m. EST, and if you want us to be engaged in even more Titanfall shenanigans, you can support our fundraiser to pay for more time for us to wall run and do all of this catastrophic violence against the IMC.
Beautiful, terrible violence.
Yep. He's just like sidestepping down the. Ooh, I am almost out of ammo. Not anymore though. Guess just waiting there? You didn't get out. Can you imagine the panic? They're like, anybody help me? Because it's just like...
Yeah, it's like there were 10 of you in the room.
And that robot... I already equipped. So yeah, chat, if you want to see me go past... If you want to see me hand this over to Brandon, and I want to see me hand this over to Brandon at the end of this level, then you need to give us a little bit more of that support if you can. I do like the arc grenade.
We will turn your dollars into more Titanfall, and then on a longer term, more actual play.
That's exactly right.
Module detected. Check your HUD.
Get a working module from the dish.
Beacon 4 gantry team is KIA. Pilot may be attempting to transmit from there.
Zulu 1-6 to Richter. The pilot's intentions are unknown. He may be attempting to draw us away from the Titan.
9. Focus on the pilot. I have other plans for the Titan.
Okay, I don't know what I just did. I just did something.
I think you got 2 friendlies.
Oh, excellent. They were very helpful last time. All right. So, question is, how do I get over to that?
I think that
Up
controls.
there?
Maybe, yeah.
Well, there's one way to get there. More friendlies.
I'm guessing
Friendship
that will help
is
when
rare.
more enemies get deployed here.
Yeah, I am a little concerned about how many of those they gave me. They're just like, sure you don't want more? I'm like,
I do think you need to go up that tower that you were headed toward. and go
Right, I
over the
think
top.
I'm... That one, right? I'm doing that, I think. That's the tower. Oh, wait, no, that's right. I already came in here. But, there are the stairs. Okay, I was like, what? Oh, here we go. Thunderbolt. This is one of those... Is that happening because I'm going to be facing Titans in a minute? Wow. Why do I have this many of these? Achievement earned. You unlocked Robot Army.
Not ominous at all.
No.
I think you're almost at the last fight of this level.
Good. You are at the controls. Move the dish to the far right to bring it within your reach.
That's not going to attract any attention.
Yep.
Alpha 2-1, is he dead yet? Give me a sit rep. Over.
Oh yeah, he's dead.
We need backup. The enemy pilot is still active around Beacon 4. Over.
Backup?
Cold War?
Sending backup.
This better be worth it.
You have your buddies.
Whoops, how about I not hit myself with that? Where is the Titan? There's no way I killed that thing. I think it's down there.
Yep. I think it's fighting the Ticks.
Yeah.
So many noises.
Shit. Really?
I think it's probably going to checkpoint you from when you activated that last thing.
Man. Oh, no, not you. Sorry, you're the good guy. Whoops. Kaboom! Guess I did need that. I mean, I don't know if there's one of those deals where they just keep coming until I move.
Yeah, you probably need to fight your way to the dish.
Is that still my guy? Oh, hi. You see me? Oh, yeah. I see you too. Okay. Oh, hi. Ouch. I am very low on this ammo. I'm gonna go down here and see if I can get something else. No? None of you have any weapons? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay. There we go. It's just the one guy, actually, or two, maybe. Oh my god, I guess that's the liquefying weapon you were using, Brandon.
Elstar is very good at turning people into juice.
Jeez. Hi. Good times, good times.
Pilot, the module is in the projector of that dish.
I don't think that's how I was supposed to do that, but I'll take it.
Uplift targeting module disconnected.
Okay, and now I have it in the...
Mission update. Uplink module acquired. Standing by for your return, Cooper.
Caution. Entering maintenance
Okay.
mode.
Module 1, Sitrap, komm rein! Was zum Teufel?
Oops, I switched to the wrong weapon.
Anti-Titan squads have arrived, requesting assistance.
Working on it. Oh, of course I have to do this. Oh, okay. Oh, stop. All right, stop.
I think, at least this time, but maybe the first time through, I recognized, like, oh, that's my way back.
Oh, God. I completely screwed that up. I had no idea what I was doing. I got very disoriented.
I'm engaging hostile infantry.
Okay. Man, it is like the boost pack thing from Starfield has really been screwing me up for this because it's just similar enough that I keep expecting.
Yeah.
It just occurred to me as well that you've had experience with respawn.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wall running, but only in third person.
Mm-hmm.
Which might also be throwing you off.
Zip line, right?
That's true. Yep, yep, yep.
Maybe you have to get up top.
Yeah. Yeah, because of all the Jedi wall run stuff.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Cooper. Recommend we secure this area before proceeding with the repairs. Good shot.
Yeah, yeah.
Stalker down.
Bye. Hey, I got a pilot helmet. That was definitely important. Oh, God.
Reaper down.
Okay.
Target eliminated.
Oh, God, ticks.
I'm engaging hostile infantry.
Wait, I guess I can get down there and just do that myself, can I? Yep. Like, you know, using a Titan as God intended?
Transferring controls to pilot.
Well, hello, everyone.
I'm gonna grab one of those batteries.
Yeah. Thanks for coming out of the cover. Appreciate that.
All threats eliminated.
Outstanding.
Area secure. Are you okay,
Alright,
pilot?
so our timer is gonna run out here unless we get some new donations.
Barely. That was
We
tough.
have gotten our way up
How are you,
to
BT?
Damage report. Critical systems are functioning
$263.79,
properly.
which is
And despite your self-evaluation, I'm certain Captain Lastimosa would have said you fought well, Cooper.
Thanks.
a great bit of support from lovely folks in our community, but well short of the goal that we were hoping to hit of $1,000 to kind of keep up the podcast production rate that we've hit over the last year. So I know that there are a number of things that folks may very sensibly want to make their donations to, but
The socket
if you're
for
in
the
a position
module is
to
at
be
the
able
top of this
to,
dish. A throw combined with additional climbing is required.
if you're in a position to be able to become a patron. So maybe not as much all at once, but adding it to your list of places that you want to support and give us a little bit of support every month, that definitely will add toward our goal and is very much appreciated. Plus, as a patron, you would get access to episode 1 of the Pittman sculpture at 12:01 a.m. tonight, just after midnight. That being the Apocalypse Keys series that we showed a quick clip of in our break before Candela Obscura.
Literally ran up right under that drone. Yes, concur with all that.
This is Sloan.
Go ahead.
Kane and Ash are dead.
And
Someone's been killing your mercs, and it looks like one of our radios has been nicked. I knew you shouldn't have hired those.
so yes, if you want us to go past this level, this finishing, we're going to be ending at the end of this level unless we get a little more support donation-wise. So please jump on board if you are in a position to do so. I know there's a bunch of extra life stuff that's going on this weekend as well, so I get that there are multiple things. Believe me, we know. But if you're able to support,
November is in general a very intense time. Not only because of lots of other endeavors, but also because we're nearing Christmas. So definitely only do so if you are able. But if you are able, you'd be supporting the content that we make very strongly.
I killed you.
No more drones. Drones are done.
Okay. Looks like this way.
Yes, indeed.
And
the level design is so cool.
it is good, but boy, do they love wall runs.
Oh yeah.
That's gonna be a drone. Yep. Spidey sense was tingling even before I heard it.
Hypothesis. The dish will automatically reorient itself once the new module is installed.
Let's find out.
Alright.
Doesn't that mean that this dish will tilt while you are still standing flat on it?
That's a problem for future us.
Yeah, let's find out.
Oh, Brad.
Oh. Got you. Pick the thumbs up.
IRL, in the real world, I think if you collided with a robot at that speed, the act of it grabbing you plus the gravity of you falling into its hand would break something.
No, he just gently guides you, like gently cradles you.
It's the power of camaraderie.
Yes.
I'm already on my way. Richter out.
I guess that means we're headed now to the Richter fight.
Intercept and destroy that pilot, then execute the remaining militia troops.
Reapers inbound. Militia forces, lock down the control room. Threats detected.
Copy that. Locking down. We will assist from here.
You said that, Prince Justin, and suddenly I thought they should make more otherwise realistically toned first-person shooter action video games where the narrative moves by anime rules.
So mecha shonen.
Yeah. Everything else is still played straight. Guns still work the way guns work. Grenades still work the way grenades work. But narratively, just entirely Gundam.
Anomaly detected. Possible hostile Titan.
INC ground squads. I'm looking for someone to promote. I'm also looking for someone to kill. You get to choose which one you wish to be. Und jetzt mach ihn fertig. Not let him be there alive.
That was pretty awesome.
It was.
But I need a battery. What?
Oh. Fight. Let's see what you got up close and personal. Oder willst du weglaufen, ihr kleiner Junge?
I hope that stands for I'm going to lose in German.
Let's begin, idiot. Detecting
Warning, detecting hull damage.
Whoa.
Enemy Titan down.
I think that stands for I lost. By which I mean him losing.
Turn to the control room.
Yeah. There we go. That fight was way easier than the Ash fight.
Yeah,
indeed.
You only had to hear that one thing once.
Pilot, recommend you disembark.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the Ash fight in hindsight was that checkpoint loaded with me having very little health.
Yeah. That's true. That did put you in a tough spot.
Helping me fight much better than you were here.
Good.
Yeah.
Almost there. 80%. Signal strength at maximum power. We are a go for transmission.
Broadcasting data stream. Awaiting response.
Here's hoping someone's still up there.
Got it.
This is Commander Sarah
Hope
Briggs,
is kindled.
Militia SRS. Authenticate.
Commander Briggs, this is BT-7274. Protocol 2, uphold the mission. Report intel to the fleet attached to the SRS unit.
Solid copy. Good to hear you guys are still down there. We're receiving your data now.
Nice.
Good job.
Thank you. That was a fun level, actually. Oh, that's, well. All right, chat, your last chance as we're moving through this cutscene. Last chance if you want more of this,
Correct.
if you want to see more stuff.
Lastimosa was killed in action. I am now linked to an acting pilot, Rifleman Jack Cooper.
Yeah, it's me.
Wait a minute. Lastimosa linked you to a rifleman?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he had no other options.
Also, I'm good.
Understood. We'll get you transferred to a fully qualified pilot.
No.
Objection. Cooper is my pilot.
Yeah.
Our combat effectiveness rating now exceeds 90%.
90%.
Permission to retain this link.
You're lucky our backs are up against the wall, BT. Permission granted.
It's interesting he put me in before even getting the answer. He's just like, this is my pilot. High praise
Thanks to your
coming from
scan
machine.
data of the Ark, we've tracked its energy signature to an IMC base right
Objection.
here on Hyphen. We don't have much time. Let's go.
Wow. Good stuff. Out of curiosity, I'll read this as we've been doing. Cooper's logbook. We've rejoined what's left of the 9th Militia Fleet. Commander Sarah Briggs is leading a mission to capture the fold weapon's power source known as the Ark. The Ark scan data I got from the frozen explosion finally paid off. It allowed us to track the Ark's present-day location. It's right here on Typhon at an IMC airbase awaiting transport. We're about to hit that airbase with every Titan we can muster. All right. Trial by fire, so that's definitely that thing. And the smiley face.
Listen up. The IMC has developed
To wait till I get control, then I can...
It has the power to destroy entire worlds, but without its power,
The Titan is
Ark,
also
it is
doing the dramatic
inoperable.
commander voice.
Your mission is to capture the Ark before it can leave the airbase. Marauder Corps, weapons hot. Stand by for Titanfall.
For tactical Titanfall. Wow. That's awesome. Alright, we land.
Oh,
Okay.
this level is so good, chat.
Chat, we could do this together with the power of friendship. We need only, let's see. Well, it's 20 minutes for, man, I keep forgetting this because I'm still, my mind is filled with,
5 is 10, 10
there we
is
go. 5 is
20.
10, 10 is 20. A $10 donation would add 20 more minutes. A $20 would add 30 minutes. If you wanted to see more of this, you could see more of this level, and it would be Brandon would be the one doing it. It would be Brandon is up next. Out of curiosity, how many levels are there left? Do we know?
There are.
I was curious whether this was the
3
last,
levels.
actually.
3 levels
Trial by
left.
Far, the Arc, and the Fold weapon. So it looks like there are 3 left.
3 left,
including this one.
All right. No, Prince Justin. I'm not. Let me make clear that we are making a global and for fun, like, you can do this, you have the power of friendship, but like in no way are we putting any individual person at all on blast. Everyone has like contributed quite a bit. And I do think what we've run into today, honestly, is the fact that this weekend is a bunch of Extra Life stuff. That's a little bit of bad luck. And you know, we've had a lot that we've all been doing and have been involved with, and so checking that out was, I still think that there's great value in the fact that the Candela Obscura game is obviously really good, and we got a chance to play a great session of that. I've had a blast watching and playing with these folks. Like, this has been awesome. Yeah. So
we have gone for nearly 10.5 hours.
Yeah.
So we made a good showing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the other very good thing, of course, is we hope that this is a good example of all of the cool stuff that we do here over on Speculate, and all of the cool people that you get to see in our future games. Because even if you cannot support us tonight, which is perfectly fine, if you are able to join the Patreon at a future date or make a one-off donation sometime in early 2024, that will also help us a great deal. And you'll be doing so while we will already be making all of the content that we've already promised you. So you will still be helping us progress our goals, make cooler stuff, make that cooler stuff look better and sound better. You are not on the hook to do so immediately tonight, but if you can help us in any way, you would be helping us a great deal, make our content a great deal better.
Yeah. But yeah, and also another shout out as well to Darcy and to Valerie for joining us for that game, which was, as I've said, it was great fun to play in, and as always, they were great playing with us. It felt very like connected. Like immediately we're just like, yep, everything is good to go. So that was great too. So that also had great value. Sorry, Mike, you were gonna say something.
I was just going to say thank you again to Jess, aka Burst of Hope, for our great overlays here for Titanfall and for Candela, and for some of the interstitials, building off of some kind of initial, very basic versions that I made, and then working with us on that. And thank you again to Shannon Reed at Artificers Workshop for our amazing new Speculate logo that you can see up there. And we will have kind of more information about that as we get everything finalized. And then just after midnight tonight, patrons will be able to watch Pittman Sculpture Episode 1.
Right, which is going to be...
That's in an hour and a half?
That's, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, we definitely, we delivered as we intended to in terms of content, I think. So that went very well. So let me switch back over then so I can be on my main computer here. Yeah, but this was a good time. And now that I'm over here, let me make sure that I've got it well captured. I think I set this up properly on the other screen, but let's see if I did.
Just slide back into the
the 3-person. Yep. Well, all right. I'm going to transition over, but it'll just take a second to get that set up. No, this one, please.
And if you like the idea of, or if you like seeing the Strange Friends do wacky world building, you should definitely check out our most recent one-shot where we did a world building game using of grasping nettles, and we told the story of a kind of corporate diner chain called Flapjacks, and the life and times of some of the employees of said place. And because it's us, there's absolutely labor agitation and anti-capitalism.
Yeah.
Of course. I haven't actually checked out the VOD for that yet, so I'm gonna have to put that in my queue very soon.
Yeah, and we have plans for. We've talked actually quite a bit about a number of plans. One in particular is something we can't fully talk about yet with all of you, but it is very promising, and it looks like it'll be positives that we'll come up with for the future of Speculate coming into next year. We feel very good about the content we're producing. It's just a matter of making sure we have the the resources and time and all that sort of thing to do it, as we say. So but yeah, in general, feel good about where we are, but obviously we're continuing to work towards fundraising support, and we hope that folks will be able to provide that over the course of time. If you were one of those folks who did that, thank you. If you were not in a position to be able to do that, but were just hanging out with us, also thank you, because that also was great. We had a chance to have some good conversations in the chat, and pleasant interactions for both Candela Obscura and for Titanfall 2. So, but I guess that's going to bring us to our conclusion. Any last words before we close things down, folks?
For me, it's just I am still always very excited to do this thing that we do with all of you. I remind again that the content that we make is still freely available for everyone who consumes it. But if you are a member of the Patreon, you get to consume so much more of that stuff that we make for you all. You get to see Mike's GM preps for the games that they run.
Yep.
You get to see some curated extra world fiction for some of the stuff that I run. Special episodes where the three of us talk about the games that we are playing, the games that we're excited to play, our own GM processes. We've done some new special episodes with some members of the Strange Friends as well, talking about player processes and how our RP crosses over with our writing styles in very interesting and revealing ways, which is perhaps of a great deal of use to you right now if you're doing NaNoWriMo and are looking for things to tickle some ideas out of your brain. I think some of those discussions would be really neat for you as well. And again, you will be helping us make the content that, again, we make very much for free, a great deal more beautiful and more accessible. We want to be able to pay Rudy Basso for the wonderful audio editing that we get for our audio podcast. We want to level up our video content to a point where our already impressive row of web festival accolades can be even more impressive in the future, including but not limited to at some point leveling up to very good transcriptions for the audio and video podcasts, which is like a layer above the stuff that we were aiming for right now. But the goal is to make our work more accessible as well. And last but not least, you get to some of you have been consuming Speculate for a great long while, and I'm sure you really enjoy the stuff that we make. And we want Speculate to grow to the point where other people get to see the cool stuff that we make, and we get to continue growing from strength to strength, and hopefully getting more people to engage with the channel, with the podcast, with all of the wonderful writers that we actually have on board, because one of the secondary goals of the podcast is always that people will discover that this writer is doing really cool stuff in a genre that I really enjoy, and I should read more of their work. For people who have never encountered any of their work before. So if you can help us in any way, and that includes shouting us out on social media whenever a new episode comes out, letting people know that the Patreon exists, letting people know that the writers that we have in specific sessions are doing cool work elsewhere, or whenever they have a public appearance or their new work comes out. All of that is actually helping us as well, because the goal is always to let people know that there are wonderful creators out there who are not only doing wonderful RP, but telling wonderful stories in general.
Well said. Mike, any last thoughts?
No, I think that, we're kind of passing probably 5 years of actual play now since we kind of switched things over, right? Because I think those first Eberron games were mid-late 2018.
I think you're right. Wow.
And with Brandon on board, we've been able to, assemble the Strange Friends and have had a lot of great time with them. And now we're reaching out into partnerships. And so I'm very excited for whatever comes next and for all of y'all to be there with us.
Yeah, and I'll add that on top of that, I'm very grateful to very good friends Mike and Brandon both for being part of this ride that we've had here at Speculate and so far. And yeah, I mean, as the person who is slightly older, the show's been running now, as I said before, for first post, I think, on the Speculate website was late 2010. First show went live with, interestingly, a show interviewing Saladin Ahmed and Amal El-Matar was the first ever show. And that was back in very early 2011. And here we are 12 and a half now years later, really. So it's been a great ride. It's been a great experience. And I'm looking forward to more of it. I am excited about what the future holds, and we'll keep, I'm not discouraged by fundraiser stuff today. It was also a separate thing was being able to showcase a lot of the stuff that we've got coming up, and I think we were able to do that. And I'm excited about what the future holds for Speculate here. So again, thank you to everybody who reached out and shared Blue Sky and Twitter and who supported us, and all of that stuff makes a huge difference, and who can support all of us individually as authors, because that also eventually flows back into this, show one way or the other. So thank you to all of those folks. And I think that's going to do it for us. So we will be back. Again, if you are on the Patreon tonight, make sure 12:01 a.m. you're ready for the Pittman sculpture. Otherwise, that is going to be available tomorrow. I forget when it goes live for everybody else. Pittman sculpture goes live for everyone else when, Mike?
I think we were going to put it into the podcast feed, so that would probably be starting in a couple of weeks.
Okay, that's what I figured. Yeah, so this is early access, literally, that you're getting tonight. So definitely join for that. And otherwise, we'll be back with you for more Speculate stuff in the very near future with the new season of Valorword and other stuff happening down the line. So that is going to do it for us, for Brandon and Mike. So I'm Greg, and thank you, everybody. We had a great time, and we will see you folks down the road.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.